investigate and prosecute hate crimes. As the Attorney General said, we will use every tool and legal authority at our disposal to combat hate crimes and bias-related and bias-motivated extremism. And when the unimaginable happens, as it did last Saturday in Buffalo, we will bring every resource to bear to respond and to seek justice.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. I'm Rain Augustine. I'll be with you here bringing you top stories, breaking news, all of the major headlines. On the left-hand corner of your screen, you will find everything that we are closely following this weekend. Let's begin our 7 o'clock hour with the latest when it comes to President Biden's trip. We know that he is making his very first trip to Asia as President of the United States, and he is in South Korea this weekend for meeting with one of the United States' closest allies on military cooperation and containing North Korea's nuclear threat. But here at home, the administration is facing a political setback. A judge blocking the White House from putting an end to Title 42 just days before the pandemic-era border policy was set to expire on Monday. Now, Fox News correspondent Peter Ducey is traveling with the president in South Korea, and he has the latest.
The Biden administration is doing what progressives want, telling Border Patrol officers that if they're going to keep deporting illegal border crossers, they would prefer if it was for some reason other than COVID. But a federal judge says he disagrees.
All this ruling is a stay of execution. The Biden administration is doing everything they can to transform America, and Title 42 is the last tool left for our Border Patrol agents to actually push back.
This federal judge is siding with states that sued to keep Title 42 in place, claiming that they were trying to prevent a huge increase in migrants if COVID was no longer a reason to turn them back. The ruling reads, the plaintiff states have demonstrated that the termination order will affect their quasi-sovereign interests based on its impact on their healthcare systems and their interest in the health and welfare of their citizens. But the White House doesn't think this is for a judge at all. The press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, says the authority to set public health policy nationally should rest with the Centers for Disease Control, not with a single district court. However, there are now some arguing that a loss in court might not be a loss for the Biden White House in the long run.
Well, I think everyone's probably breathing a sigh of relief, because what we know is that Title 42 is really the only thing that's keeping that border in any kind of check, right?
The president's focus while overseas is expected to continue to be on issues in this region, not on the U.S.-Mexico border. In Seoul, South Korea, traveling with the president, Peter Ducey.
You may want to pump the brakes on those Memorial Day weekend travel plans as prices of gas just continues to go up across the country, and it's lightening the wallets of drivers. Fox News correspondent Marianne Rafferty has that story from Los Angeles.
The nationwide average for a gallon of regular gas has gone up 10 cents in 1 week and showing no signs of going down. In fact, according to AAA, the nationwide average for a gallon of regular gas is $4.59 a gallon. And in states like California, the average is $6.06, with prices in large metro areas like LA seeing $6.59 a gallon, and diesel nearly $7. Even a drop in crude prices amid recession fears has had no effect when added to other factors like the continuing Ukraine-Russia conflict. Industry experts say it might be time to tighten your belt and conserve where you can.
Go the speed limit. The faster the vehicle is moving, the more fuel you're burning. So if you decrease your freeway speeds by 5 to 10 miles per hour, you can actually increase your fuel economy by up to 14%.
And with a holiday weekend coming up, many travelers are trying to decide if going on a trip is worth it, as they do their best to pinch every penny.
You have to travel, yes. You know, you have to economize. You know what I'm saying? You gotta, you know, you have to compromise things that you used to have, you can't have.
I definitely drive less. I had to switch some things up at work too. I don't want to drive as much. I don't want to do as much. Nobody can afford it out here.
And if you're thinking it may be better to fly, think again. Ticket prices for air travel also continue to climb. Marianne Rafferty, Fox News.
Thanks, Marianne, for that report. So moving right along with other top stories, the military is now getting involved in the push to get baby formula back on store shelves. Now, the extended shortage is creating a dire situation for many new parents. Fox News correspondent Steve Harrigan explains why.
Huge pallets loaded Saturday at Ramstein Air Force Base in Germany. They're not carrying military supplies, but instead thousands of pounds of baby formula, soon to be loaded onto planes and flown to the U.S. as part of Operation Fly Formula.
We moved a lot of vaccines for Operation Warp Speed. Baby formula, this is probably a new one for us, but we're here to help. You can depend on us, and when you need us, we're there for you.
The first shipments set to fly out on Sunday after President Biden invoked the Defense Production Act to address the shortage. More than 1.5 million bottles soon on their way to store shelves in the U.S. That delivery cannot come quickly enough for parents, many of whom have run out of solutions to feed their children.
I haven't seen any on the shelves. I have a cousin who works for Walgreens, and he hasn't seen this one come in weeks. So it's been pretty difficult for us to navigate now that we're literally on our last can.
Most babies start eating solid food at around 6 months. The shortage forcing this new mom to make the switch ahead of schedule.
It just helps keep her, you know, a little fuller when I'm not trying to ration her milk, but it's helping.
Just 4 companies produce around 90% of all baby formula in the U.S. In February, one of the largest, Abbott Nutrition, was shut down while investigators addressed contamination concerns. That Abbott plant is expected to be back up and running next week. In Atlanta, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
Now to the latest when it comes to the war on Ukraine. Despite some signs that Russia's invasion of Ukraine is not faring well as well as Moscow had hoped, the cost on the ground has been catastrophic for some cities, including one small town near the capital of Kiev that's been nearly wiped out by the relentless airstrikes. Fox News correspondent Greg Palcott has that story.
Fighting is raging in the east while Russia claims a big victory. It looks like that heroic 3-month siege of Ukrainian defenders at that Mariupol steel mill is over. Russia saying 2,500 fighters have surrendered and it's conquered the city using brutal warfare. We saw an example of that not far from here. Take a look.
It's called the most destroyed town in the Kiev region. Civilian residences in Borodanka hit indiscriminately by bombs dropped from Russian planes. Sadly, it could be a preview of what more Ukrainian towns face.
Most of the wreckage done came from low-flying Russian fighter jets. The ruins still evident. 90% of buildings in the center damaged or destroyed. Whole chunks of apartment blocks gouged away. It was mostly bloodthirsty carnage, according to an advisor to the town's mayor. There was no reason for this town to be bombed, he said. There were no strategic targets, no military here. Dead and injured in the hundreds. Only a third of the residents have returned. It was frightening, this man tells us. And this woman says, fighting back tears, it was very bad. They were commanding us. It was not like life. With Russia's plans in tatters, the pros say this is Moscow's playbook from now on. Total destruction, as Ukraine struggles to defend.
Right now, yes. In east and southeast of Ukraine, a lot of towns and cities are destroyed completely.
Ukraine also expressed appreciation for President Biden signing into law on the road that $40 billion Ukraine aid package. Much needed. In Kiev, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
Now turning our attention to the latest medical news, United States health officials are monitoring a number of new cases of the virus known as monkeypox, as you see here. Now, while it's not as contagious as COVID-19, doctors want to prevent the current outbreak from getting any worse. Fox News correspondent Steve Harrigan is in Atlanta with that story.
One caution, some of the images of monkeypox are graphic. The CDC issued a warning on Friday to physicians across the country to be on the lookout for symptoms of monkeypox. It's a virus that begins as a rash. It then turns to bumps filled with pus Ordinarily, the course runs from 2 to 4 weeks with flu-like symptoms, aches, pains, and fever. It's sort of a weaker version of smallpox. Ordinarily, it's confined to West Africa, but this year something different is happening. At least 70 confirmed cases in Europe, 2 in the U.S., and doctors here say those numbers are expected to grow.
And that's because this monkeypox outbreak is a little bit unusual. It's not something that is attributable to contact with an infected animal or travel to an endemic region, but it's something that's spreading through social networks. And because it lacks some of those prior epidemiological characteristics, we may miss cases. Cases may have the opportunity to spread, and that's likely going to cause more cases to be found in the coming days and weeks.
Monkeypox is a virus, but it is very different than COVID. It is harder to transmit. It generally requires close physical contact or bodily fluids to transmit. What's unusual about it this time is that it's often being spread person to person with no direct contact to Africa. Right now, there is no treatment for monkeypox. If there is an outbreak, it's generally considered that smallpox vaccines will be used to slow that outbreak. In Atlanta, Steve Harrigan, Fox News. One caution, some of the images of monkeypox are graphic. The CDC issued a warning on Friday to physicians across the country to be on the lookout for symptoms of monkeypox. It's a virus that...
Graphic images indeed of these monkeypox outbreaks. Let's move right along to the latest when it comes to immigration.
The pandemic policy that immediately deports migrants at the southern border without a chance to seek asylum.
I think everyone's probably breathing a sigh of relief, because what we know is that Title 42 is really the only thing that's keeping that border in any kind of check, right?
The Trump administration put the policy in place in March of 2020 on the grounds of preventing the spread of COVID. President Biden was set to lift the restriction on Monday, but 24 states challenged him in court. Friday night, a judge in Louisiana ruled the policy will stay in place while litigation continues. Border Patrol agents apprehended more than 234,000 migrants at the southern border last month, the most ever recorded.
And you ask any Border Patrol agent, they will tell you they need a resounding policy to stop the flow of illegals coming across the border.
The White House said in a statement it would follow the judge's ruling, but added the authority to set public health policy nationally should rest with the Centers for Disease Control, not with a single district court. The Congressional Hispanic Caucus called the ruling outrageous.
Utilizing this very mean-spirited policy to turn away women and children that are seeking help from our country is absolutely inhumane and wrong.
Department of Justice officials plan to appeal the ruling. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
And that is just one of the many key subjects that's being discussed here at home while President Biden is away on his first visit as president to Asia. We'll have more on what President Biden's agenda is when we return. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 7:17 here on the East Coast. You know, let's go ahead and take a Live Now look. Actually, let's take a look back. President Biden and the president of South Korea, as you see here, walking up to the podiums. Now, this took place about 24 hours ago. We have the president joining the South Korean president, speaking on a number of foreign affairs topics. But most importantly, the United States and South Korea are agreeing to expand joint military operations, while a number of issues are taking place here at home. But for now, let's go ahead and listen into this full announcement from President Biden.
First, President Yoon Suk-yeol of the Republic of Korea will take the floor.
Mr. President Biden, it is my honor to welcome you to the Republic of Korea. At this summit, we shared the goal of developing the ROK-US alliance into a global, comprehensive strategic alliance. And we discussed relevant actions to that end. Moreover, we engaged in a candid conversation, building friendship and trust. Today, I also realized that President Biden and I see eye to eye on so many fronts. Over the past 69 years, the ROK-US alliance has evolved into the linchpin of peace and prosperity in the region. Now, a long-standing mission of denuclearizing North Korea, as well as the COVID-19 crisis, shifting trade order, supply chain realignment, climate change, democracy in crisis, and numerous other new challenges confront our alliance. These challenges can be tackled only when countries sharing the universal values of liberal democracy and human rights come together. The ROK-US alliance sets an exemplary model of such solidarity. Korea and the U.S., as global, comprehensive strategic allies, stand ready to meet these challenges collectively and shape a rules-based order in that process. These aspirations that President Biden and I share are well reflected in the joint statement we're adopting today. In the negotiations leading up to the joint statement, our two countries' deputies have exhibited trust and partnership, which I note with appreciation. A sustainable peace on the Korean Peninsula is underpinned by a principled and consistent policy towards North Korea. In lockstep coordination with the Biden administration, I commit to resolutely safeguard peace on the Korean Peninsula and encourage North Korea to come forward for dialogue and engage in practical cooperation. I will exert diplomatic endeavors to that end. We, as the leaders of the two countries, reiterated our common goal of the complete denuclearization of the DPRK. There is no compromise for security. Under this shared belief, we concurred that strong deterrence against North Korea is paramount. President Biden affirmed the ironclad U.S. commitment to the defense of the Republic of Korea and substantive extended deterrence. At the same time, our two countries hope to see North Korea take the path towards genuine denuclearization. Together with the community of nations, we pledge to spare no diplomatic efforts to that end. UN Security Council resolutions will also be faithfully and fully implemented together with other countries. The door to dialogue remains open. If North Korea genuinely embarks upon denuclearization in partnership with the international community, I am prepared to present an audacious plan that will vastly strengthen its economy and improve the quality of life for its people. Currently, North Korea is struggling with the COVID-19 crisis. Putting aside political and military considerations, I am more than willing to provide assistance from humanitarian and human rights perspectives. I call on North Korea to respond to this proposal positively and begin taking practical steps towards denuclearization.
We live in an era where economy is security, and security in turn is economy. Supply chain disruptions resulting from a change in global security order are directly linked to the lives of our people. To adapt to the new reality, the ROK-US alliance must also evolve further. Not just with words, but with actions, we should ceaselessly strive to deliver real benefits that can impact the peoples of our two countries. President Biden and I, in the field of semiconductors, batteries, civil nuclear power, space development, cyberspace, and other emerging industries, agree to step up our practical cooperation. Market shocks stemming from a shifting international order will also be actively addressed through our collective response. And as a first step, our offices of the President will launch an economic security dialogue so that in supply chains, advanced science and technology, and other areas of economic security, our two countries can have timely communication and cooperation. An orderly and well-functioning foreign exchange market is crucial to sustainable growth and financial stability. To that end, President Biden and I decided to engage in even closer consultation. For advanced reactors and small modular reactors development and export promotion, our two countries' civil nuclear industries committed to work together. Moreover, our two nations, with regard to the defense industry now emerging as a future growth engine, concurred to initiate discussions on a reciprocal defense procurement agreement that can be likened to an FTA in the defense sector. Korea, amid the ravages of war, achieved a remarkable growth with the help of the United States and the wider international community. The world now recognizes us as an advanced democracy, the 10th largest economy, and a cultural powerhouse. We stand ready to proactively fulfill the role expected of us by the international community to honor our responsibility and commitment. The Indo-Pacific is a region important to both our countries. Our two nations will work in concert to build a rules-based order in the Indo-Pacific. And taking that first step is to participate in the Indo-Pacific economic framework. With a view to expanding our contributions and roles in the region, we will also work to formulate a relevant strategy. Our two countries, in response to immediate global challenges, will pursue even closer coordination. A tragedy brought on by Russia's invasion of Ukraine must be resolved swiftly so that the people can return to their peaceful, normal lives. To that end, Korea and the United States decided to cooperate vigorously with the international community. Building on the KORUS Global Vaccine Partnership, Korea will actively join the global fight against COVID-19. A Global Health Security Coordinating Office will be established in Seoul as a way to contribute to sustainable global health security. In addressing the existential threat to humanity posed by climate change, our two countries will endeavor to achieve our 2030 greenhouse gas reduction targets and 2050 net zero emission goals through even greater coordination. The friendship and trust I have forged with President Biden today will pave the way for further reinforcing our bilateral partnership for a new era. Towards this goal, I hope our two countries will engage in frequent communication and close consultation with each other. Thank you. Next, we're going to invite the President of the United States for his statement.
Thank you for all the time you gave me today, particularly our private conversations, and the incredible hospitality and welcome we've received. I'm honored to be able to meet you so early in your tenure. And it's a pleasure to get you know personally. Hi, I'm delighted to be back in your beautiful country, and at a time when the alliance between the Republic of Korea and the United States has never been stronger, more vibrant, or I might add, more vital. And I believe that this trip is coming at a particularly interesting moment because we're seeing so many expectations in Asia and the broader Indo-Pacific region being updated. I'm looking forward to it even occurring more. My administration is pursuing an economic strategy designed to grow our economy from the bottom up and the middle out, and it's paying dividends. Even in the face of historic economic challenges, our economy is providing and proving to be resilient. In fact, just yesterday, an independent analysis projected that the American economy is poised to grow at a faster rate than China, and the Chinese economy, for the first time in 45 years, since 1976. And our relationship with our allies, including, I'm proud to say, the Republic of Korea, are closer than they've ever been, and our people are growing even closer as we speak. Our businesses are blazing new trails together, and it all goes to my core belief, something I've said for a long time. It's never a good bet to bet against the United States of America. We're a nation that is all about one thing: possibilities, endless possibilities. And that optimism is a commitment and innovation for breaking barriers is something that Koreans and Americans share. Yesterday, the President and I visited a factory where Korea and American innovation are working in tandem to produce the most advanced semiconductors in the world. And I welcome the billions of dollars of investment that Korean companies like Samsung are making in the United States. Investments that will bring our two countries even closer together, cooperating even more closely than we already do, and help strengthen our supply chains, secure them against shocks, and give our economies a competitive edge. Today, President Yoon and I discussed a broad range of issues, as he's mentioned today. I apologize for repeating them, in both regional and global terms. The cooperation between the Republic of Korea and the United States is vital to our shared strategic progress. At least we both believe that. From fighting this pandemic to strengthening global health security, health systems, and so that we can better be prepared for the next major global health event, and there will be others. From increasing our climate ambitions to accelerating climate solutions, like development of electric vehicles, from standing up to for our shared democratic values, and defending a rule-based international order against threats and stability. Our alliance is making important contributions to shape the future for our children. And Korea's strong and its dynamic economy is a powerful example of that for the rest of the world. I also want to thank the peoples of Korea for their strong support for the people of Ukraine. Putin's war against Ukraine isn't just a matter for Europe. It's an attack on democracy and the core international principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And the Republic of Korea and the United States are standing together, part of a global response with our allies and partners around the world to condemn Russia's flagrant violations of international law and to hold Russia accountable and to support the people of Ukraine. Tomorrow, the President and I will be visiting with the Korean and American troops who are still serving side by side even today, decades after our troops first fought valiantly together to preserve the freedom of the Republic of Korea. It's emblematic of our strength and our continuing strength, and of the durability of our alliance and our readiness to take on all threats together. And today, President Yoon and I committed to strengthening our close engagement and work together to take on challenges of regional security, including addressing the threat posed by the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, by further strengthening our deterrence posture and working toward a complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, as the President has already spoken to. Promoting stability across the Taiwan Straits as well, and ensuring freedom of navigation, including in the South China Sea and beyond. So thank you again, Mr. President, for your warm welcome, for your commitment to strengthening our alliance, and for expanding our global partnership. I look forward to years to come. Now, I believe, who asked the first question?
Now we're going to open the floor for questions and answers. The presidents of the two countries will be designated a person that will be asking questions. Now we'll be taking a question from a Korean journalist who will be posing a question to the Korean president. So please raise your hand and the president will designate a person for the question.
Thank you for this opportunity to pose a question. My name is Han Jiung from Yonhap News Agency. First, regarding the concept of economic security, a number of Koreans find the concept pretty unfamiliar.
So what are the benefits the Korean economy can gain from the economic security cooperation? What are the real benefits that can be experienced by the Korean people? And in addition to that, you talked about universal values, solidarity, and alliance. And you very much underscore that point. But if there are, for example, countries that cannot share those values, for example, strong export regulations or controls that the United States is imposing on other countries, do you think you can take a resort to those measures as well? As you may be very well aware, economic security is probably something that you have already heard and seen through various newspaper channels. Let's say, for example, this is directly related to the livelihoods of our people and important industrial goods. For them to be produced, for example, let's say that we're trying to produce a car, that you need system as semiconductors. And for example, we had urea or water issues recently. And so these are materials that are critically needed for our daily lives as well as our industrial production. And to secure stability in the supply chain is very much and directly related to the lives of the people as well as the national economy. And this is in turn related to the national security as well as military security. And in the past, we had the WTO system that brought countries together to form a free and universal trading order, but due to the COVID-19 pandemic and the formation of the blocks in the market, we see permanent risks when it comes to the supply chain. So it is very important to stabilize the supply chain, and especially our two countries, the United States and Korea, we share the values of democracy and human rights. And among the like-minded countries, they share the values. It would be important to stabilize the supply chain. That is why we need to deal with the issue of economic security. The NSCs of the offices of the president are given that authority to deal with this issue. And for example, if there are any difficult issues to be resolved, then the two countries will be engaged in closer cooperation for economic security. And we decided to pursue this goal going forward. And in addition, if you look at the financial market or the foreign exchange market, there could be possible shocks. And when that happens, the two countries can step in to help with each other. And also related to the military security and also economic security. Especially in relation to the export of defense items, what the two countries hope to do is to initiate the negotiations in this area so that we can pave the way for promoting our cooperation in the specific fields. This is not just cooperation in terms of words or empty words, empty promises. It is going to be an alliance that takes action together, and we decided to evolve our alliance even further. And the United States and Korea we advocate democracy, human rights, and freedom. And even those countries that are not sharing those specific values, for the world peace, of course, we're not trying to exclude them in the process, but we want these countries to be embraced in these universal values. So especially we want to start this close solidarity and cooperation among the like-minded countries and countries that share the values. Now we'll take the question from the American journalist who will be posing questions to the American president. Please raise your hand.
Trevor Honeycutt.
Thank you. First of all, President Yoon, your joint statement mentions a number of initiatives that you'll be taking on the security front, but it doesn't mention whether you asked the president for nuclear bombers, submarines, or aircraft carriers. Are those of interest to you, and do you expect that the president will be deploying them? And for you, President Biden, there's no mention in the joint statement about whether there would be any preconditions for you meeting with North Korea's Kim or providing vaccines to North Korea. And so I wanted to see if there are any preconditions for that. And then ahead of your meetings in Tokyo, I understand that they will be asking for you to consider rejoining the TPP that was negotiated by President Obama. Could you talk a little bit about your thinking about whether this Indo-Pacific economic framework can lead to a bigger trade deal in the region? Thank you.
Would you like me to go first? The answer with regard to would I provide vaccines for North Korea? Would I prepare to meet? The answer is yes. We've offered vaccines, not only to North Korea, but to China as well. And we're prepared to do that immediately. We've gotten no response. With regard to whether I would meet with the leader of North Korea, that would depend on whether he was sincere and whether it was serious. What was the other question you asked me?
There's room for a broader trade deal to come out of the Indo-Pacific economic framework. We understand that Japan and others would like you to reconsider joining.
Well, I think what you're going to see is what we're talking about in terms of this arrangement we're discussing now. It's quite significant, and what we're talking about is, as was pointed out, an economic strategy that for the entire Indo-Pacific region. And it's working in critical areas in the supply chain, not just in semiconductors, but a range of other products as well. Semiconductors, which is we've already discussed a little bit. Infrastructure and making sure we make available the capacity to provide modern infrastructure to many of the countries in the region who may not have the capacity. 3, a digital economy, dealing with cybersecurity standards and sharing major standards of data access based on the boundaries within trust, and that needs to be done in our view, as well as clean and renewable environment, clean energy technologies, a global minimum tax on the tax side of the equation, just like we recently negotiated, and deal with establishing Foreign Practices Act effect internationally. All that's quite broad, and it is separate from and also semi-inclusive of what TPP was about. So this is the objective that I have in mind, we have in mind at the front end here.
A journalist from the U.S. posed me a question regarding extended deterrence. Let me address that question. Every day we're seeing North Korea advancing its nuclear and missile capabilities, and President Biden and I shared grave concerns, and more than anything else, we believe that this is something that merits our utmost attention. President Biden also reiterated and reemphasized his commitment, the U.S. commitment to effective extended deterrence, And at the same time, key to our combined defense capability is the combined military exercises, and we are going to step up our exercises, and we will be coordinating between ourselves regarding the deployment of U.S. strategic military assets. We will take some time in coordinating between ourselves, and regarding the cyber threats or the threats emanating from North Korea's asymmetrical capabilities, we will continue to consult with one another as to how to counter those threats. And at the same time, we'll reactivate the EDSCG, and we will continue to advance and step up our high-level consultative mechanisms. I hope that I answered your question.
So we're taking questions from Korean journalists and American journalists, but so we'll go back to the Korean journalists. So please keep your question to just one item.
네, 채널 A의 조영민.
I'm Jo Young-min from Channel A. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to pose a question. This is an extension of the previous question. We talked about how to respond to the evolving nuclear threat of North Korea. That you said that you're going to present an action plan to strengthen the effective extended deterrence.
So regarding that action plan, I wonder what kind of specific discussions you had today. Did you see eye to eye on this action plan? In the past, when it came to extended deterrence, we just talked about a nuclear umbrella. That was what I thought about extended deterrence in the past. But beyond that, there could be many other aspects, including fighters, bombers, and missile. So regarding the timely deployment of such strategic assets, we did engage in the discussions today, and going forward, I believe that there will be more concrete discussions between our two sides. That was our agreement, and it will be between our NSCs. And also, as I already stated in the course of answering the question from the U.S. journalist, in order to prepare against a possible nuclear attack, our two countries' combined military exercises, I believe, should be stepped up in many aspects. We had that discussion. Thank you.
We're going back to the American journalists, posing questions to the American president. This is going to be the last question, so please keep your question to just one item.
Sung Min, Washington Post.
Mr. President. You are here in the region to promote the United States economic cooperation with South Korea and Japan, but the two countries have been locked in a trade dispute on top of their bilateral relationship deteriorating for a number of reasons over in recent years. So what kind of a role would the United States play here in resolving those and other disputes so that your administration can further your goal of bolstering your economic alliance with the region? And then I have a question for President Yoon.
You only get one. Protecting it. The answer is that we discussed that in generic terms. The fact is that I'll be going from here to Tokyo and discussing this as well. I think it's critically important that we have a very close trilateral relationship, including economically as well as militarily. And I think you'll see that there are ways to deal with some of the trade barriers that were placed, some of which, by the way, were placed by my predecessor, which we're looking at very closely right now. So I think there's a lot of room to move. In addition to that, if you know, I think you covered the fact that I spent a lot of time with the ASEAN nations, as well as the Quartet. There's a whole range. Things have changed. There is a sense among the democracies in the Pacific that there's a need to cooperate much more closely, not just militarily, but in terms of economically and politically. And so we talked at some length about the need for us to make this larger than just the United States, Japan, and Korea, but to the entire Pacific and the South Pacific and the Indo-Pacific. And I think this is an opportunity. You've heard me say it 100 times. I'm sorry to the American press to repeat it. But I really do think we're at an inflection point in world history. Things are changing so rapidly. I think you're seeing that you're going to see more of. This is going to be a competition between democracies and autocracies. And I mean that sincerely. And unfortunately, I think I'm being proven to be correct, not just here, but around the world. And again, we talked at length about this is not only just regional, but it's also a global alliance, in effect, of how we're going to respond. And I don't mean a formal written alliance, but for example, if you notice, Korea and Japan have both stepped up and support Ukraine. You find that in the Quad is supporting Ukraine. So there's a whole range of things that affect whether or not democracies can be sustained in the midst of this incredible change that's taking place. We both agreed that it could and should be, and that together we can play a major part in having that done. Thank you. Appreciate it.
대통령님 반갑습니다.
이상으로 공동 기자회견을 추가하십니다.
Your cabinet nominees are overwhelmingly male. South Korea consistently ranks low among developed countries on professional advancement of women, and you yourself during your presidential campaign proposed abolishing the Ministry of Gender Equality. What role should a leading world economy like South Korea play in improving the representation and advancement of women, and what will you and your administration do to improve the state of gender equality in this country?
If you look at the public official sector, especially the ministers in the cabinet, we really didn't see a lot of women advancing to that position thus far. Probably in various regions, equal opportunities were not fully ensured for women.
And that was the latest from President Biden, along with the presidents of South Korea, speaking on their military goals. The two countries agreeing to expand joint military operations and saying that the alliance between the United States and South Korea is greater and better than ever. The time is now 7:50 a.m. here on the East Coast. Let's take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Well, the Biden administration hit a setback here at home when it comes to Title 42. That law that prevented migrants from entering the country as a COVID-19 preventative measure, a federal judge in Louisiana has blocked it from ending. Live Now from Fox's Daytona Everett is explaining all of the details.
And former U.S. diplomat Brett Bruin. Brett, thanks for being with us here on this Friday evening. We are getting some responses and reaction from the Biden administration about this movement with Title 42. Feels like Biden kind of pointing fingers towards the CDC and saying, why can't this be officially banned and taken away if they say it's okay? What are your thoughts?
Well, part of the problem that the Biden administration has had is a procedural one, and that's what the courts are saying is that essentially the CDC didn't run through the proper procedures with some of these in order to make that argument. On the other hand, however, the Biden administration has struggled to come up with a plan for how they're both going to stem illegal immigration into the country, as well as to deal with, if they were to open up, as the reports suggested, there could be a flow of up to 80% increase in the number of migrants that we had coming across the border. What are we going to do with them? Obviously, we're also dealing with a surge in COVID cases. So all of this creates a very difficult scenario. And let's not forget, Daytona, we've got Latin American leaders coming to the U.S. in just a couple of weeks for the Summit of the Americas.
And so you're kind of edging into that. What do you think that conversation will be with those leaders amid so many talks about border crossings, about foreign policy and relations with Mexico?
Well, they're frustrated because I think, the Biden administration, while they came in, and I had friends still at the State Department who were working both in Latin America and on Latin American issues, they felt like the Biden administration came in and started issuing some of these executive orders without fully appreciating some of the realities on the ground. And we saw the surge of migrants working their way up through Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, and up to the border. And then they were left to try to grapple with all of those people that had gathered at our doorstep. I think the real issue right now is one of how are we going to put in place a plan so that when we reopen to a normal set of operations, we're able to deal with this in a much better way. And I haven't heard that much from the Biden administration, at least not publicly.
Mm-hmm. So what you're saying is maybe it's not so bad that this decision was made, that this ban of Title 42 was blocked, because there's not really any other plan in place from the administration.
There isn't for the moment. Yeah, despite Vice President Kamala Harris's efforts to try and rally countries, companies to do more to disincentivize those migrants from coming up from what they call that northern triangle of South America. It's not worked, and we still have, despite obviously a pretty firm closure of our border, lots of migrants that are making that perilous journey. We've got to find a new way of dealing with that, and I think, quite frankly, it's going to require more resources. Unfortunately, we got a lot of resources going over to Ukraine. The president at the moment is in Asia, and our own, neighborhood has just not gotten the attention it needs.
Right. We've got reporters down there speaking with the migrants and speaking with Border Patrol, and it doesn't seem like there's a slowdown on their end. There's really a miscommunication between migrants that are coming across, asylum seekers. They have no idea what's going on with Title 42, and they don't really care. Is there a way that we can change that communication and make it very apparent that this is still in place and the border is closed?
Well, this is the inherent conflict in how the Biden administration has approached the issue of immigration. On the one hand, they want to soften the tone. They want to appear to take a different tack from President Trump. On the other hand, they've obviously got the issue that, even the slightest softening of the rhetoric and the policy leads to this just flow of immigrants up towards the border. So I think what we really need is just a clear, simple communications and a plan of how are we going to deal with this situation, because oscillating back and forth has just, quite frankly, worsened matters.
Well, we now know that the Justice Department does plan to appeal this. Do you think that that is probable? Do you think Title 42 is here to stay? Where do you think this is going to go?
Well, I think they will appeal it, and I think ultimately it will be relaxed. But until then, we ought to see the administration really put an emphasis on getting the right resources in place, putting in place, look, they still have control of both houses of Congress.
Live now from Fox's Daytona Everett, getting us all caught up when it comes to Title 42. Right now, let's switch gears. We have our news partners over at Fox 26 Houston beginning their live segment called What's Your Point?, examining top stories in major news and political headlines. Let's go ahead and listen in raw and unfiltered.
Very public claim she's the target of a political vendetta executed by Harris County's chief prosecutor. I'm Greg Grugan, and welcome to What's Your Point, where our panelists call it like they see it. Let's greet them. Starting us off, Charles Blaine, founder of Urban Reform. Next up, longtime super neighborhood leader Tamara Bell. In the 3 spot, well-known attorney and conservative commentator Gary Polland. Batting cleanup, Marcus Davis, highly regarded restaurateur and host of Fish, Grits, and Politics. And closing us out, writer, educator, and Chicano activist Tony Diaz. Let's begin. $5 a gallon, maybe $6. That's the very real prospect facing everyday Texans already paying significantly more for just about everything. Of course, you don't have to own a doctorate in economics to figure out the pain of sky-high fuel prices is cascading into everything else. Both Target and Walmart say they've struggled to raise the prices of their goods fast enough to match the surging cost of transportation. Can you say worsening inflation? Plenty of blame to go around here, starting with warmongering Vladimir Putin. But President Joe Biden's anti-fossil fuel messaging and rush to renewables certainly contributed. Panel, hard bottom line here is refineries are cranking at full capacity and still can't produce enough gas and diesel to meet demand. In other words, get used to it for a while. I'm going to start with you, Marcus Davis. This has got to be hitting the business.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Marcus, I think your mic's muted. Let me get. Okay, Gary Polland, pick up where I asked Marcus Davis. Is this hurting folks?
It's hurting everybody. And look, and this argument is all the excuses that Biden has used. Here's whose fault it is. It's the American Rescue Plan, the $1.7 trillion mostly paid for by deficit spending, which means the Fed created the dollars out of nowhere. These stupid ideas that this administration has come up with has fanned the flames of inflation. Gasoline, this is the most anti-energy administration we've had in decades. Look what they've done. He comes in, he jawbones that we want to get rid of fossil fuels. He closes the Keystone XL pipeline, and it goes on and on. We canceled leases in the Gulf of Mexico and Alaska. So what happens? Well, the supply has gone down. But the most important thing they did was jawbone the energy industries into saying we need to get away from fossil fuels. So here's the mistake. Is it a good goal to go forward and go with alternative energy? Absolutely. We need more of everything. So this administration needs to switch their position, kind of like what Bill Clinton did when he was president, and now go all in to produce fossil fuels so we can get these prices down. Otherwise, they're not going down. I expect prices to reach over $6 a gallon this summer, which hurts working people unbelievably bad. And by the way, it also portends a terrible election in November for the Democrats, because that's where the fault lies.
Tamara Bell, you hearing about high gas prices in the neighborhoods?
Yes, and let me tell you, so since you said it starts with the American Rescue Plan, in 2020, when the pandemic hit and the oil industry got, for the first time, felt what we felt for years, because they wasn't clocking dollars every second, because wasn't nobody driving and wasn't nobody moving. So they had all this abundance of fuel and nobody was using it. So they didn't claw back production because there was no demand worldwide. This wasn't a one country, one place. This was worldwide that the use stopped. So they changed and modified. And so now they're not ready to get back into where they were. And you add that on top of the fact that we already have not recovered from the supply demand, which is ridiculous as hell that we still going through this. I mean it. You can get a text message to China in a millisecond. You gonna tell me there are no other methods that they can use to get production up? Absolutely. And the fact that the U.S. offshore damn near everything is why we are in the situation we are. So that needs to be corrected as well, because this whole thing with the prices skyrocketing, and on top of that, you got baby formula. Baby, you cannot get milk for your... This is going to cost the Democrats big time in November.
Charles Bladen, the reality is if you have any type of commute in the Houston area, you may work an hour and a half of your day just to pay for your fuel cost. What's your take on this?
Yeah, I mean, it's middle-class families who are hurt the worst. They have a bigger share of their income that is going to fuel prices. But there are also other real-world consequences. I don't know if you guys saw, but earlier this weekend, it was reported that the city of Houston maxed out its gas card, and that fleet, HPD, HFD, the solid waste and other city vehicles couldn't use the city's vendor for gas. They had to rely on the city-owned facilities because gas prices increased so rapidly that they hit their max before paying the next bill, the next invoice due on the bill. And so we're having like real-world consequences for this. And what's even worse than that is that I read an article late last week from our local newspaper that said gas prices are going up. Instead of hoping they go back down, go buy an electric vehicle. So what they're saying to people who cannot afford $5 a gallon gas is to go buy a $50,000 electric vehicle, because that's a realistic solution for middle-class families. So it is ridiculous when you see solutions like that when we're dealing with real issues on a day-to-day basis.
All right, Tony, what's your take?
Well, I think what's key here is that a terrible dictator like Putin has weaponized fossil fuels. He's done it now. This is a sign for any tyrant that can use this attack to bring America to its knees. If they can somehow manipulate global fossil fuel supplies by whatever tricks are at their disposal to bring it to $12 a gallon, we need to imagine we're in a World War II mentality and fight back by getting off of fossil fuels, which I think the Biden administration planted the seeds for that by passing the infrastructure bill, which had elements of that. And I'm going to remind folks, Trump didn't do that. It was a bipartisan bill where people came together to say, how can we build up the country? There's elements that start working towards the electronic cars. It's not perfect yet, but that's the only way we're going to get there. Otherwise, this is not even war. Putin, without firing one bullet, can bring America to its knees because we're addicted to fossil fuels. We got to get off that trip.
Because we're not energy independent anymore.
Okay, I'm going to go back to Marcus. Marcus, do we have you?
Yes, you do. You do have me, and I want to comment on some of this partisan goopla that's causing part of our problem. But let me speak to the small businesses and shout out to all the entrepreneurs and small business folks out there that have jumped out of the frying pan and into the fire, leaving 2 years of the pandemic with reduced sales and restrictions on sales, and moving into the highest labor cost in the history of business for some, the highest food costs, and now this gas that is just outrageous. We've been through this before in 2006, 7, the final years of President Bush, the early years of President Obama, and it was horrific for small businesses. So I would encourage you to understand that this will have an impact on the bottom line of small businesses. It'll have an impact on the people that they employ. It'll have an impact on the programs that they support. We've got to make sure we shore it up. And shame on Congress for not passing the Restaurant Revitalization Act in the midst of a pandemic, in the midst of high gas prices, and you reject money for businesses that have struggled.
Got to leave it there. Still to come. Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo lashing out, claiming she and her staff are victims of a political vendetta. In our Sunday survey, we're asking viewers if they believe the ongoing corruption investigation of Hidalgo's administration is justified. You can vote on our website at fox26houston.com. Just click on poll at the top or use our news app and tell Fox 26 what you think. But up next, city leaders in Austin launch an experimental guaranteed income program for economically challenged citizens. Will the helping hand be productive or just another brand of welfare? Social experiment is underway. Taxpayers in the capital city are funding a pilot guaranteed income program. 85 families in need will get a monthly $1,000 check to insulate their households against rising prices and potential foreclosure or eviction. A California firm has been picked to administer the program, and they claim that the benefits help low-income recipients boost savings and reduce debt. Panel, what do you think? A justifiable helping hand or a very slippery slope? Starting with you, Charles Blaine.
It's a slippery slope. So I've been watching this for 18 months. This started in Stockton, California, and now more than 30 cities have done it. It started with economically disadvantaged people. Now they're doing guaranteed basic income for artists, for teenagers, for all these other groups that they've selected. And the thing is, this is an income somewhere between $1,000 and $1,500 a month that doesn't have a work requirement, that doesn't have anything other than self-reporting, and there's nothing else tied to it. So say you're making $30,000 a year getting this income. So that's going to bring you to about $42,000 a year. If you get a job offer for $45,000, you're not going to take that because you're going to lose this income and be taxed on that income. So it discourages people from seeking better employment. So it's a slippery slope, and I wish we could stop it.
Tony, good idea, bad idea?
I think it's fair and just because $85,000 a month is nothing compared to all the corporate welfare that these major companies are lobbying for and getting. One quick example. Have you been to Austin, Texas? The prices there are insane, from gentrification, cost of homes, cost of rents. When I go visit, you think you're going to New York because you're paying New York prices for rooms in Texas. The prices are out of control. I'm happy to see this as a counterbalance to all this gentrification, which is big bucks taking over the law and pushing people out.
Oh, Gary, teed up for you.
It's ridiculous. And, think about this. They got 75 or 85 people they're going to pick. This is like picking winners and losers, like winning the lottery. I mean, how do we know who qualifies, who doesn't, and where does it begin and where does it end? This is absurd. And by the way, Charles is absolutely right. It's going to discourage people from working, kind of what we had during COVID, where people were getting all this extra unemployment. Why go back to work? I mean, I'd rather just stay home. I don't need to work. It's an idiotic idea. They've lost their minds in Austin. Are there no other priorities for Austin than this? Come on, man.
30 seconds for you tomorrow.
I agree with what y'all said, because as you all know, I've had job fairs trying to get people to work, and they get into that mind. I'm going to tell you, that entitlement mentality is going to be the death of this country. Don't nobody owe you a damn thing. You need to get your butt up and go to work. And Charles said it, if you can stay at home and get 42, why go to work and get 45? Okay?
All right, we're going to leave it right there. Come back and talk to Marcus in overtime on this. When we come back, Harris County's top elected official now claiming she's being persecuted by a vindictive prosecutor. The question now, are voters buying what she's selling?
not okay to pursue a political vendetta, a political exercise under the guise of a criminal investigation.
Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo very publicly declaring that she and her inner circle are the target of a prosecutorial witch hunt perpetrated by District Attorney and fellow Democrat Kim Ogg. As you may remember, a grand jury has returned felony indictments against Hidalgo's chief of staff and 2 others in connection with an $11 million bid rigging scandal. Rights political analyst Mark Jones believes Hidalgo's aggressive defense is a calculated strategy.
She wants to lay the playing field so when and if she's indicted, she can say, hey, I've been saying for a long time that this is all politically motivated.
In a counter-punching statement, Kim Ogg said, the criminal justice process is not a debate, it is not theater, it is the search for truth and the place for accountability under the law. We will try this case like every other criminal case in a court of law before a jury appears, and we will look to them for a fair outcome. Panel, what is your point? Marcus, you've been watching this.
Yeah, and I want to say that Judge Lena is absolutely correct. It is not right to go after someone criminally for political motives. That is an absolute correct statement. However, I don't know that that's what this is, right? I don't know that that's what this is. I don't know that this is politically motivated. I don't know who the political players are that are being the puppeteers to move this. Anybody that wanted to move her out of office had the opportunity in the primary when they had an able-bodied candidate in the Democratic primary. Both Democrats and Republicans had the opportunity to move the judge along, but yet they did not do it, right? So I agree that it's wrong to do that. I don't know that this is the case, and I'm hoping that it's not, and I'm hoping that justice will prevail at the end of the day.
Tamara Bell's been cranked up on this one all week.
Yes. The lady doth protest too much, methinks. That's from Billy Shakespeare in Hamlet. That only shows how guilty your ass is. That's what that shows. Because let me tell you, like Marcus says, I don't know if this is political theater or not, but let me tell you, no DA is going to bring a case like this against an elected official's office unless they making sure they got all their ducks in line. I promise you that. So look, don't be saying all this. And this is Trump 101. Fake news. Call it fake news. Call it fake news till they believe you having the blues. Baby, you got this wrong. This is not fake news. You sound like an idiot wrapped in a moron.
Oh. Tony Diaz, you've been watching this unfold. Is this the right strategy for Lena?
Well, I tell you what, I think the world of Kim Ogg, I think the world of Lena Hidalgo, and if we're just talking politics, Lena Hidalgo is going to win. She's the incumbent for county judge. She will win that seat again. And the only reason she can talk about this sort of politically based attack is because Democrats still have shame about being indicted. On the flip side, on the Republican side, they have no shame about being indicted. That's why Ken Paxton, who's been indicted for ages, can just flaunt that, doesn't care about that. The other thing that's really fascinating to me too is that Democrats still shy away from these sort of things versus on the Republican side, you've got Texas elected officials, incumbents, who have actually tried to overturn fair elections, including the election of Biden. So Democrats still have shame. It's a shame that they're fighting each other.
All right, we have a criminal attorney on our panel. Gary Pollan, take it away. Leave a little time for Charles.
If Lena wants to get advice, and I've heard she's gotten this advice from her lawyers, you should not be talking about the case. The fact is, at this point, she hasn't been indicted. There's a new grand jury that's been in panel. New grand juries come in every couple of months, and there's a monumental amount of information that the DA's office, my sources tell me, has accumulated and is reviewing. I do anticipate she'll be indicted, and I think that trying the case in the media is not the way to go. I think that they gave information, and her lawyers, when they met with the Chronicle, gave information the DA's office was not aware of. So they're basically compromising the ability to defend Lena. But in terms of how this affects her, it's going to adversely affect her. This story is not going away. And the interesting thing that one of the old adages in politics, Greg, is if you're explaining, you're losing. So she's explaining, and she's going to lose.
Charles Blaine, final 45 seconds.
I want to go on Tony's Democrats have shame because they clearly do not, but I'm not going to go and focus on that. I'm going to talk about Lena's because I do think that this was a wise political move for her. Like Gary said, she has not yet been indicted. If and when she is, she won't be able to speak as freely. So she might as well use this time now to try to get her narrative out there and try to get her message out there. And that's exactly what she's doing. And like Mark Jones said, she's setting it up so that if indictment comes, she's already led people to believe that it's going to be political anyway. I think it's a smart strategy for her. I think as a taxpayer, as a government watchdog, I hate to see it, and I hate that we even have to have this discussion, but I think for her, she's setting herself up pretty nicely. And if I have some more time, I'm going to go on that shame, because Tony, y'all reelected Ron Reynolds while he was in jail. Lena Hidalgo kept these people on her
Donald
staff
Trump.
after they've been indicted.
Donald Trump. That's all I need to say. Donald Trump. Grab them by the blank. Insurrection? You tried to overthrow the government? I mean, that's like...
All right. We got more show to come. Up next, changing the rules of the game. How and why a move to declare a Houston neighborhood historic has folks who live there up in arms. Imagine, if you will, residing in a home on a fixed income and forces beyond your control make the decision to designate your neighborhood as historic, forever changing the manner in which you can renovate or repair your own house. Turns out this scenario is not imaginary and is happening as we speak in Houston's Riverside area in the heart of 3rd Ward, but not without a fight. Panel, no surprise our Tomorrow Bell is in the thick of it. I start with her.
Let me tell you all something. You all need to pay attention if you live in Houston, because this right here is frightening. In this Riverside Civic Association, an applicant who owns 5 properties on one street put in for a historic district. He had the choice of putting in only his properties, but he put in that whole area. The first map that they sent out, they had to change it because people fought against it. The ordinance says you cannot change a map until after the vote, but the city changed it before. The second map they put forth, it failed. The city changed it again a third time. And now in that area, you have over 3 people who do not want this in there, and you have only a handful of people who want this. This is a problem because when we went to city council, we let the city know that you are required to notify the civic club. The civic club was never notified, and all while we were speaking, that horseshoe kept telling us, this is good for y'all. This is really good for y'all. You need to do this because you'll keep out clubs, bars, and all that. That's a lie. You won't keep out nothing because the Riverside Civic is a perfect example. It protects the structure and the integrity of the architectural year in which the building was built, not the use. They can put a bar, they can put a club, they can put a strip club, whatever they want in there. This is not right. You will not be able to repair your home, fix your home, or even sell it to who you want to without them getting involved. And this is a criminal act if you don't comply. A minimum of $50 a day, up to $500 a day, and it's a misdemeanor. This is why we fight it.
I just threw the flag, technical foul. Okay, Charles Blaine, you follow this issue. Does tomorrow have a point?
Yeah, she definitely does. I'm going to speak quick and give it her time back. She wanted to show her map. She didn't do it. I don't know what happened. But you know, the thing is, every time you watch city council, this seems to happen where residents come from a community and they feel that they are not listened to when it comes to an issue. When it came to the ION at Rice, you had a lot of people testifying that they weren't being listened to with what they wanted to see. And the same thing here, you have a bulk of citizens saying they do not want this in this area, so why not listen to those citizens? But tomorrow, if you wanted my time, you can show your map if you want.
I'm going to go back to Tony. Tony, this could happen to a lot of Hispanic communities on the east side that are being gentrified.
Right.
Well, this is happening to Latino communities in Austin. So I think we need to take a look at Austin, where you've got developers that are planning at 10 to 15-year clips. In other words, we need to not only look at the fine print, but we need to know what the exit plan is, the later plans are. Because if you look in Austin, you got all these old Latino neighborhoods that have been gentrified, or they have a little spot of land, and right next to it, you got major restaurants, hotels, etc. So go through the fine print. Even in the condos, there's little laws that say if they can or cannot be Airbnbs, because that's the new racket. So I think it's very important for the community to get all the experts they can to really protect the community cultural capital.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Coming up, Buffalo, unhinged, homicidal bigotry, and those who preach replacement theory for personal and political gain. What force of evil transforms a reportedly quiet teenager from a small town in the Susquehanna Valley into a violent white supremacist willing to walk into a grocery store and slaughter 10 innocent people for no reason other than the color of their skin? The horror of what happened in Buffalo is hard to think about, much less talk about, but I like to believe every week on this show we endeavor to discuss the hard stuff. Panel, we have all heard some version of replacement theory from American politicians who dabble dangerously around its edges. I go to you, Marcus Davis. Your thoughts?
My thoughts are, where did we get this idea of a transformation? I'm lost on that. And this narrative, we never see a black kid from Chicago who shoots this, that, and the third. Oh, he was so peaceful and he transformed into this. This only comes with the privilege of white, right? How do we have this idea that, oh, he was a good boy and then all of a sudden he transformed? There is no evidence of that. Additionally, when does quiet equal good and not evil? The Unabomber was quiet. He did not, he was not loud. Jeffrey Dahmer was quiet. This idea of, oh, they were once innocent and now all of a sudden they just did a little thing. This is how we ended up with January 6th, where we have these people that we say, oh, they were just good people that all of a sudden did a little something. No, they meant there was a coup that tried to take over the United States government.
Garbage.
Had they been brown, had they been Muslim, they would have been taken up on charges higher than this, such as sedition and treason. This narrative that we put out about, oh, he was a good little boy turned bad. No, that's not true. And there's no evidence of that.
All right, look, my distant relatives were Irish. There were signs that said, no, Irish need not apply. Gary, this dabbling around the edges of, oh, people are coming here and they're gonna wipe us out and minimize us. Does that worry you?
No, because I don't think anyone who comes to the country legally and comes to the country is fine. The great thing about America is we've been a melting pot and we've gotten some of the best of all cultures that come here. Of course, we have a problem with illegal entry now and it's out of control. But here's the problem we don't talk about. And it's interesting. 2 points. Number one, there's dishonesty in the response. So when the perpetrator is a crazy white racist, we know that he's his race. When they have another color, if you study the major media, they don't tell you what the color is. The Waukesha guy, they don't.
Oh my God!
You check the Waukesha. That's the major media. They don't tell us the race. By the way, the race is really irrelevant. The race is irrelevant, excuse me, because it's about these crazy people with ridiculous ideas who perpetrate these massacres. So we've had all different colors do it in the country. The other thing that goes on is there a serious discussion about what our real problem is. And that doesn't happen. We have the politicians, I'm taking Marcus's hat, they play the blame game. Let's see if we can blame the Republicans. Let's see if we'll blame the Democrats. Instead of talking about what the real crisis in this country is, and it's mental illness. This is every one of these people that were involved in this crazy stuff are mentally ill. And our answer to mental illness today is dumping them on the streets, basically giving no treatment, doing nothing. And we need a serious discussion about that.
Charles Blaine, 30 seconds there. I'm thinking of the subway shooter in New York recently. I think we knew what race he was, but go ahead.
Yeah, we did. I mean, the race is irrelevant when it's a non-racially motivated attack. That's why they don't bring up the race in those instances, because when it is racially motivated, that is important. And the only thing I'll disagree with Marcus about is that, if it was black people who went to the Capitol, they wouldn't have made it in the door. So they wouldn't have had time to get charged with anything. But what's frustrating about this is that the rhetoric has doubled down since this has happened about the great replacement theory, and you see it all over Twitter and elsewhere, and we keep enabling these people. I don't think it's mental illness. I think some people are pure evil and they're racist and they are bad people, and they're not mentally ill because that is a sickness, and a sickness can be addressed, but these people are just evil. And so, this guy, people enable it. There's a New York State assemblyman who fired 3 of his staffers because they wanted him to come out and condemn this action, so he fired them instead. Those kind of people who enable this kind of stuff, they allow it to continue. The people who allow this to go on social media so that other people can see it and replicate it, those are the people that keep enabling this. But it's ultimately up to his parents. What were they doing? Because this was not the first time he had these racist tendencies.
Tony, real quick, this was eerily similar to the guy who went to El Paso. Manifesto, replacement theory. You got 30 seconds.
Well, we'll talk about that supremacist in a second, but I do have to disagree with Gary, because if you're watching the news, if a crime is committed and it happens to be someone Latino, they will mention that they're Latino. If a police officer is killed and he's Latino, they don't say it was a Latino protecting everyone else. That's not mentioned. But I do want to talk about these supremacists, because there's a pattern. There's a pattern. You have supremacists who are watching and taking all these ideas, not in schools. So we need to get off this whole idea of critical race theory. Replacement theory is surrounding a lot of youth who are confused and need models and need help, and instead they are becoming supremacists themselves. That needs to stop.
Got to leave it there. We'll hear from tomorrow and overtime still to come. Just 2 days remain in the Republican battle to face off against Democrat Lena Hidalgo in the fall. We give both contenders a chance to close the deal with voters. But up next, local politicians accepting cash contributions from a corporate polluter. We'll discuss whether Fifth Ward residents should feel in any way betrayed. Cancer in Fifth Ward, there is lots of it. Too much to write off as a matter of chance or some random biological anomaly. Scientists and doctors have identified a vector, creosote contamination, from a rail yard owned by Union Pacific. This week, We learned many of the same elected leaders who have publicly called for cleanup and compensation have also accepted substantial political contributions from the corporate polluter. Reaction from the neighborhoods has been predictable and justified.
It's hurtful. I feel deceived. I feel like they stuck a knife in our back, and I feel like they still turning it slowly but surely.
Fox 26 reported this week Union Pacific contributions accepted by Mayor Sylvester Turner and State Senators Carol Alvarado, Boris Miles, and John Whitmire. Major Republican office holders have also accepted money. Panel all say they stand with the residents of Fifth Ward and will continue to fight for cleanup. Tamar Bell, what's your take on this?
Kathy Buford Daniels, as I said, brought this up. I'm telling you, over 15 years ago, how they've been trying to get some help with this. This is a serious, this is our Flint, Michigan, right in Fifth Ward. I can't think of my little battling sister over there right now, a young girl who reminds me of a mini me who's over there fighting about this right now. This needs to be addressed. And the fact that they're finding out that the people they thought were on their side and helping them have been feeding at the trough of Union Pacific is so disheartening. But let me be clear with y'all, politicians are politicians, baby. That's just the nature of the beast.
Marcus Davis, does this bother you?
It bothers me tremendously. It bothers me that it happened. It bothers me that it's happened for so long. But here's what's equally bothering: that we're surprised. That we're absolutely surprised by this, right? This idea that we have a law in our nation that allows politicians to accept money from the biggest, the baddest, the most outrageous, and that's how we elect our officials. That is how we elect our officials. And then somehow we think that when they go down up to DC or go to Austin or go to City Hall, that they're down there fighting for us. No, they're fighting for the people that wrote the check. It's that plain and simple. And until we stop bickering with one another about whether or not you're a Democrat or Republican and realize that both of them are two wings on the same vicious bird that's flying us over a volcano, and our American democracy is going up into the flames.
All right, Charles Blame, take it from there.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, this is, the Aaron Brockovich story all over. I bet you Hollywood won't be making a movie about what's happening here the way they did with that story. But I think, listen, if the politicians are going to say they stand with that community, then they should either return those contributions or redirect those contributions directly to the people who are living there.
How about resign?
Well, that too, in some meaningful capacity, because if you're going to sit there and stand with people, then you can't deal with both sides in this situation, because there's a clear-cut answer here, and you know who the victims are, and those are the people who need to be supported.
Tony, you disappointed with Carol or any of those other politicians? You got 20 seconds.
Well, I think the same issue needs to be addressed in Manchester, because you've got cancer clusters there that have not been identified. And here's the discussion. That money is so deep and profound. You see those little logos, and I don't want to name the companies. They don't need more attention. Do you see those little logos on little plays, on little nonprofits? You're surrounded by the money and the inconvenience and the smog. If you're on the East End, all those trains constantly, we got to have this talk, and we got to liberate the people. We got to have the people have a big voice.
Leaving it there. Up next, the Republican battle to take on Lena Hidalgo in the fall. The candidates are teed up and ready to make their final pitch on the other side of this break.
strengthening or establishing
Welcome back. I'm Greg Grugan. On Tuesday, Republicans will decide who will face Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo in the fall, Vidal Martinez or Alexandra Mealer. We've offered both contenders the opportunity to make their case one last time to voters who are either wavering or undecided.
Well, I'd say right now we all know what the problems are that we're facing in Harris County. We don't just have a problem with crime, we have absolute lawlessness. We're not ready for the next storm. You know, we've not seen the investment in our infrastructure, and we've seen a loss of moral character. You know, Harris County was known for being a meritocracy, and our local government should reflect that as well. And we need leaders that represent those skills. And so why you should be considering me is I can actually fix these problems. And I'm not the only one that thinks so. I have the overwhelming support of law enforcement. Every significant law enforcement group has endorsed my campaign. I'm the only person with county officials, people that have actually done this job, weighing in, whether it's Commissioner Ramsey, former Commissioner Steve Raddick, or former Harris County Judge John Lindsay. So the answers are clear. It's really who do you trust to get this job done. And if you look at my background, you know, I have served in a combat zone, I've led complex organizations, and I understand what fiscal conservatism means. You can see it in my oil and gas finance background. So hope to earn that opportunity to restore this office to what it should be and actually lead our county with integrity and respect. Thank you.
I'm the only person. I think this county is in a crisis right now, and part of it is this criminal crisis that we're in, both at the catch and release, and I'm the only one that's been a federal prosecutor and knows how to prosecute cases and keep criminals in jail. I'm also going to stop this decarceration and defund law enforcement program. So I'm going to fund the police, and I'm going to fund the DA so that we can get rid of this 135,000 backlog. This crime wave that we're experiencing is unprecedented, and it calls for an unprecedented person with experience that can lead us out of this mess that we're in. Then the corruption. I'm going to get rid of these contracts and these vendor contracts, take a 4-year look back, and then incompetence. I'm going to actually do the flood bonds the way that we contracted with the public, and I'm going to get our $8 billion for I-45 expansion and build it the way that we promised over the last 20 years. So this case is about crime, corruption, and incompetence, and I look forward to being the executive. I've been here 47 years. I've been in every single role that we have, especially emergency management when I was a port commissioner, or I was on the board of the Methodist Hospital with our medical center underwater. I'm the experienced leader. I've been here 47 years. Both of my other opponents have been here less than 6 years, and I think I'm the person to lead us out of this.
Before we go to our discussion, we have results from our Sunday survey. 100% of those responding say the criminal investigation of the Hidalgo administration is justified. I'm going to go to you, Gary Pollan. Who has the edge here in this Republican runoff?
You know, interesting, if you look at the history of runoffs, Greg, it often is unpredictable because it all depends on turnout. The turnout's going to be lower than it was in the first round, so which campaign does a better job of turning out their base? Alexandra was leading in the first round by a couple of percentage points, and she's had a very active campaign, but so is Martinez. And so I actually think it could go either way. And I can say this to be sure, either of them would be a better choice over the accidental county judge, Lena Hidalgo. And I'm looking forward to one of them getting elected in November.
Charles Bland, you've been following this race closely. What's your take?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a question that Alex is going to pull this off on Tuesday. You talk to all these grassroots folks, precinct chairs, everybody else, it seems as though they are all with her. One of the things that I find interesting from the piece you just ran is that she's talking about her ideas and her plans and her experience, and we hear from the other candidate nothing but buzzwords and just keep hearing repeated buzzwords that try to get Republican primary voters activated. Another thing that frustrates me is that he mentions, oh, they've only been here 6 years, as though the length of time that you've been here should indicate how little or how good leadership you have. Well, guess what? Our county judge hasn't been there that long, but she won, and she won over someone who had been here with decades of experience. And also that message that he sends is signaling to the 3,800 people who move to Texas each week that they are not welcome to be involved because they're new here. So I'm excited to see Alex win on Tuesday. There's no doubt that she's going to pull this off. If you talk to any Republican primary voter, they seem well in line with her. And so I'm excited about it. And I take personal offense to the fact that he attacks people who are recently here, and that he attacks people whose family members might have political disagreements with them, because as we know, he attacked our grandfather for being an alleged communist. And as someone whose parents are Democrats and whose grandparents are Democrats, I take issue with that attack as well. So
tell us how you really feel, Charles.
Okay, hey, just a few seconds here. Yeah. Tony, these are both Latinos. Are you going to give them a look? A good look?
Are they? I don't know, Greg. I haven't heard them say they're proud to be Latino. Haven't heard them talk about any Latino issues. I haven't heard them say that.
All right, we got to go to break. We can talk about it later.
Supremacy.
Tony,
when we come back, billions of Harvey relief dollars just sitting in the bank, helping no one. The latest chapter in government malfeasance is on our table, so stick around. Nearly 5 years have passed since Hurricane Harvey crushed our community under 40 inches of torrential rainfall. Our U.S. Congress responded by appropriating billions of dollars for relief and remediation against future storms, and yet, in what can only be seen as a textbook example of destructive partisanship and governmental dysfunction, much of that relief money remains undistributed. This week, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development ruled that the Texas General Land Office, which administers the federal aid, has discriminated against minority residents by denying aid to the hardest hit areas, namely Houston and Harris County. Panel, the fighting and the waiting continues as we enter yet another dangerous storm season. Tamara Bell, what do you think of this?
This is appalling. I'm not kidding, because as I said about the Riverside community, you still got people whose homes have not been fixed because of Harvey, because they had lower insurance, didn't know that their property was worth as much as it was worth because daddy died. So mama just going paying the policy that's there and could have been eligible for this help, but couldn't get it because they holding the money back. This makes no sense because we are in the heart of hurricane season. You talking about people who still ain't fixed their house from the freeze either, and they still having these issues. Why are you holding on to this money? This makes no sense. I don't even care if GLO administers it and gets it to Houston. It's no excuse for just holding on to it. There is none. That is inhumane to do that.
Gary Paul, this is like a perfect example of dysfunction junction. Agreed?
I agree, and I agree with you and Tamara. This is outrageous, and I know there's a lack of trust with the ability of the city of Houston to properly administer. But Tamara's absolutely right. That's no excuse not to administer it do it yourself. Yeah. Have it done. But there are people that have needs, and it is crazy that we're years from the hurricane, and the money's just sitting there and not helping anybody. Just stupid. And that's why people get frustrated with government, and why Marcus bitches about both parties. There's a prime example of two-party incompetence.
All right, we're going to leave it right there. Stay with us. We will continue to talk about the Harvey relief funds Harris County residents should have gotten long ago, but have yet to see nearly 5 years after the storm. Welcome back as we continue our discussion of the government debacle, which is the ongoing failure to get billions of dollars of relief to those hurt most by Hurricane Harvey nearly 5 years ago. I'm going straight to you, Marcus Davis. You got to be shaking your head.
I am shaking my head because this is a travesty. This is a complete disconnect. How do you sit in an office where you know resources are there and you see people hurting from such a travesty 5 years ago and you do nothing about it? This has to be a combination of incompetence, partisan politics, and just straight up corruption. Because I believe somebody's playing with that money somehow, some way.
Tony, is the system broken?
System's broken. I want to remind folks that at the federal level, HUD dinged George P. Bush, who's running for office, for coming up with policies that were unfair to Black families and Latino families. And I have not forgotten when he cut out Harris County from those relief funds as well. And additionally, he added counties that were far away from where all the danger hit hardest into the whole pool of money, making it harder for our communities to apply for that money. Unfair, unjust. He needs to be voted out for whatever he runs for.
Okay, Charles, 20 seconds.
I have to agree with Tony, but yes, he gave Harris County and Houston initially $0, and HUD said, and I quote, that they use scoring criteria that substantially and predictably disadvantage Black and Hispanic residents. And so if there's one reason not to support him for Attorney General, I think you found it.
All right,
but he
we'll
did
leave
it for
there.
personal benefit.
Okay, thanks for joining us. The conversation continues on a national level next with Fox News Sunday. And we'll keep talking here with Watch Your Point Overtimer, bringing in Sue Lovell, streaming on Fox26Houston.com and on our Facebook page. We've got breaking news. From all of us here, have a safe and healthy week.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now just after 9 a.m. here on the East Coast, bringing you all these international images from Geneva, Switzerland. We have the World Health Organization holding their first in-person assembly since the start of COVID-19, speaking on the threat of other global health concerns. Let's go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
And in many indirect ways. Over 6 million deaths were attributed to coronavirus in the last 2 years. The pandemic has been a severe disruption to health systems, economies, and for society worldwide. Its consequences affected the progress in health-related targets in SDGs and undermined the overall health of world population. Mental health remains a particular concern, and new generations have been seriously impacted. The resilience and preparedness of the national health systems have been seriously challenged. In Croatia, during the first COVID-19 pandemic wave, the devastating earthquakes further stretched the health system. The COVID-19 pandemic has also highlighted profound weakness in the global governance of health. Inadequate preparation, coordination, and accountability hampered the collective response of nations at each stage. It highlighted the need for a stronger and more inclusive health emergency preparedness, response, and resilience architecture, and has revealed deep inequalities in the global ecosystem. We should build a stronger and more inclusive global health architecture to mitigate the health and socioeconomic damage of the ongoing challenges and to prepare for the next major global threat to health. Allow me at this point to thank the Director General, Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus, for tremendous efforts of the WHO and his personal efforts in handling the pandemic. In this context, Croatia fully supports the WHO leading and central role in this process and its role at the heart of the new global health architecture. Predictable and sustainable financing is fundamental for fulfilling WHO core mandate with its independence, technical expertise, Croatia considered the establishing legal standards for assuring compliance is a fundamental part of an effective multilateral cooperative response. This is why Croatia is actively advocating for the Pandemic Preparedness and Response Agreement. I would like to add my voice in calling for continuous focus on better preparedness. This week, a report by the WHO panel came out with serious conclusion that the governments around the world are no better prepared today to address a new global disease threat than they were prepared just before the coronavirus outbreak began in late 2019. Excellencies, if there This 75th World Health Assembly is a historic opportunity that we have to make a difference by taking right, responsible, and determined decisions. Thank you all. Good health to all.
Thank you, Excellency. I understand His Excellency, the President of Croatia, will have to attend to an urgent matter and will therefore seek leave of us. We thank him for his participation. Thank you. I have the honor to now invite the President of Dominican Republic, His Excellency President Luis Abinader Corona, to give his remarks.
Honorable
Distinguished Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus, Director General of the World Health Organization. Distinguished Mr. Wegman, the President of the 74th World Health Assembly. Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government and Vice Presidents, here present, and who are also joining us virtually. Distinguished Heads of Delegation of the Member States of this organization. Ladies and gentlemen, for me, it's a true honor to address this distinguished assembly on behalf of the Dominican people, both to congratulate your efforts in this so difficult time, as to encourage the continuation of your work in favor of universal solutions. I would like to thank the World Health Organization, and particularly its Director, Dr. Ghebreyesus, for your invitation to share with you our experience of facing the pandemic and to express the recognition of leadership of our country in the fight against COVID-19. At a time in which the pandemic caused by COVID-19 is still ongoing, and at the time of a terrible action of war affecting global peace, we welcome that this assembly is taking place under the initiative that the Director General has designated Peace for Health and Health for Peace. Following 2 years of a pandemic which has tested humanity and all of its institutions, this meeting is an historic opportunity to strengthen universal architecture for security and health. The toll of victims of this disease is counted in millions. They no longer have an identity, they have become a statistic. However, the legacy of those lost can never be forgotten. Now, even with almost all restrictions lifted, as this organization states well, we must stay alert, take care, and keep our guard high in this changing and constantly adapting world. In the Dominican Republic, we have learned that flexibility in decision-making has been decisive to win some of the battles in this health war. We have therefore taken a decided step to ensure interventions in vaccination, the administration of innovative medicines, and the swift confinement based on local knowledge of our doctors and on our prior research. We are moving forward, extending our vaccination program, issuing a third dose. A cross-cutting decision, which without any doubt has been fundamental for ensuring that we have not exceeded an overall fatality rate of 0.75, one of the lowest in the world. The lessons learned from the pandemic open up the way for a new international pact in favor of global governance in health. Governance which must be built upon solidarity, both in the dissemination of knowledge, in technologies, in more adequate public policies for risk management and the management of health threats, as well as equitable access to therapeutics and vaccines that are currently available. We understand that as part of the tragedy which has shaken our nations, governments have had to prioritize their populations and guarantee immediate access to the most effective solution available, vaccines. But here, at this assembly, we must review our criteria of solidarity, committing going forward to the right to health of all citizens of the world, regardless of where they live. It is necessary that we reassess the criteria and mechanisms on the basis of which we provide access to developing countries to the essential inputs to allow them to continue to progress in eradicating the pandemic and to attenuate its impact domestically. The Dominican Republic, in view of this reality and despite its limited resources, has decided to make donations of vaccines to other countries of the region, always motivated by the solidarity which defines all Dominicans. Here we would like to highlight that the socialization of knowledge, of research, and of efforts to innovate with new strategies, technologies, and new therapeutic molecules to fight against COVID-19 will contribute to the exponential development of our fight against this pathogen, as well as against future threats and pandemics. And looking forward to the future, we have entered into dialogue with other countries of the region to pool our most distinguished researchers in a cutting-edge laboratory which will allow us to investigate, research, and develop our own vaccines. Allow me to share with great pride our national experience, how we have faced the challenges raised by the pandemic, its impact, good practices, and the important results achieved. We have managed to be a country open to the world, with one of the lowest fatality rates on the planet. This is born not out of chance or a turn of fate, but rather rigorous, well-planned, responsive policy, and thanks to our healthcare professionals, to whom we are eternally grateful for their work. During this pandemic, to date, we have recorded 581,044 cases, with 576,006 recoveries and 4,377 deaths. To date, we have administered more than 15 million vaccines nationally, guaranteeing a 2-dose vaccination program to almost 6 million people out of a target initial population of 7.8 million. We also have, furthermore, 4 doses of vaccines guaranteed per person of the population for free. All of this has been possible because of the responsible behavior of our citizens, helping civically with the receipt of their doses according to an established vaccination plan, a house-by-house rollout strategy with vaccination points equivalent to 1 per every 5,000 people. The good management of the health emergency has allowed us to recover in our economy at a very high rate, and the World Tourism Organization recently recognized the Dominican Republic as the first country in the world to achieve the full recovery of its tourism following the pandemic. We were also recently declared as a Category 1 country in terms of COVID-19 risk by the Center for Disease Control of the United States, the US CDC. The rollout of the 3rd dose, in which we were pioneers, has allowed us to increase 40-fold the levels of antibodies among the population receiving it, contributing to mitigating the impact of the Delta variant, reducing the number of cases, hospitalizations, and deaths when compared to previous outbreaks from the ancestral Beta and Gamma variants. This process went together with a rigorous clinical study published in an article in the prestigious Nature journal last January, which was lauded by the International Society for Vaccines because of the number of times it served as a reference for studies in other countries. We have strengthened our national laboratory, guaranteeing to everyone that needs it in our country PCR tests with results returned in less than 48 hours, and we rank highly in Latin America in implementing vaccination in children. The Dominican Republic has undertaken the commitment before this organization to decidedly support proposals made to guarantee its sustainable financing. Nationally, our government is proposing to guarantee sustainability of our healthcare system with the efficient and honest management of public resources. For 2022, we have increased our health budget by an amount similar to 0.4% of our GDP. However, we still recognize that this amount is not enough to meet our needs, and we reiterate that any fiscal reform in the Dominican Republic will have, as one of its key objectives, increasing public expenditure in health. I would like to recall the words of the Director General in his inaugural speech in 2017, when he stated that all roads lead to universal health coverage. and only half of the world's inhabitants have access to it. It is therefore necessary to indicate that since we took up office in the government of the Dominican Republic in August 2020, we have included 2.3 million more citizens in basic health insurance through the National Health Service, SENASA. Thanks to this mass inclusion, approximately 98% of the population of the Dominican Republic today have at least basic health insurance coverage. In order to ensure sustainable and lasting peace, it is necessary that we guarantee universal health coverage, and this includes ensuring equitable access, particularly for those countries most in need, to vaccines and health technologies, creating a fund to address future crises. For its part, the Dominican Republic takes up its commitment as a member state of this organization to work together with it for a healthier world, a fairer world, and a world with equal hopes for all. Thank you very much, and I wish you a highly beneficial assembly.
Thank you, Excellency. I have the honor to now invite the President of Botswana, His Excellency President Eric Masaise.
Madam President, Excellencies, Director General, distinguished delegates, allow me at the outset to thank you, Director General, for this opportunity to address the World Health Assembly. I am indeed humbled to be able to share Botswana's health trajectory, particularly in the midst of our efforts to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a severe health and socio-economic impact, disproportionately affecting countries with the least capacity to respond and protect lives and livelihoods. This in addition to being faced with several issues, including worsening poverty, humanitarian crisis, increasing geopolitical instability, and climate issues, among others, which require our collective action and global solidarity. First and foremost, our collective experience from the COVID-19 pandemic has exposed glaring inequities and inequality, both within communities and between nation states, with low and middle income countries experiencing a disproportionate impact of the pandemic. Regrettably, there was lack of global solidarity, particularly during early period of the pandemic. This was evident both at the decision-making on medical products such as vaccines and personal protective wear, as well as resource allocation to combat the pandemic. This resulted in preventable loss of lives and disruption of quality essential health services. This will undoubtedly affect the recovery process, stall and in some cases regress achievements towards attaining the Sustainable Development Goals. Madam President, Excellencies, it should be recognized that universal health coverage implies that all people have access without discrimination to affordable quality health services, without exposure to financial hardship, and with special emphasis on the poor, the vulnerable, and marginalized segments of the population. This holistic framing of responses to health issues in public policy underscores the determination and willingness to safeguard the national economies while striving to protect the lives and livelihoods of their constituents. To this end, post the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic, Botswana acknowledges the changing global trends that require strengthening our health systems to achieve universal health coverage as a means of attaining the Sustainable Development Goals. It will be recalled that at the 2019 political declaration of high-level meeting on universal health coverage, member states pledged to, and I quote, enhance emergency health preparedness and response systems, as well as strengthen capacities at national, regional, and international levels, including to mitigate the impact of climate change and natural disasters on health, end quote. I further recall our commitment in the Africa region through the Abuja Declaration for the governments to ensure that at least 15% of national budgets is allocated to health. Having recognized the interplay between health and development, Botswana affirmed its commitment and accordingly aligned its strategies to the health in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. These include our 11th National Development Plan, which runs from April 2017 to March 2023, and the draft 12th National Development Plan, and our National Long-Term Vision 2036. Madam President, Excellencies, in my National Reset Agenda, I have committed as a first priority to save Botswana's population from COVID-19 through the implementation of life-saving programs that include a successful and timely vaccination program. To date, 69% of the total population of Botswana has received at least one dose of the COVID-19 vaccine offered in the country. The proportion of the fully vaccinated is at 61%, out of whom 37% have received their booster dose. We believe that we are on track to attaining the 70% coverage fully vaccinated of the entire population by July of 2022 to achieve the World Health Organization target. Furthermore, as a developing nation with a high HIV/AIDS burden, in December 2021, Botswana received a Silver Tier Award for the from the World Health Organization for path to elimination to mother-to-child transmission of HIV. This makes us the first high-burden country in the world to attain this certification. This achievement came from recommendations from the Global Vaccination Committee, setting us on course towards a gold tier of both HIV and syphilis by 2024. It should be noted that this is against the backdrop of the country having surpassed the set global UNAIDS targets of 1990 with a resounding achievement of 93, 97, and 98, as per our National Behavioral AIDS Impact Survey, BIAS 5, of 2021. We continue to be on the path to eliminate malaria, having sustained a low incidence rate of below 1 per 1,000 population in the last 5 years. Through the WHO Global Malaria Program of E2025 initiative, Botswana is one of the countries that are fully committed to malaria elimination by 2025. I am proud to share with this assembly today that we are aligned to the WHO Global Non-Communicable Diseases Action Plan of 2013-2020. Our parliament passed the Tobacco Control Bill, which I assented to in October 2021. The Tobacco Control Act of 2021 is part of our commitment to strengthening the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control while protecting the nation against harmful effects of tobacco use and smoke. Madam President and Your Excellencies, despite the successes as an upper middle income country, we continue to experience challenges that negatively impact on our progress. These include limited access to safe medicinal products, research and development, challenges of availability of essential list drugs, inability to attract and retain quality and skilled health personnel, among others. Against this backdrop, I am therefore pleased to report to this assembly that my government has partnered with Nant Works, Nant, Botswana, to establish a vaccine manufacturing facility in the country. And through our local health regulatory authority, has approved the manufacturing of Botswana's first COVID-19 vaccine. I also wish to implore the Assembly that we strengthen collaboration with CEPI and UNITED to support local and regional manufacturing initiatives. Consistent with the National Smart Bot Strategy that aims to drive national digitalization agenda, we have also established innovative digital platforms that can actively participate in the global platforms with timely quality data to support health surveillance, research, and security together with our academic institutions. Madam President, Excellencies, given our collective goal to recover equitably from this pandemic, and in recognition of the constraints of preparedness and response to a global pandemic, Botswana fully supports the elaboration of an international legal instrument under the auspices of WHO. This new instrument should seek to build on the experiences and lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic, with special attention to addressing the needs and priorities of developing, least developed countries and countries facing humanitarian crises. The legal instrument, the international legal instrument, should therefore address the need to access vaccines and therapeutics in a timely and equitable manner, including scaling up of national and regional manufacturing capacity through advancing and acceleration of research and development, as well as mechanisms for facilitating technology transfer and removal of intellectual property barriers. There is also a need for this instrument to have accountability mechanisms, including having regard to the WHO guidance in terms of travel and trade. You will recall that in November 2021, when Botswana and South Africa first identified and reported a new variant of the SARS-CoV-2, otherwise known as Omicron, some member states immediately imposed travel and flight restrictions on several Southern African countries. This was a very unfortunate knee-jerk reaction against us and against good quality ethical science. The treaty should therefore seek to give incentive for timely and transparent reporting by reinforcing the obligations of member states. It should also emphasize agreement on unbiased and evidence-based travel regulation that is anchored on the principles of solidarity, transparency, cooperation, inclusiveness, and equity. An effective response to the global pandemic also requires adequate, predictable, and sustainable financing. As such, there is need to capacitate and strengthen the WHO to enable it to fulfill its mandate. Botswana, therefore, appreciates the progress member states have made on the agreement to increase their assessed contributions to the WHO. This is an opportune time to adequately finance the WHO to enable to act as the leading authority in global health governance and demonstrate our collective action and commitment. In line with the position of the Africa region, Botswana also welcomes and supports the proposal to increase assessed contributions to 50% of the budget by 2028 to 2029 to WHO. Furthermore, I wish to appeal to developed countries and donors to reduce the earmarking on voluntary contributions, which has the advantage of enabling the organization to address its broad priorities and enable it to provide adequate leadership and technical support to countries. Madam President, Excellencies, before I conclude, I wish to note that Botswana, in her capacity as a WHO Executive Board member, participated in the nomination of Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus at the 150th board meeting in January of this year. Dr. Tedros has shown great leadership at the helm of the organization, most importantly, when the world is facing one of the hardest and unprecedented health and socioeconomic crises in modern time. My government believes that the reappointment of Dr. Tedros will afford him the opportunity to continue to lead the organization and complete the mandate of the 13th General Program of Work, GPW 13, as extended to 2025, including its triple billion targets set for WHO to support us in realizing the SDG 3 by 2025. I warmly invite member states, therefore, to, like Botswana, support Dr. Tedros for the post of Director General of WHO. I thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I now have the honor to invite the Vice President of Ecuador, His Excellency Alfredo Enrique Borrero Vega, to make his statement.
Excelentísimo.
Your Excellency, Dr. Tedros, Director General of the WHO. Your Excellencies, representatives of brother countries. Ladies and gentlemen, Ministers of Health. Ladies and gentlemen, representatives of all states participating in this World Health Assembly. I'd like to extend to you a heartfelt greeting to you as a doctor and currently as the Vice President of the Republic of Ecuador. We do not worry about what we have done, but we worry about what we have stopped doing, and we focus on what we are to do. Health is not time-bound in nature. I'd like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude and recognition to the Pan American Health Organization and all those who are among its member states on the occasion of its 120th anniversary. We have many reasons to be proud. And we must and do celebrate over those many years of service, important efforts and achievements made in favor of public health. Thank you to the organization for its leadership and its commitment. The entire world is facing multi-dimensional crises and increasing conflicts. The increasingly acute cry for help on our climate, and the heavy shocks of a pandemic which is ongoing. These have posed many and new challenges. The need to strengthen dialogue and an obligation for change toward a new era for public health in our world. This era must be defined by a different international architecture, by concerted and creative action, changing the course of our history, and seeing us take up the obligation to protect future generations. This architecture is now more than ever essential. We have to reconnect. We have to stand united, and we must ensure social justice. Sustainability and solidarity will serve as a guide for all of our nations. This architecture must be built upon three fundamental pillars. First and foremost, it will be crucial that we engage in global peace-building efforts. Peace is the foundational value for balance in our society, for the mitigation of human suffering. As rightly stated by the slogan of this assembly, the first in-person meeting held since 2019, we need peace for health. And just the same, we need health for peace. This is an expression of recognition of the sensitive and interdependent nexus between peace, security, development, and health. Health and peace have many implications and reach far in impacting welfare both individually and collectively. Guaranteeing it is our task. Secondly, strengthening health systems, and with that, building capacity for preparedness and for response, cultivating resilience faced with pandemics. In order to build this resilience and to ensure greater capacity, and in order to ensure robust global governance faced with health emergencies, we must continue forward with this process under the auspices of a new general agreement which is currently under negotiation and which allows the adequate interpretation and application of and compliance with international health regulations. But this strengthening of capacity also requires significant strengthening of international cooperation. With that cooperation, we will improve our systems for alert, for surveillance, for the dissemination and exchange of information, and then we will ensure the proper research, and we will produce and distribute countermeasures, among others. This must be an architecture which brings renewed dynamism and underpins an ethical imperative, a moral and development-oriented obligation, that of universal health coverage. Access without any discrimination to comprehensive health services. Services that are adequate, timely, high quality, and needs-based. This is a task for us all, and it is a fundamental one. We will only achieve success if welfare is an unequivocal condition for all, but in particular for those most vulnerable and most marginalized. And to achieve that, we need to look and listen attentively and responsibly to what lies at the heart of the needs of families and the communities that are the most remote and most in need. Efforts will be required in many areas to achieve this, and one of those will be the promotion of equitable access to high-quality surgical interventions. These are certainly complex challenges, but there is a lot that we can do to make that difference. And we can achieve this, but only together with a spirit of solidarity and cooperation. These struggles require time, and they require staunch political, financial, and social commitments, which remain sustained over time. It is fundamental that we work together as a team to ensure the adequate identification, prioritization, and mobilization of human, technical, and financial resources. Here, it is important to mention the relevance of making progress with commitments allowing us to contribute to financial sustainability of this new World Health Architecture and the organization that unites us around it. It is impossible to not recognize the serious economic difficulties that many member states are facing. These weaknesses have been further accentuated by the COVID-19 pandemic. However, it is also impossible to overlook the urgent need for healthy investment, sustainable financing, which is flexible and predictable, together with the appropriate reforms in governance in order to achieve a true impact and the results that this context requires in favor of global health and, of course, in favor of peace. However, I am convinced that all those here present, with hope and with deep-rooted commitment, will back this transformation for prosperity. And here it could not be less important to highlight the role and the significant work that the World Health Organization has always done on the front line, making great efforts in favor of health for all. This is the motivation that drives us all together. We look with great optimism to the renewal of the leadership of the Director General. Dr. Tedros, his guidance, his tireless work, and his devotion to service have been essential in order to endure the blows of recent years, and they will be all the more so facing these new challenges to come. If you would allow me, I would put out a call to all member states and to all actors in health here present to once again commit ourselves with a spirit of openness, fairness, and strength in unity. This common goal, with determined endeavour, decisiveness, and fortitude, is within reach. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to invite the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres.
Excellencies, guests, dear colleagues and friends. This year's World Health Assembly arrives at a time when global health continues to be challenged like never before. Climate change and pollution, conflicts, deepening poverty and inequality, stretched and underfunded health systems, and the third year of COVID-19. The pandemic is a stark reminder of the deep connections between human health and the health of our world, and the moral test that humanity is tragically failing because of inequitable access to vaccines and hoarding. But throughout this crisis, the World Health Organization has been a steadfast source of hope and support. The women and men of WHO are not only on the front lines of the COVID-19 response, scaling up vaccinations, testing and treatments, they are leading the battle against other preventable diseases like measles, tuberculosis, typhoid, malaria, cervical cancer, hepatitis, and HIV/AIDS. They are safeguarding access to primary health care, clean water and basic sanitation. Community by community, they are pushing us closer to our goal of universal health coverage for all. And they are gathering the world around preparedness to address and even prevent future pandemics. But across this essential work, WHO needs global support and investment. Sustainable funding is one of the top issues being discussed at this year's Assembly. There is no greater return on investment than health, for people, for economies and jobs, for peace and security, for our planet. Health is hope. So, as you gather for this assembly, I urge you, invest in a healthier future for all. Invest in hope.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. I shall now invite the President of France, His Excellency President Macron, for his remarks.
Madam President of the World Health Assembly, Secretary General of the UN, Director General of WHO, heads of state and government, colleagues, it is an honor for me to be able to address you once again. Together, we have lived through the greatest health challenge in 100 years, and we are not even over that when another crisis emerges, an armed conflict that jeopardizes the very foundations of multilateralism, the system to which we are so committed, and that commitment is shown by our gathering here for the World Health Assembly once again. I wish here to state that France and the EU stand in full solidarity with Ukraine. We condemn in the strongest possible terms the military aggression committed by Russia with the complicity of Belarus. The consequences of the war are devastating in health terms, in human terms, in terms of the destruction of health personnel and health establishments, which should never be targeted. I would like to thank the WHO for what it has done in seeking to preserve in the field, despite the immense difficulties, the right to health for the people of Ukraine. The WHO will discuss the issue this week, and I would call upon all member states to support the resolution put forward by Ukraine. However, this crisis, this war that we are living through today in Ukraine, must not allow us to forget that there are many other emergencies in other parts of the globe, foremost among them the pandemic. You know that France and its European partners are very committed to tackling the consequences of the pandemic. We were involved in launching the ACT Accelerator. We were the first country to give vaccines through the COVAX, and by the end of June we will have made available 120 million doses of vaccine, as I had earlier committed to. France, thus far, is the biggest provider of vaccines throughout the world. We have exported half of our production, and to date, we have been able to deliver to all continents 365 million doses from our own stocks, 90% of that through COVAX. Team Europe has chosen to invest in the future. We have mobilized more than €1 billion to roll out production capacity for vaccines in all parts of the world, and we are working closely with WHO to create technology transfer centres in Africa and other continents. I have been to Rwanda and South Africa discussing these issues, and I've also been in touch with many of my opposite numbers in Africa, including Senegal. The EU has been very constructive also in the stance it has taken within WTO in seeking to facilitate the transfer of licenses during the pandemic in order to ensure that patents can no longer be an obstacle to fair access to pandemic response products. We must ensure that this model is embedded for the long term, and that means changing the way that the big purchasers of health products get their supplies, whether we're talking about Gavi or the Global Fund, because buying local, maintaining production capacity at local level in all continents is in our common interest. And I certainly know that the South African president is very committed to that. Since we're talking about this, just allow me one aside about Unitaid. Unitaid is very much in the forefront of fighting for local level production. Unitaid made it possible for licensing agreements to be reached with Pfizer and Merck in terms of COVID therapeutics through the medicines patent pool. Unitaid has been with us for 15 years now, and I thank you for your support in continuing to allow it to play the unique role that it does. Our collective mobilisation has indeed pushed the pandemic back, but the fight's not over. There still may be a resurgence. There may be new variants. The vaccination rate in a number of countries remains worrisome and cannot provide collective protection if a new wave emerges. We must therefore maintain our efforts, especially by providing support for vaccination campaigns in the field all over the world. I would call upon all governments to bear that in mind. And last week, France announced that it's mobilizing additional resources for the ACT Accelerator, around 100 million euros that can be used this year for COVID vaccination. Generally speaking, the difficulty in rolling out vaccination campaigns reveals the fragility of our health systems. It's time for us to commit further and to invest more in healthcare systems, primary healthcare systems, because that's the best possible way of preparing ourselves for future pandemics. I'm not convinced that this commitment requires a specific instrument. Rather, we need to rethink the way that we work on global health issues and the resources that we provide to governments to deal with these problems through multilateral programs and bilateral assistance. We need to build systems that are much stronger in terms of prevention and healthcare, and that are much more resilient to crisis. We've already seen that many organizations and major financial institutions on the global scene, some of which, like the Global Fund for AIDS, Tuberculosis and Malaria, have recognized this and are indeed resetting the way that they approach these issues. The priority for me is strong support for those organizations, ensuring that their mandates include as a key issue the strengthening of locally based healthcare. But if there's one thing that we also consider to be especially important, it is strengthening the skills of health personnel. There's no point in having infrastructure or vaccines if you don't have people to receive patients and to treat patients. You know that I, alongside the WHO Director General, am very much committed to this, and we're committed to establishing an academy. And that academy will open in Lyon in 2024. The academy will be a global benchmark for training of health personnel. It will provide training through innovative digital technology for learners from all over the world, especially those from the most fragile countries. With this major project, WHO will be providing a very specific and tangible reply to questions asked about training for pandemic preparedness and response, and therefore I call upon everyone to support that initiative. Now, whether we're talking about management of health crisis or ongoing strengthening of health systems, I call you, colleagues, to support WHO to continue to provide the kind of steadfast support that it needs. WHO is the only legitimate institution we have that can guarantee universal health and allow us collectively to find a coordinated, united response to the challenges we face based on solidarity. That's why France has doubled its contributions during this crisis period. I would like to commend the role played by Dr. Tedros in particular. France has put forward his candidacy for a second mandate. We have every confidence in him to continue to transform WHO in the years ahead. Recent months and years have allowed us to get involved in a fascinating conversation about what WHO is and to ensure that global decision makers are really thinking about global public health and pandemic preparedness. Many proposals are on the table, all seeking to strengthen WHO in its role in terms of scientific coordination and standard setting within a One Health approach. We also recognise that it needs more resources, financial resources, greater contributions, resources in terms of access to data, because member states of WHO are responsible for implementing WHO guidance, but also for giving WHO the information it needs to take the right decisions. As well as that, we need the kind of resources that can ensure that we have good global health preparation for emergencies. And this would involve a peer review mechanism. Like any international organization, WHO must guarantee the active involvement of its member states, especially in times of crisis. Therefore, France supports the establishment of a standing committee within the EB to deal with health emergencies. We call for that body to be ambitious so that we can collectively be ready for any emergency that may arise. In order to allow all of these reforms to be embedded in law in future, I favour the adoption under the aegis of WHO of an international legally binding agreement. This would be alongside revision of the IHR so that they can be better adapted to meet the evolving health risks everyone on board in order to ensure that we can conclude all of this work. We need that if we are to have free and open science that is free from any political pressure. We also need effective measures and mechanisms to prevent crisis and respond rapidly to them. We need mechanisms that can allow us to organize ourselves together so that we can deal with crises when they do arise. That's true for this pandemic, but it's also going to be true for anything we may face in the future. Safer world for our children and our children's children. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. With immense pleasure, I shall now invite the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina Wazid.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, Madam President, Excellencies, Mr. Director General, distinguished delegates. I am happy to join you virtually at the 75th World Health Assembly. I thank Mr. Tedros for inviting me. COVID-19 pandemic is still having huge impacts on lives and livelihoods around the world. In Bangladesh, we managed to tackle its threats through a combination of healthcare, fiscal and social safety measures. We announced 20 stimulus packages worth $23 billion, which is about 6.3% of our GDP. We provided cash and other assistance to nearly 40 million vulnerable people. We provided vaccines to our people at free of cost. We managed to contain the pandemic in the most densely populated camps for Myanmar's forcibly displaced Rohingya. My government allocated $1.61 billion for procuring vaccines from our national budget. We also thank our development partners for their donation of COVID-19 vaccines, including through COVAX. Over 100% of our target population has already been vaccinated. We are grateful for the dedicated work of our frontline service providers. We try to stand by our neighboring countries with medicines, PPE, and healthcare workers. We believe that vaccines should be treated as a global public goods. We cannot ensure a sustainable recovery by leaving millions behind in our vaccination efforts. Technology and technical know-how need to be shared to scale up vaccine production in developing countries like Bangladesh. We must work towards including the pandemic treaty for an inclusive and equitable response to future pandemics. Ladies and gentlemen, we must give added attention to climate change impact on disease burden. Bangladesh stands ready to collaborate on medical research, including for neglected tropical diseases. Antimicrobial assistance needs to be addressed in a concerted manner. We must remain focused on non-communicable diseases expanding in developing countries. We need to invest further in research and access for cancer and diabetes treatments. Mental health issues deserve to be addressed as part of our health emergency response. We seek international support in preventing road accidents, drowning, and other public health hazards. I again thank the Government of India and WHO for taking leads on traditional medicine research and standards. Bangladesh remains committed to achieving SDG 3 to promote healthy living for people of all ages. We have been able to take healthcare services to the doorstep of our people through more than 18,000 community clinics and health centers. We are actively working on child nutrition, with marked decline in stunting and wasting between 2007 and 2019. We aim to have 65% birth deliveries by skilled attendants and 50% coverage of 4 antenatal care visits by the end of 2022. Distinguished delegates, WHO remains the most important actor in global health governance. We must provide sustainable financing and allow necessary reforms to enable WHO to support health systems around the world. Bangladesh commits to do its part in line with our priorities for public health and diplomacy. I thank you all.
Thank you, Madam Prime Minister. We would like to sincerely thank all our distinguished guests for their words of encouragement and solidarity. It is my honor to now invite Director General of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros. Director General, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Minister Dangmo, President of the 74th World Health Assembly, Excellency President Kenyatta, and Your Excellency President Masisi, Excellency President Milanovic, Excellency President Abinader, Excellency Vice President Borrero, and also Excellency Federal Councillor Berse, Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends. Before I continue, I'd like to also recognize the video message from President Macron, from Prime Minister Hasina, and from Secretary General Antonio Guterres. It's good to see you. It has been a while. For more than 2 years, technology has allowed us to continue meeting and to continue our work together. But as you also know, there is no substitute for meeting face to face. And I look forward to this week, to our conversations, and to moving ahead on the challenges that confront us all. The COVID-19 pandemic has turned our world upside down. Our world has endured great suffering and endures it still. I know how difficult the last 2 years have been for you and the people we serve together. People have lost their lives, loved ones, and livelihoods. Health systems have been strained to breaking point, and in some cases, beyond. Health workers have labored under extreme circumstances. Some have paid the ultimate price, and we have lost others to stress and depression. Communities have faced great disruptions to their lives, with schools and workplaces closed, and the burden of isolation and anxiety. And you, as governments, have been at the center of the storm, facing multiple challenges to protect both the health and rights of your populations, to give reassuring advice in the face of uncertainty, to counteract misinformation and disinformation, to access vaccines and other tools, and you confronted so much more. I thank all of you for your efforts to protect your communities and to work with the WHO Secretariat and our partners to protect others around the world. More than 2 years into the most severe health crisis in a century, where do we stand is the question. More than 6 million COVID-19 deaths have been reported to WHO. But as you know, our new estimates of excess mortality are much higher, almost 15 million deaths. Reported cases have declined significantly from the peak of the Omicron wave in January of this year. And reported deaths are at their lowest since March 2020. In many countries, all restrictions have been lifted and life looks much like it did before the pandemic. So, is it over? No, it's most certainly not over. I know that's not the message you want to hear, and it's definitely not the message I want to deliver. There is no question we have made progress. Of course, we have made progress. 60% of the world's population is vaccinated, helping to reduce hospitalizations and deaths, allowing health systems to cope and societies to reopen. But it's not over anywhere until it's over everywhere. Reported cases are increasing in almost 70 countries in all regions, and this is in a world in which testing rates have plummeted and reported deaths are rising in my continent, the continent with the lowest vaccination coverage. This virus has surprised us at every turn, a storm that has torn through communities again and again, and we still can't predict its path or its intensity. We lower our guard at our peril. Increasing transmission means more deaths, especially among unvaccinated, and more risk of a new variant emerging. Declining testing and sequencing means we're blinding ourselves to the evolution of the virus. And almost 1 billion people in lower income countries remain unvaccinated. Only 57 countries have vaccinated 70% of their population, almost all of them high-income countries. We must continue to support all countries to reach 70% vaccination coverage as soon as possible, including 100% of those aged over 60, 100% of health workers, and 100% of those with underlying conditions. Vaccine supply has improved, but absorption has not kept pace. In some countries, we see insufficient political commitment to roll out vaccines. This was impacted by the initial lack of political commitment for equity of vaccines, as President Kenyatta said. In some, we see gaps in operational or financial capacity. And in all, we see vaccine hesitancy driven by misinformation and disinformation. WHO's primary focus now is to support countries to turn vaccines into vaccinations as fast as possible. However, we still see supply-side problems for tests and therapeutics with insufficient funds and insufficient access. The pandemic will not magically disappear, but we can end it. We have the knowledge, we have the tools, and science has given us the upper hand. We call on all countries that have not yet reached 70% vaccination coverage to commit to achieve it as soon as possible and to prioritize the vaccination of all health workers, all over 60s, and everyone at increased risk. We call on those countries that have reached 70% to support those that have not. We call on all countries to maintain surveillance and sequencing. We call on all countries to be prepared to reintroduce and adjust public health and social measures as necessary. And we call on all countries to restore essential services as rapidly as possible. And we call on all countries to work with your communities to build trust. But of course, the pandemic is not the only crisis in our world. As we speak, our colleagues around the world are responding to outbreaks of Ebola in DRC, monkeypox and hepatitis of unknown cause, and complex humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan, Ethiopia, Somalia, South Sudan, the Syrian Arab Republic, Ukraine, and Yemen. We face a formidable convergence of disease, drought, famine, and war, fueled by climate change, inequity, and geopolitical rivalry. As you know, this Health Assembly marks the end of my first term as Director General. I'm humbled by the Executive Board's decision to nominate me for a second term. As I have reflected on the past 5 years, I realized they have been bookended by 2 visits to war zones. I made my first trip as Director General to Yemen in July 2017, a country which was and remains mired in civil war. While I was there, I met a mother and her malnourished child who had traveled for hours to reach the health center I was visiting in Sana'a, Yemen. The woman was skin and bone, begging the medical staff for care, but not for herself, for her child. Then, 2 weeks ago, I was in Ukraine, visiting bombed hospitals and meeting health workers. I visited a reception center for refugees in Poland, where I met another mother from the Mariupol area who told me that when the shelling began, her young daughter was very scared. Don't worry, her mother told her. It's just a thunderstorm. It will pass. At our warehouse in Lviv, I held a pediatric crutch that WHO was preparing to deliver, a crutch for children, but a tool that children should only need if they're injured playing sport or climbing trees. Just children being children and hurt, but using the crutch, not if they're hurt by bombs. I met people who have lost loved ones, lost their homes, lost their sense of security, and yet somehow have not lost hope. In both Yemen and Ukraine, and in other countries I have visited in between, during my first term, I saw the profound consequences of conflict for health systems and the people they serve. More even than pandemics, war shakes and shatters the foundations on which previously stable societies stood. It deprives whole communities of essential health services, leaving children at risk of vaccine-preventable diseases. women at increased risk of sexual violence, expectant mothers at risk of an unsafe birth, and people who live with communicable and non-communicable diseases without access to the life-saving services and treatments on which they depend. And it leaves psychological scars that can take years or decades to heal. For me, this is not hypothetical or abstract. It's real, and it's personal. I'm a child war. I'm a child of war. The sound of gunfire and shells whistling through the air, the smell of smoke after they struck, tracer bullets in the night sky, the fear, the pain, the loss. These things have stayed with me throughout my life because I was in the middle of war when I was very young, maybe 10, maybe 11, maybe 9, during that range. Like the mothers I met in Yemen and Ukraine. My mother's concern was to keep me and my sisters and brothers safe. When my mother heard gunfire at night, she would make us sleep under the bed and lay more mattresses on top of that one bed, and all children crammed in under the bed, in the hope we might be protected if a shell fell on our house. I felt that same fear as a parent myself again in 1998, when war returned to Ethiopia and my children had to hide in a bunker to shelter from the bombardment. And that's when I returned from Nottingham, where I was doing my PhD, because I was worried about family and also the rest of the country. Maybe you remember in 1998 what happened. I feel the same pain and loss again now, with war in my homeland once again. Not only a child of war, but following me throughout. But my story is not unique. It's like so many others, the story of a family who did not start the war, who were not responsible for it, but suffered because of it. And all could be centered because of bad governance, lack of leadership. War is bad enough, but it's made worse because it creates the conditions for disease to spread. Indeed, war, hunger, and disease are old friends. In the Napoleonic Wars and the American Civil War, more soldiers died from disease than in battle. It was no coincidence that the 1918 influenza pandemic, the greatest pandemic, coincided with what was then the greatest war the world had known, the First World War. It's no coincidence that the final frontier for eradicating polio is in the most insecure regions of Afghanistan and Pakistan. It's no coincidence that in 2018, the Ebola outbreak in the relatively stable Equator province of DRC took 2 months to control, while the outbreak in the insecure regions of North Kivu and Ituri took 2 years. Where war goes, hunger and disease follow shortly behind. The COVID-19 pandemic did not cause the war in Ukraine, and the war did not cause the pandemic, but they're now intertwined. Until this year, Ukraine was among the countries that was making the most rapid progress toward this universal health coverage. We're deeply concerned about the impact of the war on these gains. Already we have seen many clinics and hospitals closed, health workers displaced, and services disrupted. I visited a hospital in the town of Makariv, west of Kiev. Its inpatient department had been damaged by a missile strike, and its primary care department was completely destroyed. And it's not just Ukraine. So far this year, WHO has verified 373 attacks on health in 14 countries and territories, claiming the lives of 154 health workers and patients and leaving 131 injured. Even WHO is targeted. In 2019, our colleagues, Dr. Richard Muzoko from Cameroon and Belinda Kasongo from DRC were murdered in DRC while working to protect others from Ebola. Attacks on health workers and health facilities are a breach of international humanitarian law. But they're also an assault on the right to health. In Ethiopia, the Syrian Arab Republic, Ukraine, Yemen, and elsewhere, WHO is working in conflict zones to deliver medicines, equipment, training, and technical advice to support care for those who need it, to treat the wounded, to give pregnant women the conditions for a safe and supportive birth, to make sure children receive routine vaccinations, and to support health workers who continue to deliver life-saving services in the most difficult circumstances. Following the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan last year, I traveled to Afghanistan where I met a group of women nurses who told me they had not been paid in 3 months, but would continue to serve their patients. WHO paid their salaries later so they could continue to deliver the care on which their communities depend, although lasting solutions are needed. But ultimately, the one medicine that's most needed is the one that WHO cannot deliver: peace. Peace is a prerequisite for health. During El Salvador's civil war, one-day ceasefires called days of tranquility, as you may know, that were declared 3 times a year to allow vaccinations for children against polio, measles, and more. In 1990, 159 nations signed a declaration and plan of action endorsing the need for days of tranquility, which have been used in Afghanistan, Cote d'Ivoire, Peru, Uganda, and elsewhere. There can be no health without peace. But equally, there can be no peace without health. The authors of the WHO Constitution knew this when they wrote that the health of all
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 10:30 a.m. here on the East Coast. We're taking a Live Now look, raw and unfiltered, from Geneva, Switzerland. The World Health Organization holding its first in-person meeting, open assembly rather, since the beginning of COVID-19. This organization is speaking to world leaders across the country live right now, as they are all speaking on the global pandemic as well as other possible health concerns. Most recently, we've learned that the World Health Organization has confirmed 92 cases of monkeypox. So make sure you stay tuned into our show. In about 30 minutes, we will have a live conversation with Fox 5 New York. They're discussing the possibility of monkeypox in the States. So make sure that you are continuing to watch us for your nonstop news coverage.
Their differences. To seek common ground where it can be found. To collaborate where possible. To compromise where needed. To seek peace. As John Lennon said, you may say, I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. Because unless we dream of a better world, we will keep waking up in this one. Unless we aim higher, we will land lower. Unless we show solidarity, we will reap division. Unless we seek peace, we will find war. Today and every day, we have a choice. We have a choice. We always make the choices. We have a choice. And today and every day, we must choose health for peace and peace for health. Peace, peace, peace. I thank you.
All right, and it looks as though this meeting from the World Health Organization, which is taking place live from Geneva, Switzerland, is concluding. We witnessed many world leaders speaking about the global COVID-19 pandemic and how they plan to combat the future of global health concerns. Now, one health concern that's causing quite the alarm, I should say.
Thank you, Dr. Tedros, for sharing your story.
Across the globe is monkeypox. So in about 30 minutes at 11:10, we will be joined by Fox 5 New York's Lizette Nunez. She'll be breaking down the concern in the state of New York. But right now, let's take a quick commercial break.
For their exceptional endeavor.
education at a district hospital. Paul was a true humanitarian and a tireless champion of equity and health as a human right. He was chair of the Department of Global Health and Social Medicine at Harvard Medical School and co-founder of Partners in Health. His work helped to empower health and care workers in communities around the world. He worked in places that others had given up on. He was also a prolific author, a passionate educator, and a dedicated mentor to many young health professionals. Paul once described his work as being about hope. I think Secretary General Antonio Guterres spoke about hope earlier, and about rejecting despair and cynicism. We carry that spirit with us, with the institutions he helped build and the many people that he inspired. And we continue the fight for health for all. Today, I'm honored to invite Paul's wife, Didi Bertrand, the co-founder and president of the Women and Girls Initiative, to accept the award on Paul's behalf.
Excellencies, Head of States, Mr. Director General, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. It is with a distinct feeling of honor that I accept this award on behalf of my beloved husband, Dr. Paul Farmer. I thank the Director General, Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus, for honoring him during the 75th World Health Assembly. There could not have been deeper meaning to this act of recognition. For 40 long years of his life, Paul has made equity and justice in healthcare his Schwalbatei, his battle horse, as he often said in Haitian Creole. In adopting this year's theme, Health for Peace, Peace in Health, WHO recognizing the need for persistent commitment addressing the root causes of inequalities and injustices in healthcare around the world. Over the past years, WHO has prioritized a number of policies that mattered a great deal to Paul. These include, number one, the recent creation of global guidelines on system support to optimize community health worker programs and the global strategy on human resources for health. Number two, WHO's support for insisting that emergency and clinical care strengthening programs, investment in emergency medical program and ICU care necessary to treat COVID be sustained to benefit the overall health system for the long term rather than the siloed short-term emergency interventions. Third, WHO's leadership in calling for essential diagnosis, treatments, and vaccines to combat global pandemics, including COVID, to be made available as global public goods through CTAP and the Medicine Patent Pool Initiative, so equitable access is possible. At last but not least, WHO's recent effort in support of the AU and Africa CDC in pushing for the establishment of regional manufacturing of essential life-saving diagnostics, treatment, and vaccine on the continent of Africa. Yesterday, May 21st, marked 3 months since Paul's sudden passing. His unexpected death has equally shaken his family and the global health community. We needed him around at this critical moment in time more than ever. Now, we owe it to Paul to collectively keep his legacy alive. This is why today I am encouraging all in attendance to adopt policy decisions made on behalf of your fellow citizens, policies that will treat every person as a person and invest in the provision of high-quality, life-saving health care, as health is a fundamental human right. This is what Paul has inspired us to do, taking always the lead through hard work and commitment to patients and their families and communities around the world. On behalf of myself and my children, Paul's mother, Jeannie, his siblings and extended family, and of course, his more than 19,000 colleagues from Partners in Health globally, I wish to express my deepest gratitude. Thank you.
My second award goes to Dr. Ahmed Hankir for his work in empowering, dignifying, and humanizing people living with mental health conditions. Dr. Ahmed is the public engagement and education lead at the WHO Collaborating Center for Mental Health, Disabilities, and Human Rights at the Institute of Mental Health in Nottingham in the United Kingdom. Dr. Ahmed pioneered the Wounded Healer, which traces his personal journey of recovery from the trauma of the 2006 Lebanon War. This innovative work blends the power of the performing arts and storytelling with psychiatry, with the aim of reducing stigma and discrimination and to break down barriers for access to care. Ahmed has delivered the Wounded Healer in person to over 100,000 people at events in 20 countries. His story is further evidence that people with mental health conditions can realize their dreams. Ahmed, it's my great honor to welcome you and invite you to come and accept this award.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, Director General, distinguished guests, I want to echo Dr. Tedros' salam. Peace, peace, peace. I must start by expressing my immeasurable gratitude What an honor. What a miracle to be here with you all today. Dr. Tedros, thank you from the chambers of my heart for your graciousness, your kindness, your humanity, and your vision, and for sharing your powerful story with us, which resonated deeply with me. I'm also a child of war. Michelle Funk, thank you for seeing in me what even I didn't see in myself, and for helping to restore self-belief. People always ask me, Dr. Hankir, how do we reduce mental health-related stigma? Well, a good starting point is the human heart, and to engage in introspection and to be brutally honest with yourself, and to identify any conscious and/or unconscious biases and challenge them. But also when our leaders amplify our voices and provide experts by experience a platform to share our insights and our stories. And this is my story. I am Dr. Ahmed Zakaria Hankir, son of Zakaria Hankir, Hakim al-Sha'b in the south of Lebanon, who provides free healthcare to the Palestine and Syrian refugees. I love you, Dad, and I love you, Mom. There's no heart like a mother's heart, and there's no mother's heart like my mother's heart. In 2006, when I was a medical student in Manchester, I woke up one morning to discover that my hometown in Lebanon was bombed and hundreds of people were killed. I saw harrowing and horrific images of dead bodies strewn on the streets of Lebanon. I saw babies being removed from the rubble, and I reacted. I developed a severe episode of psychological distress. However, debilitating though the symptoms were, the stigma was far, far worse. I was ostracized, shunned, and dehumanized, even by those who I thought were my closest companions. At the time when I needed care and compassion the most, I received ridicule and rejection instead. And in my despair, I contemplated ending that which is most precious itself: human life. However, as a practicing Muslim, I resisted the seductive impulse to end my life, because suicide is forbidden in Islam, and my faith was and remains a protective factor. There are people here today suffering with their mental health in silence. Stigma and a culture of shame are formidable barriers to mental health care services. Stigma is killing people. That's why I'm outraged. That's why I'm indignant. That's why there's a fire burning in my belly and thunder in my heart to reduce stigma. Having mental health problems is nothing to be ashamed about. Seeking care is a sign of strength, not a sign of weakness. Please don't suffer in silence. Experts by experience refuse to remain silent any longer. We have voices. We can speak for ourselves, and we will be heard. Dr. Tedros spoke about the design of health services. People living with mental health conditions at all levels must be involved in the design, development, and delivery of mental health care services. We can no longer turn a deaf ear to some receiving psychiatric care reporting that they are brutalized and that their human rights are violated. And that's why everyone must know about whose quality rights approach to mental health, which is grounded on a human rights framework, which also aims to eliminate coercion in psychiatric care once and for all. And I will close by inviting you to stand in solidarity with us and to contribute to a cultural revolution to empower, dignify, and humanize people living with mental health conditions. Please help me to disseminate our message of hope and recovery. If I can recover from mental health problems, other people living with mental health problems can recover too. And in the words of Professor Egon Dix-Falusi, on the theme of dreams, the medical and scientific problems of this world cannot be solved by skeptics whose horizons are narrowed by practical realities. We need women and men who dream of things that cannot be. And ask, why not? Thank you, Dr. Tedros, from the chambers of my heart.
Thank you, Ahmed. My third award goes to Youth Sports Advocate Ludmila Sofia Oliveira Varela from Cape Verde for her work promoting healthy lifestyle during the COVID-19 pandemic. Ms. Varela is a member of Cabo Verde's national women's volleyball team, a youth activist on sports for health and the environment, and holds weekly training sessions for youth in Paria City. She has been involved in the national program of physical education to facilitate access to sports for all, which provides a healthy alternative to risky behaviors among young people and to tackle the growing threat of non-communicable diseases. Ms. Varela was one of the finalists for the UNESCO Global Competition on the power of sports in a time of crisis. Ms. Varela could not be with us in person, but I am pleased to invite Dr. Arlindo Nascimento do Rosario, the Minister of Health, my friend of Cabo Verde, to accept the award on her behalf. Minister.
Boa tarde, Sua Excelência, Senhor Diretor-Geral da Organização Mundial de Saúde, distintos representantes de Estados-membros e todos os participantes da Assembleia Mundial de Saúde. É com muita honra que aceito esta distinção e aproveito para agradecer profundamente à Organização Mundial de Saúde por considerar a minha contribuição relevante para uma causa maior, que é o bem-estar e a saúde da população. Enquanto desportista, tenho a honra de promover atividades saudáveis no dia a dia com a juventude cabo-verdiana. Dentre as atividades, destacam-se a minha participação no Programa Nacional de Atividade Física, que é o programa Mexe, em que estou indicada enquanto uma das embaixadoras. Também tenho a participação nas eliminatórias para os Jogos Olímpicos de Tóquio, que foi uma participação durante a pandemia. Tenho também participado numa outra competição durante a pandemia, promovida pela UNESCO, que foi intitulada o tema The Power of Sports in Time of Crisis, que é o poder do desporto em tempos de crise. Fui premiada e fui uma das finalistas e não só, tenho também recebido distinções a nível de África. Também tenho estado a participar em formações para treinadores e a treinar juntos aos mais jovens, pois estes necessitam de ter referências. E fico feliz por poder mostrar para eles boas práticas e a importância de estar sempre ativos, sobretudo física e psicologicamente. O meu papel está intimamente ligado ao espírito da Organização Mundial de Saúde e do Walk do Talk que está prestes a decorrer. Assim, encorajo a todos a estarem sempre ativos, pois o desporto não tem idade e todos devem praticar no seu próprio ritmo. E para terminar, queria dizer que é uma honra poder promover junto à juventude assuntos que envolvem o desporto e, sobretudo, a saúde, que é o bem essencial à vida.
Thank you, Ms. Varela. My fourth award goes to Mr. Sasakawa, chairman of the Nippon Foundation, for his 40 years of commitment to fighting leprosy and the stigma and social discrimination it carries. Mr. Sasakawa is the WHO Goodwill Ambassador for Leprosy Elimination and Japan's Ambassador for the Human Rights of People affected by leprosy. Leprosy is an almost forgotten disease in many countries. Mr. Sasakawa has visited many countries to advocate for leprosy control with national leaders and policymakers, but he has also made a point of meeting people affected by leprosy in some of the most disadvantaged groups. We're grateful for Mr. Sasakawa's dedication to working with WHO to reduce, in some countries, even eliminate leprosy and to stand up for human rights. Mr. Sasakawa has also cannot be with us in person, but I am pleased to invite Dr. Nanri Takahiro, Executive Director of the Sasakawa Health Foundation, to receive the award on behalf of Mr. Sasakawa.
Director General Tedros, distinguished guests and participants, I'd like to express my heartfelt thanks for this prestigious award. 99 miles is only halfway. To keep moving forward in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic, I started a worldwide campaign called Don't Forget Leprosy. This photo was taken by my friend at the highest peak of the world's Mount Everest. Please join me on the last mile to end leprosy. Thank you.
It's with great, first of all, arigato gozaimasu to Mr. Sasakawa. It's with great sadness and admiration that I present my 5th award in honor of the 8 volunteer polio workers who were killed by gunmen on the 24th of February this year in Afghanistan. These volunteer polio workers performed their life-saving work despite extraordinary challenges and risks. Together, they reached thousands of children in northeastern Afghanistan and helped to bring us all closer to our dream of a polio-free world. The workers we honor today include students, nurses, and teachers. They leave behind grieving parents, siblings, spouses, children, and communities. 4 of the polio workers we honor today were women. Polio eradication would not be possible without the courageous commitment of women who overcome extraordinary barriers to do their life-saving work. On behalf of WHO, I'm proud to present the Director General's Award to the families of Mr. Khadija Atta, Ms. Munira Hakimi, Ms. Sharfullah Hemati, Mr. Mohammed Zubair Kalzai, Mr. Najbullah Kosha, and Mrs. Hasiba Omari.
You're streaming live now from Fox. The time is now just after the 11 a.m. hour. We are currently listening into the World Health Organization as world leaders in the medical community continue to speak on COVID-19 as well as other possible threats when it comes to our health. However, let's switch gears because we do have some breaking news coming to our Live Now from Fox desk. We are witnessing one of the first flights in Operation Fly Formula landing in Indiana. Let's see if I can get you all a better look at the airport where these planes are just now beginning to touch down. Now, this is the first step in solving the national baby formula shortage currently underway. And we do have a statement from the White House in case you're unfamiliar with Operation Fly Formula. All right, guys, so President Biden announced this operation, if you will, to speed up the important infant formula that many parents were doing without, struggling, searching to find ways to feed their babies. Some parents even unfortunately admitting that they were rationing this formula because it was lacking on the shelves so much. So under Operation Fly Formula, the Department of Health and Human Services, as well as the United States Department of Agriculture, will use the Department of Defense contracted commercial aircraft, as you see here, to pick up overseas infant formula that meets United States health and safety standards, so that way it can be flown back to the United States and onto shelves to help those parents and infants who are in need and in search of formula. So this Defense Production Act is allowing the formula to bypass traditional cargo routes. In turn, this will speed up the importation and distribution, of course, of the formula, and obviously serving as an immediate support as manufacturers continue to ramp up production. Many parents obviously saying that this delivery couldn't come quick enough. They need to feed their children. Now, more than 1.5 million bottles are going to be transported using Operation Fly formula. And it's also interesting to note that just 4 companies produced around 90%, that's a startling number, 90% of all baby formula in the United States. I guess it's something that you would rarely think about until a crisis like this happens, right? Where there are empty shelves when it comes to parents looking for that baby formula. Now, back in February, one of the largest production companies, Abbott Nutrition, which I'm sure you have heard if you've been paying attention to this storyline that's been in the news, was shut down while investigators address contamination concerns. Now, since then, the shortage has continued to affect millions of parents here in the United States. Now, Abbott plant is expected to be back up and running by the end of next week. However, many parents are still facing problems from that one plant shutting down. Again, only 4 companies produce 90% of all baby formula in the United States. So there you have it here. I believe that this is the first or one of the first planes landing in Indiana with shipments of baby formula to help get those back on the shelves to help parents in need. Again, this is a part of Operation Fly formula. If you're just now joining us, welcome to Live Now from Fox. We are taking a Live Now look from Indiana. We're getting a first-hand look. I believe that this is the very first flight of the Biden administration's Operation Fly formula. Now, if you've been paying attention to the headlines, you know that millions of parents have been dealing with a baby formula shortage that has been having some pretty drastic effects when it comes to babies getting their necessities, just their formula, what they need the most. Some parents have been reporting that they are rationing formula to make ends meet, and some are saying that they are feeding their babies solid food ahead of schedule because of this baby formula shortage. But Operation Fly formula has just landed in Indiana after the president invoked the Defense Production Act to address this shortage. Now, more than 1.5 million of bottles are on their way to shelves here in the United States. It's also interesting to note that only 4 companies produce about 90% of baby formula. That's why this is having such a dramatic impact on parents, because back in February, one of the largest production companies, Abbott Nutrition, was shut down due to investigators addressing contamination concerns. Now, that plant is expected to be back up and running by next week. However, again, parents are still being dramatically affected. So that, again, is why Operation Fly formula is in effect. Now, this operation specifically is going to allow the distribution process to speed up when it comes to baby formula, because they are bypassing regular cargo operations to get this formula back on shelves. As you can see, this is a military plane with baby formula on it, so something that you don't see every day. But the White House is reporting that this is the first step in making sure that parents get what they need. And then we actually do have a statement that I would like to pull up for you all. All right, here we go. Now, this is the most recent statement from officials at the White House explaining why they had to invoke the Defense Production Act. So this ensures that manufacturers have, 1, the necessary ingredients to make safe, healthy infant formula here in the United States. And President Biden again invoked this act, also known as DPA, and he's requiring suppliers to direct needed resources to infant formula manufacturers before any other consumer who may have ordered that good. Now, this directing firms to prioritize and calculate the production of key infant formula inputs will help to increase production and speed up in supply chains. Again, if you're just now joining us, it looks as though they're zoomed in very closely, but this is a military aircraft that is landing in Indiana with baby formula, a part of launching Operation Fly formula. This, again, speeding up the imports of infant formula to get more formula onto shelves as soon as possible. President Biden directed the Department of Health and Human Services, as well as the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Defense, to use commercial aircraft to pick up formula from overseas that meet the United States health and safety standards so that it can get back to the United States faster, and of course getting those boxes of formula back onto shelves. Now, the DoD, Department of Defense, is using its contracts with commercial air cargo lines as it did to move materials during the early months of the COVID-19 pandemic. If you remember, a lot of people were seeing a shortage of PPE, so this is a part of the same production act that the DoD used to get PPE to its necessary people who needed it during the COVID-19 pandemic. So it's transporting products from manufacturing facilities, which are sometimes abroad, that, however, still meet the United States Food and Drug Administration safety standards. So this is bypassing regular air routes and speeding up the importation and, again, distribution of formula, and serving as an immediate support of manufacturers to continue to ramp up production. Now, one of the main production plants that produces baby formula, Abbott Nutrition, which has been in the news a lot lately, is one of 4 companies that produce about 90%. Now, that company is set to be back up and running next week after shutting down in February because of contamination concerns. So it looks as though that this baby formula crisis if you will, is beginning to get better again with the very first plane in Operation Fly Formula landing in Indiana. All right, the time is now 11:17. Let's take a quick break. And when we return, we will visit our colleagues at the Fox 5 New York newsroom. Another topic that's been causing a national scare is monkeypox. So our friends at Fox 5 New York, they're going to join us and we'll have a live conversation about that health scare when we return. All right, everyone, we are looking live from Indiana. The first plane carrying baby formula as a part of Operation Fly Formula has just landed. You can see dozens and dozens of those shipments there on that military plane. Now, President Biden just a week ago invoking the Defense Production Act and issuing Operation Fly Formula as a way to speed up the process to get those baby formula boxes back on shelves to help alleviate some of the problems that millions of parents are having here in our country. Now, we will, of course, revisit this. However, the time is now 11:23. I do want to bring you all another topic of concern here at home. Now, many global health officials are beginning to report a concern when it comes to monkeypox. So we're going to check in with Fox 5 New York's Lizette Nunez, who's talking about monkeypox in New York.
A suspected case of monkeypox. One person is isolating and undergoing tests at Bellevue Hospital.
So it's something to be aware of and not overly concerned as of yet, but time will tell. In the next couple of days, we'll kind of see how large of an impact this has had.
Earlier this week, the U.S. confirmed its first case of monkeypox this year in Massachusetts. Doctors say the patient had recently traveled to Canada.
That patient is currently hospitalized at Massachusetts General Hospital and is admitted to our special pathogens program. He is in stable condition.
The World Health Organization is on alert after additional reports of monkeypox worldwide and held an emergency meeting on Friday. There are 80 confirmed cases reported in 11 countries that normally don't have the disease, including the UK and Portugal. This virus is typically reported in West African countries. Doctors say monkeypox is related to smallpox. It is transmitted through broken skin, respiratory droplets, and sexual contact. Early symptoms are similar to the flu, and after a few days, a rash appears throughout the body.
To come in contact with bodily fluids, with pus from the blisters. Now remember, there is like coughing and flu-like symptoms with it, so there is a small chance it can spread if you're in very, very close contact.
Most infections can last 2 to 4 weeks.
We have multiple vaccines for it. We have some medications that appear to work against pox viruses.
Doctors recommend washing your hands and avoiding face-to-face contact with someone who has symptoms. Lizette Nunez, Fox 5 News.
All right, and let's welcome Lizette to Live Now from Fox. She joins us from the Fox 5 New York newsroom. Good morning, Lizette. Thank you so much for spending time with us here. Now, you mentioned that monkeypox is similar in nature to smallpox, but fortunately, many of us aren't too educated on smallpox because it was eradicated because of the vaccine. So can you maybe tell us exactly why the cause for global concern? I mean, the pictures look horrible, but why are medical professionals here in the United States beginning to get concerned?
Hi, and good morning, Rain. Yeah, so there is a concern because typically we just see it in West African countries, but we're starting to see multiple cases pop up in countries that we typically wouldn't see them. So I mentioned there are the UK, Portugal, and there has been in the past cases in the United States, but not that common really. So we saw that first case in Massachusetts earlier this week, and we just received an update from the New York City Health Department. They say they are investigating two different specimens. They did rule out one of them, and another person ended up testing positive. But what's interesting here is that although they did get that positive test, it's ultimately the CDC who confirms the case. So we're still waiting on the CDC to confirm this case in New York City. So it's still being considered as a suspected case, but nonetheless something of concern. And this is also worth mentioning. Obviously, we're still not done with the COVID-19 pandemic. Right. So this is the last thing that people want to hear, that another potential virus is spreading around.
Definitely is the last thing that people want to hear, as we are still, as you mentioned, kind of traumatized by living through this global pandemic. Now, you mentioned that New York medical professionals they suspect one person could be positive. Did they maybe elaborate on the timeline of when we could get a confirmation on that or not?
We're hoping hopefully sometime this week. Once again, we are still waiting on the CDC to make that official confirmation. Could take a few days, so we're anxiously waiting for that as well, because of course we want to see, you know, how quickly this is traveling, and they're also doing contact tracing right now to see if that person may have been in contact with other people and potentially spreading. So there's still a lot of questions here. Hopefully we get those answers in a few days.
Hopefully so, and of course we'll touch base with you as soon as you get that development. All right, Fox 5 New York's Lizette Nunez, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, let's head back out live to Indiana. It looks as though we can expect a media briefing shortly when it comes to the very first plane of Operation Fly Formula landing with dozens and dozens and dozens of boxes of baby formula. Now, this, of course, was enacted about a week or so ago by the White House as a way to help get baby formula back on the shelves. Now, this has been a top story for weeks now because many parents here in the United States have been reportedly rationing baby formula so that they can feed their child, when some parents have been reporting that they are putting their infants on solid foods ahead of schedule, all because of this baby formula shortage. It looks as though someone has stepped up to the podium, so let's go ahead and listen in.
We're here today to talk about the solutions. Some of our most vulnerable patients are dependent on the formula that's now and as a pediatrician, Riley can tell that over a decade we took care for all of Indiana's children, but it's some of our most vulnerable that are hardest hit, infants and toddlers, depending on these special formulas and still there aren't any substitutions for artificial intelligence. It's hard to imagine this experience unless
faced it or someone you love has gone through it yourself. But our patients and families, when faced with the empty shelves, are faced with not feeding these children. Without the right nutrition, these children can have medical complications such as electrolyte abnormalities, abdominal symptoms, and most importantly, they cannot grow and thrive. Our patients and families across the country are in urgent need of this formula, and we're grateful for this shipment that's arrived so our families can provide the nutrition that their children need. I'm pleased now to introduce Lindsay Haig, a parent who can speak about the personal aspect of this crisis. Lindsay?
Thank you, Dr. Weber. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Secretary, members of the media. Thank you for being here, experts in childhood nutrition and pediatric space. Thank you for being here. This is, of course, as a parent, I have 4 kids under the age of 7, so I know that all of you know how crazy that can be. And I'm so thankful to be here today as a mom, but also as a human. Because the simple daily struggle of getting by is so much right now in the midst of the pandemic. I know you know, if you're a parent or a caregiver, I know you know that feeling of panic when you suddenly run out of something. And I carry that on my shoulders. I carry that so heavily because I feel like it might be my fault that I didn't order something properly or in time, but it's my fault. I carry it. And so when something runs out, I'm automatically triggered, and it worries me. When you go to the store and there's nothing in front of you to choose, I see moms next to me and dads next to me facing the same problems, and you can cut the desperation with a knife. Nothing else matters. The world stops until you find that formula for your child. Actually, as this plane pulled up, I got a notification from the U.S. Postal Service and it sent a feeling, a wave of relief over me that I had when I saw this plane arrive today. But today really is about that hope. And it's the hope that us parents have now, and that feeling of relief that we have with this specialized formula here on this beautiful C-17 behind me. I want to say thank you to my fellow parents in my neighborhood who have supported all of us looking for formula, who have created these ad hoc Google forms where you can put in what you need and it suddenly shows up on your porch overnight and you just cry those tears where there's no words and you're just thankful you can feed your child. So I want to thank you, Secretary Vilsack, for being here and making this a priority for the administration and for the leadership you've shown. Thank you, and it's my honor to introduce Secretary Tom Vilsack today.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Lindsay, thank you very, very much, and thanks for sharing your story. And Doctor, thank you for everything you do every single day for moms and dads and children here in Indiana. I want to thank the folks from Nestle Gerber who are making this day possible, as well as the folks with Federal Express. These are two companies that have stepped up in a very significant way to provide the logistical help to ensure that this supply that arrived today gets to the moms and dads and the babies that Lindsay was just talking about. I just talked to a group of folks from the Department of Defense and military folks who were responsible for getting this plane from Germany here today. I'll tell you, they are really proud. They're proud to be in the service of the United States military, but they are particularly proud today because they understand and appreciate what this shipment means. It is a large shipment of very specific and specialized formula. Formula for moms and dads who have children who have allergies, where the regular formula just simply will not work. Now, this shipment is going to essentially get off this cargo plane. Then the Federal Express folks are going to take it from there. They're going to deliver it to a distribution center that the Nestle Gerber folks have here in Indiana. And then it's going to go on trucks and it's going to be delivered in hospitals and home health care clinics all across the country, providing support and help. I'm told that this shipment provides enough formula to take care of 9,000 babies and 18,000 toddlers for a week. Now, it's about 500,000 8-ounce doses of formula on that plane, about 78,000 pounds. Now, the shipment came from Zurich initially as a result of being delivered by Nestle Gerber to the airbase in Germany. It was loaded, and 8.5 hours later, it arrived here in the U.S. Now, the reason why we are doing this is obviously the critical need that is out there. It would take approximately 2 weeks for the normal commercial process to work, to get it from Zurich, Switzerland, here and distribute it. As a result of the United States military's involvement, we're going to get this here in a matter of days. And a matter of days means a lot to the moms and dads who are worried. The Department of Agriculture's role in all of this is because 50% of the formula that is provided in this country and used in this country often is funneled through the WIC program. And as a result of flexibilities provided under the Pandemic Assistance Resources and the American Rescue Plan, the Department of Agriculture was in a position to be able to provide the financial resources to make this day happen. This is an important step, but it is by no means the only step that must take place. We will continue to work, as the President has instructed us, to look for every opportunity to increase supply. The President understands all too well the challenges, the stress, the worry that families have experienced. And he's directed the Department of Health and Human Services and USDA to do everything we possibly can. Now, what does that include? Well, first of all, it includes making sure that we get the Abbott facility in Michigan up and going. The FDA and Abbott have reached an agreement in terms of how that facility can come back online safely to provide product. And the expectation is within the next couple of weeks we'll begin to see product from that facility, and over the course of the next few weeks we should begin to see a return to somewhat normal circumstances. That's an incredibly important aspect of this. Now, why is that facility going to be able to produce quickly? In large part because the President triggered the Defense Production Act. It will allow the Abbott facility and other facilities to jump ahead of line for the necessary supplies that are necessary and required in order to produce the formula. This is not a simple process. As the Nestle Gerber folks will tell you, the development of formula and specialized formulas, it takes a lot of ingredients. And with supply chain challenges, it can be something as specific as paper for labeling or a lid for a container that may make it difficult. So now with the Defense Production Act, the Abbott facility and other facilities will be able to jump the line to be able to get those necessary ingredients more quickly. It's important and necessary for us, obviously, to continue what's happened over the last several months with Nestle Gerber and Mead Johnson and Abbott and other providers, basically importing from other facilities outside of the United States. That's taken place. But we also want to expand the number of companies that are able to do that. So the FDA is working right now to work through the challenges concerning the safety and the labeling that will be responsible and necessary for us to be able to get additional imports into this country. All of this is designed eventually to try to address this very difficult issue and to do it in a way that moms and dads can be assured not only of the adequate supply, but as importantly, the safety of that supply, because our children absolutely need it and deserve it. So with that, again, I want to thank Lindsay for pointing out, I think, an important message here, which is that in a situation of difficulty and stress, Americans have a way of finding the solution. They have it in the form of community. Whether it's the local hospital that is trying to figure out ways in which they can help moms and dads as they take their newborn from the hospital to be able to have that security, or whether it's a neighborhood group that comes together, uses social media, and develops an ad hoc distribution system, all designed to reinforce community. And I think, to me, that's the most important message here. And as we move forward in this process, I think the challenge for those of us in government is to figure out ways in which we can learn from this experience, develop greater resiliency in the supply chain, and greater flexibility in the supply chain, so that we're in a position to be able to respond quickly if we ever have a disruption of this magnitude in the future. So with that, I'd be happy to try to respond to questions or well, what I can tell you is that at USDA in February, we were advised by the FDA of concerns around February 11th and 12th of potential concerns. By the 17th or 18th, there was a recall in place that Abbott created or decided. And based on that recall, we began instantly, within a matter of days, to begin providing our WIC state agencies, 89 agencies across the country, with flexibilities to be able to provide and be able to swap and substitute a formula that would have come from the Abbott facility with formula that could come from other locations. I'm happy to say that we have all 50 states have now seen at least one waiver. And just in the last couple of weeks, we've seen 25 waivers granted. So I can tell you from a USDA perspective, we learned in February and we responded immediately. Well, I think the challenge, is to ask yourself, why do we have this current system in which we have a small number of companies that are basically providing this product? From a WIC perspective, the reason we have it structured the way we do is because Congress has passed a law that directs us to have a competitive bidding process where the most favorable rebate that a company can offer ultimately gets the contract for that particular WIC agency. And the reason for that is to basically provide an opportunity for savings, and those savings then allow the WIC program to actually provide more help to more people. So I think as we look at the future, and I think what we need to look at is what can we learn from this experience. I think what we learn is the need for greater resiliency in the system and the ability to basically balance efficiency with resiliency. And I think, frankly, we've learned that lesson, or are learning that lesson, not just from this circumstance, but from the pandemic generally. incredibly efficient system, but if there's a disruption in a very efficient system, it causes significant challenges because we're not as resilient as we need to be. And I think across the board, whether it's government or whether it's industry, we're all asking the question, how do you balance efficiency and resiliency? Well, I've been told by the FDA commissioner that in a matter of a week or so we should begin to see some supply, but over the course of the next several weeks we should see an ever-increasing supply. So I would say certainly within the next 30 days we're going to begin seeing an abatement of this situation. Challenge, of course, is we're going to have another flight come in. This is not the only flight that we're basically going to be seeing. There's going to be a flight, I think, coming in to Dulles later this week. That's going to help. So we're just going to continue to look for ways. In addition to that plant going online, as I said earlier, we're going to continue to see facilities outside the U.S. working 24/7 to provide supply, and we're going to continue to look for additional supplies. I know there's conversations potentially with facilities in Australia, for example. Well, I think there are, again, several things that are being done simultaneously. This particular formula is for a very, very small percentage of children. Roughly 17,000 children in the country basically are the beneficiaries of this particular formula. There's a second wave, if you will, a second delivery that's going to take place later this week. There's going to be additional imports from existing companies that do business in the United States that continue to operate 24/7. The Sturgis facility is going to come on board in a matter of a week to we'll begin to see product. And we're going to continue to figure out ways in which we can import from new sources. So all of that's going to take place. And I think to my last response, I think you will begin to see progress here in a matter of weeks. And I don't think it's a matter of several months. I think it's a matter of weeks when we're going to see progress. Well, this particular shipment is going to be distributed immediately to hospitals and clinics around the country. So it's just a matter of getting it to the distribution center, getting the distribution center to put it in a truck and have the truck, and depending upon where that hospital is, the truck is going to deliver it. So we're going to be seeing deliveries made in a matter of days. Just a minute. For the subsequent delivery, that's of a more general nature, and that's going to be dispersed as quickly as possible. Well, I think we have focused so much on efficiency that we have forgotten the lesson of resiliency. And I think that we've learned in a number of areas the need for additional capacity. And you're seeing more of that taking place in a number of areas within food generally. So we're going to continue to look for ways in which we can expand supply and expand our capacity. What greater resilience means: greater capacity, greater supply. We're going to take a look at the flexibilities. The ability to substitute more easily. Some of the issues involving our relationship between the WIC program, docs, and parents, making sure that we put the docs and the parents in the best possible position to get what they need as quickly as possible. So it's a series of things that I think have to be incorporated in order to have a more resilient system. And I think that's the lesson here, folks. It's a lesson that America is learning. as a result of the pandemic and the supply chain challenges we face here. You talk to any business leader, they're going to tell you the same thing, that we've had just-in-time inventory. We've been very efficient. We've tried to keep costs low. The reality is we've got to have greater resilience, and that's going to require a bit more capacity. That's going to require investing here in the U.S., and the President's very focused on making sure that that happens. Well, I would sincerely hope that that's not the case. I would sincerely hope that when the Sturgis facility is back online within a matter of weeks, that we will see a significant reduction in the risk and the stress that folks have experienced. I don't think that's accurate. I don't think that's accurate. I'm not sure where you... What I'm telling you is what the FDA administrator recently said, as recently as 2 days ago. It's a matter of weeks, not a matter of months.
So parents won't have to struggle throughout the entire summer. This situation should be resolved before we get to the end of summer.
That is the hope. Absolutely.
This is your last question.
Well, that's the same question that's been asked already. And the question is, you're going to see more product on shore shelves over the course of the next several weeks. As Sturgis comes up, as these deliveries are provided, as a different load comes in from Germany, as Gerber and the other companies continue to import from outside of the U.S., and as we basically bring new operations online, which is currently in the process of discussions with the FDA, you're going to see more product.
Thank you all.
That plane that you see behind you is carrying 78,000 pounds of baby formula from Germany. It has just touched down within the last 30 minutes in Indiana in the United States, carrying, as you see, a lot of baby formula. Again, 78,000 pounds. Now, this took place after President Biden invoked what's called the Defense Production Act to specifically address this baby formula shortage. So it would have taken about 2 weeks for a normal commercial process to work, but because President Biden invoked the Defense Production Act, Operation Fly Formula allowed this to take place within a matter of days, which I'm sure just could not come quick enough for many parents who were struggling to find what you see here, baby formula on shelves. So a matter of days with this military assistance. Many people still have run out of solutions, I should say, to feed their children. But it's important to mention that this formula that's being delivered today is only for a very small amount of children who need special ingredients. So from here, it will be placed on those FedEx trucks that you saw. It looks as though we are getting another live image I'd like to show you. So from here, the formula will be removed from this plane, as you see, loaded onto FedEx trucks, and then it will go to a distribution center or distribution centers across the country. From there, it will be transported to hospitals and clinics because, again, this particular formula is for a very small amount of infants who need ingredients. But we will see a phase 2 of Operation Fly Formula that will impact even more infants who are in need. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break and we'll have more on this story in just a bit. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Now, the Pentagon on Tuesday showcased declassified photos and videos of UFOs believed to be seen here. They showed this to Congress and included a flying object without a specific explanation. So lawmakers are pressing military officials on the mysterious sightings. Meanwhile, Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft caught up with a UFO expert about the hearings.
What were your key takeaways? A hearing like this in front of members of Congress has not happened in about 50 years. They really went over that report that kind of outlined those 144 sightings, if you will, and even outlined many, many more that have been witnessed, that have been encountered since that report was released. Did you watch today? I'm sure you did. What were your key takeaways?
Yes, I was watching, and what a historic day. I mean, I think the most important thing about today was not any single thing that was said, but that the hearing was held in the first place. This is finally Congress waking up and saying, yes, there is something going on in our airspace. We are not going to be kind of fobbed off with all the usual platitudes about little green men and things. This is a defense and national security issue, and we now want some hard answers from the DoD.
You know, there seems to be this kind of partnership underway, or at least this relationship that is getting better between the intelligence community and the Pentagon, kind of teaming up to bring more of this out into fuller view rather than, you know, shroud it in secrecy. That was really what I thought was the main takeaway today, was that they want to get rid of the stigma of secrecy around this particular topic, get it more out into the open. But then again, we were hearing from some of the officials who were testifying, members of Congress asked them questions, and they said maybe that's better for a classified setting. So there was still a lot of that today.
Yes, and I understand that that is obviously going to start a whole bunch of conspiracy theories, but I think you're right. I think one of the key takeaways from today was this sense that we need a more integrated response across government from this. And I was encouraged, actually, when I heard the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security say, look, it's not just DoD. There are other players here. There's NASA. There's the Space Force, there's the scientific community, and the idea that we will get, hopefully, particularly if Congress keeps you know, pushing for accountability here, we'll get this more joined up response. I think that was encouraging.
You know, Nick, other than some of the new video and photos that were unclassified today, declassified rather, did you learn anything that you didn't know today from the testimony?
Frankly, I'll be honest with you, no. I think those of us who've been following this closely, this was all things that we'd seen before. But I think we weren't the audience. Those of us who've looked at this from within government, we weren't the audience. The audience today was other parts of Congress, was the media, and was the American people who are asking and demanding, rightly, answers on this. And I think they're closer than before to getting them.
You know, other than the kind of sci-fi element that everyone associates unidentified aerial phenomena with, there's also a national security element that goes alongside this. What are these unidentified flying objects? Could they be from, you know, a foreign actor, an enemy that the U.S. just doesn't know about this technology that could be out there? So there's that element too. Which do you think was mostly centered on at the hearing today? Was it one or the other or both?
Well, it seemed to flip-flop between the two. I think we started off with a sort of almost theoretical discussion about the possibilities of the existence of extraterrestrial life. Then some of the other representatives brought it back to, you know, could this be adversary drones from China? And we don't know. We don't know where we are with this. But I think that's the great thing. Whatever one believes, whether you're a skeptic, whether you're a believer, you know, we have Mulders and Scullys out there, both in the general public but within the government too. And I think we saw some of that today.
Okay, so Nick, now this hearing has happened. It was the first of its kind in 50 years. The fact that they just had a hearing, huge move. What happens next? What will you be looking for next in this debate, in this discussion?
Well, today is not the end. Today's the beginning. In the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2022 were multiple provisions on UFOs. Congress is saying in the Senate and the House, in the intelligence committees, the armed services committees, we want regular briefings on this, and as and when you know more, we want to hold you to account for this. So there are going to be more briefings. Some of them will be public, some of them will be private, classified ones. But this is, I think we've gotten beyond the stigma. We've gotten beyond the sort of rolling of the eyes and this is all just science fiction and conspiracy theories. And now, rightly, we are treating this as the defense and national security issue that it is.
Nick Pope, as always, we appreciate your insight into this. We know you follow this so closely, and we'll speak to you again.
Thank you.
What were your key takeaways? A hearing like this.
Congress today held its first hearing on UFOs in more than half a century. It follows a report from last year which revealed more than 140 encounters from 2004 to 2021. Well, that report fell short of saying what exactly those encounters were. So what did the hearings reveal today?
This is the third version of this task force in DOD, and civil society groups like the Mutual UFO Network, Mr. Corbell and others have been collecting data on this issue for years. I hope you'll explain.
All right, you heard the name Mr. Corbell there. You were name dropped. There he is. Let's bring in UFO documentary filmmaker Jeremy Corbell. This is your specialty. You've been working on this for years now. Thank you for being with us today on such a big day. This is for you. And can we say the UFO community?
Absolutely, the UFO community, yeah.
Okay, so what is the biggest revelation you think from today's hearings?
First of all, UFOs are not a matter of belief. That's a data-poor perspective, and this is a data-rich environment. So if you look at it this way, every day human knowledge expands, and that's what we're seeing today. Today was this landmark moment. It was a moment a lot of people were asking for, and representative government came forward and offered this. It's the first time in 50 years that we've had open congressional hearings on the subject of UFOs. And not only that, today there was a pressure that was put on our intelligence agencies and our Department of Defense to fess up about what they know. And what they know is that UFOs are real, that they're physical objects, that they are advanced craft, that they outpace, outmaneuver, and outperform any of our war technology. So they showed new footage today, actually. They showed new footage. So that is a symbol or a sign of UFO transparency. We're living in a different world. We're now living in a world, your children are going to grow up, and the UFO mystery, the scientific community is going to look at this. Today showed that the American people want the truth and that our representative government is fighting for us. They're going to bat.
So there was both open testimony and then there was behind the scenes classified testimony. Let's put up on the screen this. Today's testimony revealed some 400 unexplained incidents, 11 of them serious enough to be categorized as near misses, where military aircraft just barely bruised past UFOs without colliding. The Pentagon has not ruled out the possibility that these incidents could be connected to extraterrestrial life. That's quite something.
Right. And so you mentioned, and it's really interesting, the closed testimony. So because this is a national security issue, because we have machines of unknown origin with extreme capability, we've ruled out that it's our black technology, our dark secret technology. And additionally, it's ruled out to a high degree that this is any other technological nation that we know of. So that is a national security issue. If we don't know who's operating these craft, who made them, where are they from, and then also what the intent is. So the closed door briefing, that's where the things that would be a problem for national security to speak about had to be done. However, I am highly hopeful that this is the beginning, this is the start. There will be, mark my words, there will be more open congressional briefings, and they will bring in people who directly engaged these UFOs for the United States military, possibly even fired upon them.
Well, we're putting up there on the screen right now, the screen, stigma has gotten in the way of good intelligence because not everyone believes. So you started off this interview saying that this isn't a matter of belief, but you certainly know that there are still the non-believers. There are skeptics out there. So how do you change that? And one of the things is, why haven't more pilots come forward?
So that's the thing. They have, like, I could be skeptical of bacteria until I get a microscope. And here's the deal. Our technology is becoming so sophisticated. It's not just somebody saying, like a pilot saying they saw it. It's tracked on ground radar, air radar, collective AI, artificial intelligence radar that connects all the pilots together. It's on thermal imagery. It's on infrared. It's on normal photos. So you've got all this corroborative video evidence. And this is some of what I released with my mentor in journalism, George Knapp. We did that just about a year ago. And that's kind of what they were talking about in these hearings. And to your point, it was stated by Representative Carson when he put this together. He's my new hero. He said, we want to reduce stigma. That's what this hearing is about. Now, why did he say that? It's because I should be obsolete. People like me, where military individuals come to me and have to leak me footage because they can't push it up through the chain of command and get it to where it needs to go. And additionally, the people where it needs to go, they also want it. So if I do my job right, I'll be out of a job because that line directly of information, that should be healed. You know, that should be put back together so we can work as a single unit. Now, the other aspect of the hearing was what you said. Secrecy, it can serve as an obstacle for solving this UFO mystery.
Okay, well, you've certainly done your job well because you have a lot of people who follow you. So tell our viewers why they should follow you on Twitter and Instagram.
Well, actually, that's where I have dropped all of the new UFO footage. When I obtain it, I vet it, I make sure it's not a problem with national security. I drop it on my Instagram and my Twitter. So I would follow it because that is the way you're going to see it first. And it's everything's at Jeremy Corbell.
And the website is extraordinarybeliefs.com. Jeremy, congratulations on a big day. And you've got quite the impressive safe behind you, by the way.
You know, all good secrets, they're kept under lock and key. But I do want to say it was everybody. It was UFO Twitter. It was George Knapp. It was Lou Elizondo. All these people, UFO Twitter, the masses came together and said, we want to know the truth. And that's what we've begun today.
All right. Well, thank you for coming on our air and helping us make sense of all of this today.
Thank you for covering it.
Very interesting stuff. Let's go ahead and revisit top agenda items for the Biden administration with the most recent White House press briefing.
To make sure we adhere to it. As you all know, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is here. He's going to take your question, preview Asia, and he has a hard out at 2:30, so we're going to try and get him out of here. Okay, all yours.
And I have 20 minutes of remarks, so I hope you guys will bear with me. I actually do have a number of things to get through because we have quite a stretch ahead here with respect to the President's foreign policy and national security priorities. Very good to be back with you guys today. Today, Finland and Sweden submitted their applications for NATO membership. President Biden has welcomed those applications, and he looks forward to working with NATO allies and with Congress on a swift accession process. Oh, sorry. No, not a problem.
We got the audio.
Small interruption of the accession process right there, but everything will be on track just fine. Tomorrow morning, the President will welcome the President of Finland and the Prime Minister of Sweden to the White House to coordinate on the path forward. And the three leaders will also have the chance to compare notes on our united efforts to support Ukraine and its defense against Russia's brutal invasion. They will also have the opportunity to speak to the press and the public to affirm our shared vision for a peaceful and secure Euro-Atlantic region. This is a historic event, a watershed moment in European security. Two nations with a long tradition of neutrality will be joining the world's most powerful defensive alliance, and they will bring with them strong capabilities and a proven track record as security partners. And President Biden will have the opportunity to mark just what a historic and watershed moment this is when he meets with them tomorrow. After that meeting concludes, President Biden will board Air Force One for a trip to the Republic of Korea and Japan. This will be his first trip as president to the Indo-Pacific, and it comes at a pivotal moment. President Biden has rallied the free world in defense of Ukraine and in opposition to Russian aggression. He remains focused on ensuring that our efforts in those missions are successful. But he also intends to seize this moment, this pivotal moment, to assert bold and confident American leadership in another vital region of the world, the Indo-Pacific. That began last week with his hosting of the U.S.-ASEAN Summit here at the White House, where he welcomed 9 leaders from Southeast Asia for a substantive set of meetings that covered a diverse agenda from economics and security to technology and energy. President Biden made a series of significant announcements to show that when it comes to engagement with ASEAN, we're not just talking the talk, we're walking the walk as well. This week, the president turns his attention to Northeast Asia. And on this trip, he'll have the opportunity to reaffirm and reinforce 2 vital security alliances, to deepen 2 vibrant economic partnerships, to work with 2 fellow democracies to shape the rules of the road for the 21st century, and to thank his allies in Korea and Japan for their remarkable and in some ways unexpected contributions to the effort to support Ukraine and to hold Russia accountable. In Korea, President Biden will meet with the newly inaugurated Korean president, President Yoon, who campaigned on the platform of strengthening the U.S.-ROK alliance and on improving relations between the ROK and Japan. President Biden will engage with technology and manufacturing leaders in Korea who are mobilizing billions of dollars in investment here in the United States to create thousands of good-paying American jobs. He will see American and Korean troops standing shoulder to shoulder in defense of our collective security and consult on the challenge posed by the DPRK's nuclear and missile programs. And he will highlight the truly global nature of the U.S.-ROK alliance, from climate and energy and technology to economic growth and investment. In Japan, President Biden will meet with Prime Minister Kishida and his team, and we believe that the U.S.-Japan alliance at this moment under these 2 leaders is at an all-time high. This visit can take us even higher. The 2 leaders will consult on the broad and deep economic relationship between our 2 countries, as well as on a range of regional and global security issues. We'll also cover the DPRK, as well as a number of other security issues, both in the Indo-Pacific and more broadly around the world. The U.S.-Japan alliance is the cornerstone of peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific, and Japan's contributions as a security partner are rightly growing as the regional security picture becomes more challenging and dynamic. President Biden and Prime Minister Kishida will also be able to compare notes on the G7 agenda as the G7 summit approaches next month in Germany. In Japan, President Biden won't just have a bilateral program. He'll also have the opportunity to participate in the second in-person Quad Summit, following on the summit he hosted here in Washington last September. He will do this alongside the Prime Minister of Japan, the Prime Minister of India, and the Prime Minister of Australia. And we believe that this summit will demonstrate, both in substance and in vision, that democracies can deliver and that these 4 nations working together will defend and uphold the principles of a free and open Indo-Pacific. While he's in Tokyo, President Biden will also launch a new, ambitious economic initiative for the region, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. IPEF, as we affectionately call it, is a 21st century economic arrangement, a new model designed to tackle new economic challenges, from setting the rules of the digital economy to ensuring secure and resilient supply chains, to managing the energy transition, to investing in clean, modern, high standards infrastructure. President Biden will be joined in person by the Prime Minister of Japan for the launch of IPEF, and virtually by leaders from a number of Indo-Pacific partners, from down under to Southeast Asia to Northeast Asia. On security and economics, on technology and energy, on investment and infrastructure, we think this trip is going to put on full display President Biden's Indo-Pacific strategy, and that it will show in living color that the United States can at once lead the free world in responding to Russia's war in Ukraine, and at the same time chart a course for effective, principled American leadership and engagement in a region that will define much of the future of the 21st century. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. Yeah.
Thanks so much. Can you talk to us about Turkey and what the administration is doing and what conversations you might be having with Turkey about their plans to block Finland and Sweden's applications? Is there a deal to be struck with Turkey?
We're confident that at the end of the day, Finland and Sweden will have an effective and efficient accession process, that Turkey's concerns can be addressed. Finland and Sweden are working directly with Turkey to do this, but we're also talking to the Turks to try to help facilitate. I spoke with my counterpart today. Secretary Blinken is meeting with his counterpart, perhaps as we speak, in New York. And we feel very good about where this will track to. And President Biden will express that confidence, as we believe the President of Finland and Prime Minister of Sweden will express that confidence tomorrow. Yeah.
The Korean media is reporting that President Biden will meet with former President Moon Jae-in during his visit to Seoul. Is that accurate?
We don't have a meeting scheduled with President Moon at this time.
Have there been any discussions between U.S. officials and Korean officials about Moon Jae-in potentially taking on a special envoy to North Korea-like role?
I'm not familiar with any discussions along those lines. Yeah.
In the statement today welcoming Finland and Sweden's application to NATO, at the very, or almost at the very end, it said that while their applications for NATO membership are being considered, the U.S. will work with Finland and Sweden to remain vigilant against any threats to our shared security and deter and confront aggression. Does that mean that the U.S. is extending like the NATO security umbrella to them while their applications are in process?
Article 5 only kicks in once all 30 allies have ratified the accession protocols and they become full-fledged members of the alliance. But the United States is prepared to send a very clear message, as are all of our European allies, that we will not tolerate any aggression against Finland or Sweden during this process. And there are practical measures that we can take along those lines that Secretary Austin will coordinate with his counterparts in both Finland and Sweden. Yeah.
Jake, two questions, one on the accession and one on your trip. So when the initial NATO expansion happened, of course, there was a huge debate in Washington about whether it was a good idea or not. Remember, Ken himself wrote in the New York Times that he wasn't in favor of it. Was there any similar debate that went underway here about whether or not bringing Finland and Sweden in was a good idea or whether it would further corner Putin? And on the trip, tell us a little bit about what you know on the evidence that North Korea may attempt either a nuclear test, hard to imagine what they would accomplish by a seventh test, or a missile launch, and what your preparations are if that happens during the trip.
On the first question, President Biden posed the question to his national security team, to his cabinet principals who cover national security, as to whether they supported the accession of Finland and Sweden, and for them to consider the risks as well as the benefits of bringing Finland and Sweden into the alliance. Unanimously, President Biden's national security team emphatically supported the entry of Finland and Sweden into the NATO alliance on the grounds that they have already proven themselves as highly capable security partners. In the parlance, we say net security contributors, meaning they give a heck of a lot more than they take when it comes to a security partnership or an alliance. And that we believe that Russian aggression has only reinforced the argument for the kind of defensive alliance that NATO presents and poses. And finally, we have the principle of the open door. And the open door says that if countries meet the criteria of NATO membership and display that they can be net contributors to the alliance and to overall European security, they should be admitted. That is a principle that President Biden has believed since long before he occupied the Oval Office, and Finland and Sweden are two cases that are pretty clear-cut when it comes to meeting those terms. With respect to the issue of North Korea, we've said from this podium, we've said at the State Department, and we've indicated in quite clear terms that our intelligence does reflect the genuine possibility that there will be either a further missile test, including long-range missile test, or a nuclear test, or frankly both, in the days leading into, on, or after the president's trip to the region. We are preparing for all contingencies, including the possibility that such a provocation would occur while we are in Korea or in Japan. We are coordinating closely with our allies in both Korea and Japan on this. We have spoken with counterparts in China. I spoke with my Chinese counterpart this morning and covered this issue of the DPRK. And we are prepared, obviously, to make both short and longer term adjustments to our military posture as necessary to ensure that we are providing both defense and deterrence to our allies in the region, and that we're responding to any North Korean provocation. Yes.
Jay, thank you. Two questions on different topics. One, could you update us on the situation with the Russian blockade on grains and also on Haiti? What happens with the Title 42, the Haitian migrants and maybe migrants of South America as well and Caribbean when it comes to the end of Title 42 on May 23rd, if that happens?
So first, it is Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine and nothing else that is stopping tens of millions of tons of food from getting out of the breadbasket of Europe, Ukraine, and onto the world market to feed people in Africa, the Americas, Asia, and everywhere else. And that is true in two critical respects. First, Russia is bombarding Odessa, which is the port from which that food departs on large cargo ships bound through the Black Sea and then onto the world market. Second, Russian ships are engaged in an effective blockade of commercial ship traffic that could leave Odessa port were it not under this bombardment and head out to the world. So we have publicly called upon Russia to end its attacks on Odessa and to end the blockade and to permit the traffic, the commercial and humanitarian traffic of ships into and out of Odessa port. We are working closely with both Ukraine and the United Nations on this issue, as well as other allies and partners, and we are supporting efforts to facilitate the delivery of that grain to the world market so that it can alleviate food prices everywhere. And we would like to see an outcome in which the facts, not just the rhetoric, the facts bear out the actual permission by Russia of large numbers of ships moving through the Black Sea and onto the world market.
Are you responding to that request and also the question I asked you about Title 42?
There are ongoing intensive diplomatic conversations. The United Nations Secretary General is involved in this. The Ukrainians are involved in this. Some of our other partners are involved in this. I'm not going to get ahead of those discussions. I'm only going to say that the United States stands ready in any way to help facilitate and deliver on that diplomacy to try to produce an outcome in which food is getting to the world stage. With respect to Haiti, we will have to see. Obviously, there are a number of issues bound up in the courts right now. But with the end of Title 42, the United States has put in place a process by which those individuals who claim asylum and have legitimate asylum claims can stay, and those who come and don't will go through the process, the legal process that exists and has existed for some time. Even when Title 42 was in effect, large numbers of individuals were not subject to Title 42. They were subject to the standard legal process by which we deal with claims at our border for people who want to come and stay here.
Expeditious deportation.
U.S. intelligence chiefs recently offered assessments that Putin continues to bank on the fracturing of Western resilience to continue this war. Is Turkey's concern about Finland and Sweden joining up perhaps an example of that? And what about the, I guess, also congressional pushback, or the growing congressional pushback to Ukrainian aid? And what are you guys doing sort of in both regards to make sure that that doesn't continue to happen? I mean, you described some of it, but it does seem now that there are examples, at least, of growing concern or criticism, resistance. And then I got one other in another part of the world.
Okay. So first, growing congressional pushback to me is a strange premise for a circumstance in which the House of Representatives voted overwhelmingly, not just in favor of approving what the president sent up, which was $33 billion, but actually adding $7 billion to it to make it a $40 billion package. And we expect a similar overwhelming bipartisan vote in the Senate once the final procedural hurdles are cleared over the next 24 to 48 hours. So there are some voices against this, but the chorus of voices on both sides of the aisle, from all sides of the political spectrum, in favor of standing up in defense of Ukraine's sovereignty and freedom and independence, it's quite powerful and, frankly, in a way, quite moving. And it sends a clear message to the world that the United States can pull together behind the brave people of Ukraine in their hour of need. What was your other question?
Well, just Turkey's continued concern here, and whether there might be others who are going to raise concern about NATO expansion.
Look, the great thing about the free world, about the Western Alliance, about NATO, is that you've got a raucous collection of states that all have opinions, that all have perspectives, that all have interests. But they also know how to and when to pull together and how to settle any differences. And I expect these differences will be settled. I expect that NATO will speak with one voice in support of Finland and Sweden at the end of the day. And I think the remarkable unity you've seen with respect to sanctions coming out of the EU, the United States, and our Indo-Pacific partners, the support that we have provided Ukraine in terms of military and humanitarian assistance, it's only grown stronger over the course of the last 12 weeks. And we expect that that momentum will continue. And it's having a major impact on the battlefield. Ukraine won the Battle of Kiev. Ukraine has now beaten Russia back from Kharkiv, and Ukrainian defenders are putting the military assistance we provided to good use in defending territory in the Donbass as well. Yes.
Can I discuss a little bit about the challenges of trying to focus on the Indo-Pacific, a priority for you all from the get-go, given just, I mean, look, a bulk of the questions even here today have focused on other parts of the world. Tomorrow, Finland and Sweden are going, just the juxtaposition of what is going on in the world right now, as you all are trying to focus on the Indo-Pacific.
And you know, it's interesting. We actually don't regard this as a tension between investing time, energy, and attention in Europe and time, energy, and attention in the Indo-Pacific. We regard this as mutually reinforcing. First, look at the Indo-Pacific partners that have stepped up to help make these sanctions and export controls as effective as they are. Korea, Japan, Australia, even Singapore. Second, look at the extent to which European countries are increasingly invested in the Indo-Pacific in helping ensure that our vision of a free and open Indo-Pacific is actually realized. We see that with the AUKUS partnership, where you've got the United Kingdom alongside Australia and the United States. We see it with the way the European Union has, for the first time ever, put out an Indo-Pacific strategy. And so actually, we think that there is something quite evocative about going from meeting with the President of Finland and the Prime Minister of Sweden to reinforce the momentum behind the NATO alliance and the free world's response in Ukraine, and getting on a plane and flying out to the Indo-Pacific, not just to deal with security issues, but to unveil a new far-reaching economic initiative, to host a Quad summit that will cover climate and cyber and emerging technologies, and to deal with Korea and Japan on issues that actually affect working people here in the United States, including major investments that will create jobs in states across the country. So for us, there is a certain level of integration and a symbiosis in the strategy we are pursuing in Europe and the strategy we're pursuing in the Indo-Pacific. And President Biden's unique capacity to actually stitch those two together is, I think, going to be a hallmark of his foreign policy presidency. Yes.
Can you provide an update on when the president will visit Israel? And secondly, can you elaborate further on the specific security guarantees that the United States has made Finland and Sweden in the interim period?
So first on Israel, we are actively working with the Israelis to fix a date for the visit at some point in the not too distant future. The president is very much looking to go, but unfortunately I don't have an announcement of a trip or a timetable for it standing here today, other than to say the president is excited to get the opportunity to go to reaffirm the strength of the U.S.-Israel relationship. With respect to the specifics on security commitments or assurances or actions that we will take with Finland and Sweden, those are ongoing conversations that are happening at an operational and technical level between our Department of Defense and their ministries of defense, and also with other NATO allies and partners. And so I'll leave it in those channels for now, only to say that the U.S. stands ready to ensure that deterrence and defense for Finland and Sweden will be there should they need it, even though they don't get the full benefits of the Article 5 alliance until the accession process is properly complete, as is required, frankly, under our Constitution, where we need to get advice and consent from the Senate for that treaty.
Yes. Thank you very much. Could you, regarding the trip, to what extent is the message on this trip going to be like a cautionary tale delivered to China to say, look what happened in Ukraine, look how we've responded, don't do anything similar? Is that going to be part of the messaging during the president's trip?
The message we're trying to send on this trip is a message of an affirmative vision of what the world can look like if the democracies and open societies of the world stand together to shape the rules of the road, to define the security architecture of the region, to reinforce strong, powerful historic alliances. And we think putting that on display over 4 days, bilaterally with the ROK and Japan, through the Quad, through the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, it will send a powerful message. We think that message will be heard everywhere. We think it will be heard in Beijing. But it is not a negative message, and it's not targeted at any one country. It's targeted at an audience the world over about what American leadership, working flanked by allies and like-minded partners, can deliver for people everywhere. And we think we go into this trip very much with the wind at our back, with a strong case to make that we have what it takes to be able to deliver against the security and economic challenges of our time. And President Biden will head into the Indo-Pacific with a spring in his step, and we're very much looking forward to this visit.
Will the president visit the DMZ, Jake? Will the president visit the DMZ?
You can ask Kareem.
He will not visit the DMZ. He will not.
Why
He will
not?
not.
Why not visit the DMZ?
Not on this trip. He will not. He will go to South Korea, as you know. They will have an agenda to talk about a lot of things, including North Korea, but he's not going to the DMZ. And just to reiterate here is that as vice president, he has been there before. But on this trip, he's just not. He's just not going to go on this trip. He's going to go to South Korea. He's going to show his support for the region, but he's not going to go to South Korea on this trip. I'm sorry, the DMZ on this trip. Okay, we all love Jake. Thank you so much for your patience. And I have one topper, and then we'll get to it. Okay, the Senate took an important step today with the bipartisan agreement announced by Chair Tester and Ranking Member Moran to advance their vision of the Honoring Our Promise to Address Comprehensive Toxics Act of 2022. President Biden has championed legislation to deliver the benefits and health care services that veterans impacted by toxic exposures have earned. This historic comprehensive bill will do just that. The pact will not only help deliver more timely access to benefits and services for veterans and their survivors, it will also ensure that the Department of Veterans Affairs can act more nimbly to add future presumptive conditions when the evidence warrants. And the legislation will help the VA provide our veterans the level of service they deserve. President Biden believes that we have a sacred obligation to support veterans, their families, caregivers, and survivors. That's why, as part of this his first State of the Union address, he identified supporting veterans as a key pillar of his unity agenda and an issue that can unite the country, Republicans and Democrats. Passing the PACT Act would be a welcome and long-awaited achievement for the veterans who have served us well. Darlene, you have the floor.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Jake this question, but I'll ask you. It's about the Quad Summit, and there is a possibility that Saturday's election in Australia will not produce a winner in time for someone to go to Tokyo to participate in the Quad Summit. So what contingencies are there? Will the Quad meeting go ahead if Australia cannot?
I believe the Quad meeting will go ahead. I don't have any more specifics than that about how that's going to affect any further deeper. But from what I understand, even Jake said this, that there's going to be a Quad summit. It's going to happen. We can talk more about the specifics of what it will look like with Australia.
And then the First Lady's office informed us that Ashley Biden, the president's daughter, is positive for COVID. Can you tell us when was the last time the president tested negative? Is he testing today in preparation for travel?
Yep, so the president tests regularly throughout the week as part of a cadence determined by his doctor. As we've communicated, the president is not a close contact with Ashley. It's been several days that he and the First Lady last saw Ashley. I think about a week is what I've been told. If his testing were to change because of a close contact, we'd let all of you know, but his cadence has not changed. I don't have when he last tested.
And then one final question on the church attack in California over the weekend. We haven't seen the president comment on that at all. Is he concerned that what happened there could somehow destabilize relations between Taiwan and China. Does he have any plans to call or reach out to Taiwan or China or anything like that?
So I don't have any calls to preview of calls with Chinese and Taiwan as it relates to this particular case. Our thoughts are with all of those affected by gun violence, including all of the incidents, the other incidents that happened this weekend in Houston, in Milwaukee, in Chicago, and as we know in Buffalo. Federal law enforcement is supporting as needed, and the White House has been in touch with local leaders. These shootings, and of course, the one in Buffalo, as the President and the First Lady went to grieve with the community yesterday, as all of you know, are a sad reminder of how important it is to redouble our fight against gun violence and violent crime. And as part of the President's comprehensive strategy to fight gun crime, we're putting more cops on the beat, as you've heard us say this past year and a half, as we're talked about gun comprehensive approach here, cracking down on firearms trafficking, investing through the ARP and community programs to prevent crime. But I don't have any more to share on any calls that may have occurred. Okay, I'm going to go to people who haven't asked a question. Go ahead, Ashley.
Thank you. Two questions. Following up on Darlene and Ashley Biden having COVID, she's in good company in this White House in that the Vice President had it, the second gentleman had it, you had it, Jen Psaki had it twice, a number of top cabinet officials had it, a number of other aides in the West Wing, and no one so far that I can remember has been deemed a close contact of the President. Why are none of these people close contacts of the President and his sister, actually, including family members? And also, are there steps that the President is taking beyond the CDC guidelines that you could lay out? Are meetings in the Oval being kept under 15 minutes? Is everyone masked?
Well, I'm glad to be said I was in good company. Appreciate that. So it is, we take extra precautions. To your last question, I'll answer that first. Here at the White House, and we've said this before, when we're in the meeting, I was in a meeting with the President earlier today. I got tested first, I put my mask on, and we socially distanced. Those are the extra protocols that we do take with the President and all the principals, not just him, just to make sure that we just take that extra added step there. Look, you know, the close contact is as it's deemed by CDC. And he hasn't seen Ashley in several days. And it's also, there's a time component to how long that person was in the room. We all wear masks. Yeah, I mean, the way if there was a close contact or he's a close contact of someone, we would let you know.
And on guns, yesterday when he was leaving Buffalo, the President said, I've got to convince the Congress that we should go back to what I passed years ago. I just want to confirm that he was referring to the 1994 assault weapons ban. And my question is, you know, when he was the point person for President Obama after Sandy Hook, mentioned to me, which went far less far than an assault weapons ban, failed. What makes him think that he could get that through when so far no meaningful legislation has gone through in the past decade?
I mean, look, this is what the President said yesterday, right? He understands it's not going to be easy, but he knows that there's more to do. You know, our country is facing an epidemic that is very real, as we have seen this past weekend. This gun violence is costing lives every single day. And so, you know, when he was in Buffalo, we saw examples of that. He talked to the family, talked to them in a very personal way. And this is a top priority for the President, as it's been throughout his career. As you just mentioned, he mentioned his own legislation that he passed. Look, the President continues to urge Congress to act to pass universal background checks, to keep guns out of the wrong hands, and to renew a ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines to keep weapons off our streets. It's not going to be easy. He understands that, but he's going to continue to work very hard to make that happen. But I do want to add, Ashley, is that this administration has done more on gun violence reform via executive action than any other president in its first year in their administration. So that is his commitment and what he's done just this year and a half. Go ahead.
Thanks, Corinne. Jake mentioned his conversation with his Chinese counterpart this morning. The readout you guys gave was pretty sparse, and so I was wondering if you could give any more detail to that conversation, particularly a sort of update on how the White House is seeing China's actions towards Russia in light of Ukraine. I know that
I don't have any more to read out outside of what was put out by us earlier today. I'm just going to keep it to that readout. And Jake has spoken to this before about China and their relationship with Russia. We haven't seen any evidence of any like material that has been provided to Russia. That continues to be the case. I don't have any more to add on that.
Let's go about a pair of bills on Capitol Hill right now.
Sure.
Both being forwarded by House Democrats. One is a Consumer Fuel Price Gouging Prevention Act, and the other is this domestic terrorism legislation. I haven't seen statements of administration policy on either, and I'm wondering how supportive the president is, particularly on the domestic terrorism legislation. He kind of, on the tarmac yesterday, seemed to say that he didn't think it was necessary.
So on the gas price gouging legislation that you just mentioned, look, the president welcomes all ideas to protect consumers and to make sure that oil companies aren't taking advantage of Putin's war and are competing fairly. He's been very clear on that. President Biden has been also very clear that no company should be engaging in unfair practices to hike prices on American consumers. As the president has said, President Putin's actions are what is driving the price increase at the pump. The president is focused on doing everything in his power to address the Putin price hike, including the largest ever release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, as we've talked about here at this podium, and working around the clock to diplomatically build a coalition of countries for the largest release in foreign reserves ever. We know that there are a number of ideas being suggested by our allies and in Congress, and look forward to engaging on this issue so we can get Americans some relief, especially as we're in this particular time right now with high prices.
And one last one, the Dow is down 1,100 points so far today. Chairman Powell did an interview with the Wall Street Journal in which he said he'd push forward on additional rate hikes, even if it resulted in unemployment coming up. Also, presumably baked into that is that the stock market, we've seen the stock market do poorly as Fed hikes rates.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you still, I guess, stand behind Chairman Powell's vision on rate hikes? And broadly, you guys have said that you're not following day-to-day market tribulations, but we're now getting to a point where some of the gains that have defined the president's tenure are being erased. And so is there a new level of alarm within the White House about this?
Well, as you know, we say this all the time, Josh, Justin, the Fed chair, the Federal Reserve is independent. We leave them to make their own policy decisions. We do not get involved in that, and nothing has changed on how we see the stock market. That's not something that we keep an eye on every day. So I'm not going to comment about that from here. I do want to touch a base on the domestic terrorism and what the president said yesterday about about domestic terrorism. Look, it's a growing and evolving threat, and one that the Biden administration has taken very seriously since our first day in office. We have said we have been studying the details of different proposals, and there are a range of ideas that have been proposed in Congress that could improve our ability to detect and respond to these threats. What the president was specifically referring to yesterday when he was on the tarmac was the set of existing laws on the books that provide law enforcement with authorities to investigate and prosecute domestic terrorism and hold those who commit hate-filled attacks accountable. As part of our national strategy for countering domestic terrorism, we increased our support for federal, state, and local law enforcement as they address domestic terrorism nationwide, including increasing resources and providing trainings to thousands of law enforcement entities. DOJ has made domestic terrorism-related investigation and prosecution a top priority at the national and local level, and plus DOJ earlier this year announced the creation of a new domestic terrorism unit with the counterterrorism section of the National Security Division that will enforce the expertise and experience on these issues available to federal prosecutors nationwide. So there is a commitment there, and that's what he was talking about. Go ahead.
We're about 3 weeks away from the Summit of the Americas. You've got Chris Dodd down in Mexico today trying to convince President Lopez Obrador to come. What's the president's level of optimism that Mexico will attend this Summit of the Americas? And well. Is the guest list finalized? Has the president decided who to invite?
The guest list is not finalized. Hopefully that will happen soon, and I promise once we have it, we will share it. The president is optimistic. You know, we don't have anything to share at this moment. Again, once we have it, we'll be happy to share it with all of you.
Thanks, Corinne. DHS said today that they'll be pausing the Disinformation Governance Board. Did the White House play a role at all in perhaps expressing frustration on how it was rolled out, or express any involvement in how, whether or not it should be paused? And then also some experts have said that it was sort of set up to fail the way it was rolled out. Do you have a response to that?
So the board has never convened. It never convened, and the board yes, the board is pausing in the sense that it will not convene while former Secretary Chertoff and former Deputy AG Gorlick do their assessment. But the departments work across several administrations to address disinformation that threatens the security of our country is critical, and that will indeed continue. And again, neither Nina Jankovic nor the board have anything to do with the censorship or with removing content from anywhere. Their role is to ensure that national security officials are updated on how misinformation is affecting the threat environment. She has strong credentials and a history of calling out misinformation from both the left and the right, and that's our focus.
Did the White House play a role at all in whether it should be paused or what should happen with the board?
No. First of all, like I said, this is what's happening. There is a pause. We did not have an involvement in this at all.
Just another quick question.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting out of Los Angeles. Happy Sunday, everyone. Thank you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. It is 10 a.m. Pacific time here on the West Coast. A federal judge has blocked the Biden administration from pandemic border restrictions. This is known as Title 42. This is a win for Republican-led states that wanted to keep these restrictions in place. But of course, the CDC says that this is not necessary by a public health standard. So our Live Now from Fox team did speak with two experts, one a legal analyst about what the DOJ plans next on this, and another expert as well on what this could mean for the Summit of the Americas. So I'm going to play both of those conversations out right now here on Live Now from Fox. But thank you all for joining us here on Live Now, where we continue to bring raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the country. We appreciate your viewership today.
Federal judge in Louisiana refusing to end pandemic-related restrictions on migrants seeking asylum on the southern border. Today, the judge blocking a plan by President Biden's administration to lift the restrictions, which was intended to expire on Monday. Migrants have been expelled more than 1.9 million times since March 2020 under this Title 42 authority. Arizona and Louisiana led 24 states in challenging this plan to end the restrictions. As U.S. officials anxiously waited on this ruling, many of the migrants crossing the border still oblivious to this massive pending court ruling. But now we have the decision officially, that federal judge refusing to end Title 42. To talk about next steps in this case here, I want to bring in legal analyst Andrew Tchaikovsky. Andrew, thanks for being with us here on this Friday. It feels like things always break on Friday or Monday. This one coming in just ahead of the weekend and that big date of Monday, the judge going ahead and making the decision. Now, what were your first takeaways on this, the timing of all of it?
Well, I think that the judge had to make this ruling ahead of Monday, and it was working all the way to the very end of the day here on Friday to get that ruling done. It's a 40-some-odd page ruling that does establish that the states met their burden to ensure that this injunction was put in place so that the order, Title 42 order, is not lifted. And what that means ultimately, this Title 42 order going back to the Trump administration, making immigration extremely limited, especially kind of in the under the reasoning of COVID-19 restrictions being in place, that the Border Patrol agents didn't have the resources at hand in order to deal with that. Now with COVID-19 restrictions being lifted, even masks on airplanes being lifted, the idea was that the Biden administration was going to go back to the old days and allow immigration and illegal immigration to proceed as it had been. These states all came together to fight that, saying that it would have an overwhelming impact on the states, and the judge agreed.
You brought up a really good point. This has been very confusing, I think, for the average viewer. This started out as a health policy, a public health policy because of COVID-19, not an immigration policy. You know, how big of a distinction is that when it comes to the potential banning of this, the potential lifting of this? Because some argue that the CDC is saying, hey, it's about time to go ahead and lift this. COVID-19, not as big of a concern anymore.
Well, I think you make a great point, and I think that that's the point that ultimately the Biden administration was hanging their hat on, hoping that they could do away with Title 42 because they've done away with other COVID-19 restrictions. Like I said earlier, the mask mandate on airplanes, although that had to be done through the court system as well. But the point ultimately being here that the Biden administration, through their representation in court, was essentially saying that there's kind of a bit of hypocrisy going on here, that the right or the conservatives who really want to keep very strong immigration policies in place are also seemingly the ones who are fighting against national restrictions on COVID-19 bases. So that's kind of the
arguable hypocrisy here, but it doesn't really play out because ultimately what's happening is that lifting the Title 42 order should allow the states to have quite a bit of say in what's going on. They should have an opportunity to be heard and to present their case, and that's what the judge is going to allow here. So the influx of of immigration, and it's estimated to be as much as 3 times as many immigrants as are coming in right now will come in if this order is lifted. The states were able to demonstrate to the judge that on many different grounds, from an influx in healthcare that they need to provide, education they need to provide, as well as manpower that they need to provide for that influx, that's such a large burden on the states that the judge is granting this injunction. So this trial, essentially, the entire lawsuit, can go forward with more fact-finding and presentation to the court. It's no guarantee that ultimately the court will uphold Title 42 and essentially negate the ability of the Biden administration to undo it, but it will require much greater court time and time in front of the judge with the presentation of a greater amount of evidence.
With this injunction today, though, could there be a potential response from the Biden administration, from the Justice Department, to push back on this and say, no, we want to lift it on Monday?
Absolutely, and I think that you should expect that the DOJ will come back at some point next week, maybe even early next week, with a decision on whether they're going to appeal this to federal appellate court. I believe it's the Fifth Circuit, and the rumors out there is that the Fifth Circuit would not take kindly to the DOJ's efforts to undo this injunction. They've had rulings in the past and indications in the past that they would support such a ruling from the district court as happened today. So ultimately, the prediction is that if an appeal happens, that means that it's an appeal to the Supreme Court. So what the Department of Justice needs to do in terms of its strategizing is determine if they've got a solid case that they want to bring to the Supreme Court now, or if they want to keep in place the current policy, which, as a side note, tends to help the Biden administration. With a huge influx of immigration coming into the country, it will be a manpower disaster and could be really catastrophic on many different fronts. So the Biden administration may actually see this as a sigh of relief, but realistically, they have to make that determination if the Supreme Court is a viable option for them, if this is the right timing of it, or if they want to see this lawsuit out much further down the line before they go through appellate options to undo it, or take potentially legislative action or executive action that could otherwise undo Title 42.
Right, because there's other immigration policies that the Supreme Court has already seen. Last month, they heard arguments about the Remain in Mexico policy, another Trump administration policy there, and they decided to reinstate it and keep it.
That's right. There's also legislation in the Senate right now that is pending a vote. That needs to get out of essentially the lock that they've had on that. The word is that there's potentially even enough Democrats that could help the Republicans push through an act that would ultimately make this lawsuit void as well. So there's all sorts of efforts both parties are putting forward right now as to how to attack this. I think that those who are looking to limit immigration have seen Title 42 as a relatively effective tool to stop immigration at the border itself through the border agents, instead of allowing people into the country for extended periods of time while they fight court battles. So there's many, even on the Democratic side, who see Title 42 or a function of it as being something beneficial to control immigration to a point that really allows for it to be done in a much more orderly fashion without an influx of immigrants coming to the country in an illegal fashion and remaining here for months or years on end while their court cases pend.
Yeah. Interesting to note, it was Arizona and Louisiana that were kind of heading this charge. It was 24 states in total. Why was it ruled on specifically in Louisiana? How does that all shake out?
Well, that's a little bit of the magic of the legal system there. As the plaintiffs, the states essentially got some degree of discretion as to where they were filing the lawsuit, with Louisiana being one of the initiating states that brought this lawsuit. They brought it in Louisiana. There's a little bit of forum hunting that goes on. You're looking for the right courts to take on a case like this. The states that are involved have a direct connection and essentially met the court's burden to establish that they have a relevant connection to the impact that lifting this order would have had. Louisiana, Arizona, both being states that obviously border or are near an access to immigration points. Both of those states had an impact. And so they were obviously very ripe to bring this lawsuit. And the judge spoke of that and found that to be satisfied in the order that was entered today.
Well, we're taking a look at, and I've put it on the screen here quite a few times, but it's miraculous to see still large groups of migrants coming across the border, even with Title 42 still being in place. What do they face when they come to the other side? I mean, what is in their future here? Is there going to be, you think, even more permanent steps, more restrictive steps with Title 42 if it stays in place here? I know these are all kind of hypotheticals, but it's still an issue. We still have so many border crossings every single day.
Well, I think the people who are attempting to enter the country illegally are not doing it with much regard for what the law is. So I don't think that they're spending a lot of time doing a legal analysis of the current status of the law. They're just trying to get here however they can and to get over the fence or over the river in a way that gets them in the country. What Title 42 essentially does is it allows the border agents to summarily deport them. And so what's happening is, depending on where they cross the border, they're taken by a bus or flown by plane to the nearest port of entry, and they're walking back to the country that they came from. And so if they're coming in from Mexico, they're taken to a port of entry with Mexico and the United States and sent on their way. There's a few exceptions there, and it's really in exceptional circumstances. The border agents have the discretion, with the approval of their supervisor, to grant these exceptions in these extraordinary cases. So essentially people who would be subject to a articulable claim of some sort of torture or abuse by being returned to their country. It's also notable that Title 42 generally applies to the countries nearest our southern border. And so there's been a little bit of, I guess, arguments of inequality as to how this Title 42 is being applied to different immigrants throughout the world and different efforts to come into the United States. And that's something that I think is right for any sort of argument against against keeping Title 42 in place. But ultimately here, Title 42 has been very effective at allowing border agents and empowering them to return these illegal immigrants to the country from whence they came.
Well, this is just one development in this story here, a story that we've been following for months now. What are you going to be watching as we move forward after this injunction?
Well, I'm very interested to see if the DOJ files an appeal on this, or if they see this through to the end, maybe even using that as a sign that the Biden administration is allowing this to let them continue to be hard on immigrants, even though their political position seems to be inconsistent with that. So I don't know if they use this as a political tool to allow immigration to keep those numbers down. I don't know what the Supreme Court would say about this. They don't seem likely to be particularly favorable to the Biden administration on this. So I think that what we're really looking for here is some sort of advancement of legislation or some sort of additional execution of an executive order that tries to, again, attack this. But as it stands right now, this has been an effective tool that was put in place by the Trump administration to limit illegal immigration. And I think it's going to remain as an effective tool well into the future.
All of this happening as President Biden is not here in the United States, so he's got his work cut out for him when he does return. Legal analyst Andrew Chikoski, thanks for being with us here on the show.
Thank you, Daytona. Have a great day.
there's still a lot of questions that remain about Title 42. I want to bring in former U.S. diplomat Brett Bruin. Brett, thanks for being with us here on this Friday evening. We are getting some responses and reaction from the Biden administration about this movement with Title 42. Feels like Biden kind of pointing fingers towards the CDC and saying, why can't this be officially banned and taken away if they say it's okay? What are your thoughts?
Well, part of the problem that the Biden administration has had is a procedural one, and that's what the courts are saying is that essentially the CDC didn't run through the proper procedures with some of these in order to make that argument. On the other hand, however, the Biden administration has struggled to come up with a plan for how they're both going to stem illegal immigration into the country, as well as to deal with, if they were to open up, as the reports suggested, there could be a flow of up to 80% increase in the number of migrants that we had coming across the border. What are we going to do with them? Obviously, we're also dealing with a surge in COVID cases. So all of this creates a very difficult scenario. And let's not forget, Daytona, we've got Latin American leaders coming to the U.S. in just a couple of weeks for the Summit of the Americas.
And so you're kind of edging into that. What do you think that conversation will be with those leaders amid so many talks about border crossings, about foreign policy and relations with Mexico?
Well, they're frustrated because I think, the Biden administration, while they came in, and I had friends still at the State Department who were working both in Latin America and on Latin American issues, they felt like the Biden administration came in and started issuing some of these executive orders without fully appreciating some of the realities on the ground. And we saw the surge of migrants working their way up through Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, and up to the border. And then they were left to try to grapple with all of those people that had gathered at our doorstep. I think the real issue right now is one of how are we going to put in place a plan so that when we reopen to a normal set of operations, we're able to deal with this in a much better way. And I haven't heard that much from the Biden administration, at least not publicly.
Mm-hmm. So what you're saying is maybe it's not so bad that this decision was made, that this ban of Title 42 was blocked, because there's not really any other plan in place from the administration.
There isn't for the moment. Yeah, despite Vice President Kamala Harris's efforts to try and rally countries, companies to do more to disincentivize those migrants from coming up from what they call that northern triangle of South America, it's not worked. And we still have, despite obviously a pretty firm closure of our border, lots of migrants that are making that perilous journey. We've got to find a new way of dealing with that. And I think, quite frankly, it's going to require more resources. Unfortunately, we got a lot of resources going over to Ukraine. The president at the moment is in Asia, and our own, neighborhood has just not gotten the attention it needs.
Right. We've got reporters down there speaking with the migrants and speaking with Border Patrol, and it doesn't seem like there's a slowdown on their end. There's really a miscommunication between migrants that are coming across, asylum seekers. They have no idea what's going on with Title 42, and they don't really care. Is there a way that we can change that communication and make it very apparent that this is still in place and the border is closed?
Well, this is the inherent conflict in how the Biden administration has approached the issue of immigration. On the one hand, they want to soften the tone. They want to appear to take a different tack from President Trump. On the other hand, they've obviously got the issue that, even the slightest softening of the rhetoric and the policy leads to this just flow of immigrants up towards the border. So I think what we really need is just a clear, simple communications and a plan of how are we going to deal with this situation, because oscillating back and forth has just, quite frankly, worsened matters.
Well, we now know that the Justice Department does plan to appeal this. Do you think that that is probable? Do you think Title 42 is here to stay? Where do you think this is going to go?
Well, I think they will appeal it, and I think ultimately it will be relaxed. But until then, we ought to see the administration really put an emphasis on getting the right resources in place, putting in place, well, look, they still have control of both houses of Congress, some sort of solutions or some plan for how to deal with this issue. And obviously, the administration has a lot on their plate, but this one is a big issue. It needs attention. It needs more efforts to try and resolve, because otherwise we're just going to see those images like they're on the screen right now, but with thousands, tens of thousands of more people making that journey.
And mind you, these images taken as that ruling came down. So still with Title 42 in place, these are the sights and scenes from the border there in Eagle Pass and across the whole border itself. Brett, anything else to be watching here from this ruling and then also from the Biden administration in response?
Yeah, I think we do need to key into that Los Angeles Summit of the Americas. It is a moment, perhaps the moment, for the Biden administration's Latin American policy. I've done those summits. We don't, quite frankly, show up with enough of a strategy, and it's one of the reasons why, especially as you see governments in Latin America shifting leftwards. There's an election coming up in Colombia, which could push Colombia farther into the sort of leftist category of Evo Morales or Nicolas Maduro. That's a concern. And what's the U.S. going to do about it? What's the Biden administration going to do to ensure that American leadership is strong there, to ensure that we have the right plan in place with those partners?
Right. And nothing from the vice president. Remember, she was kind of tasked with taking a look at the southern border. You mentioned her before, and she has gone over there and spoken with the Mexican president, but really nothing from her as of late.
Well, and apparently the president of Mexico, Obrador, is threatening not to come to that summit, which would be a huge slight and a setback for the administration when it comes to cooperation on our southern border.
All right. Well, a lot of moving parts in this. Any last thoughts, Brett?
I would just say, look, we've got to focus on Latin America. We've obviously have the war in Ukraine. We've got the challenge of China, but this has to move up our priority list. It's the one that directly affects us, and we've seen the consequences of ignoring it.
Yeah, no doubt. Brett Bruen, thank you so much for being with us here on the show. We appreciate it, and we'll talk to you soon as things develop.
Look forward to it. Thanks to Tona.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Switching gears to the latest on Russia and Ukraine. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says that he still expects fighting to continue extensively in the next few days. He says that victories will be bloody but will ultimately end in diplomacy. And our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft spoke with our Russia-Ukraine expert Hal Kempfer, and after that, Fox 13 Tampa also has the latest on what's happening in the war against Ukraine. Let's take a look at this report and conversation here on Live Now from Fox.
Joining me now, as always, a little bit earlier tonight, national security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, good to see you. A lot is happening on the war front as well. Let's get into it. I want to first talk about Finland and Sweden. Their leaders appeared alongside President Biden today in a bid of support to show solidarity as they make an effort to apply for NATO membership. You and I have discussed some of the kind of kinks in that and the kind of roadblocks that they're experiencing. One in particular, Turkey, but also we learned today Croatia will be blocking Finland and Sweden from membership. What does Croatia want, and has Turkey relented at all since we last spoke yesterday?
Andrew, good evening. My understanding is Croatia, they have a few little issues they want to work with, nothing huge, but they want to work through some issues. I was looking this afternoon, and I was trying to figure out exactly what they wanted, and it didn't look like anything insurmountable. But you know, for a lot of countries in NATO, Turkey is the biggest, obviously, and the most vocal. They see this as an opportunity, and it's an opportunity to address other issues. And I wouldn't be surprised if you might see, as this thing drags on, if it does drag on any further, that maybe another country may step forward and say, well, we'd kind of like to address this too. And as mentioned, the issue with the Kurds or the Kurdish organizations with Finland and to a lesser extent with Sweden, that the Turks have raised actually applies more to Denmark, which is already a NATO member. So there is this kind of, and you look at it, you go, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but it doesn't quite match up with the reality on the ground.
Hal, you have remained, though, very optimistic that some of these problems will kind of sort themselves out in the long term, and there might not be an expedited fast track for membership for Sweden and Finland. Are you still confident? Are you still bullish on that?
Everything I've seen, I'm pretty confident they're going to work through this stuff. They only went in there with the formal offer a couple days ago, so it hasn't been out there for that long. And I would have expected the first week for them to be a little, if they're, the state of residence by Turkey, I would have expected for this to kind of play its way out, and there has to be a certain negotiation, figure out way, and provide some consideration for Turkey's vote. And now we're gonna have to provide some consideration for Croatia's support, and that'll work its way out. But everything behind the scenes, from what I gather, is being worked out. The mechanics of integration are being worked out, where they're going to sit. I understand there's already Finnish and Swedish representatives at NATO headquarters, literally, arranging their desks and doing all sorts of stuff. So they're working this out. There's from what I gather, it's parallel paths. It's like, here's the formal invitation, but it's a foregone conclusion they're going to be in here. So let's start working out the mechanics so they can hit the ground running when it's finalized. And that's what it sounds like, and I think that's what we're seeing right now.
Okay, let's move on and talk about what's going on at the Kremlin, specifically Putin's inner circle. You had alerted me to some of the news out of Moscow that Russia has fired senior commanders who are considered to have performed poorly during the opening stages of the invasion. We also know, speaking of one of these high-level military officials, that Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, spoke with his Russian counterpart, Gerasimov, earlier today. That was the first time they have spoken since the invasion began. What are we to make of all this?
Well, what it is Putin is, you know, there's a history here where he's just been getting angrier and angrier because they haven't been performing on the field. And of course, if you go back before that, there was talk that 150 FSB officers had been fired. You know, the top of the 5th Directorate, which is in charge of intelligence operations in the Ukraine, was actually one of those that was rolled up under house arrest and was facing charges. So he's been frustrated. The generals, there's been some generals out there that have obviously been removed. In fact, Gerasimov himself was going out there to ostensibly take charge of the main effort, which would have put him as a more senior general in charge of the main effort over a more junior general, Dornikov, who had just been named the head of Ukrainian operations, which was the first time they had a singular general named for heading Russia's Ukrainian operations, which was a big question, which is if he goes in there, then who's in charge? Did Dornikov get knocked down? Is he going to be relieved? And of course, then, you know, Gerasimov gets reportedly injured, did not show up for the Victory Day parade, kind of undermining that or underscoring that issue. And then, of course, there's been all these reports that his time and credibility with Putin has been dramatically limited. But today, he was allowed to talk to Milley, which he has not been allowed to talk to date. They cut a number of those comms paths off. He has been allowed to talk to him. He has not been formally removed from his job as chairman of as basically the chief of staff of the armed forces. However, it's very clear that he's been knocked down a few pegs. He does not have the influence with Putin that he once had. That influence that Putin has taken a much more forthright role. There are reports, and they sound pretty credible, that Putin is getting into the weeds. He is getting into tactical decision making, at least down to possibly the division level, brigade level, on the field in Ukraine. Which, for Russia, for the Russian military, that's got to be a grave concern. For the Ukrainian military, that might be cause for some joy because you have somebody who doesn't know what he's doing now micromanaging Russian operations, which should actually help the Ukrainian counteroffensives. But that's what's going on. He doesn't know who to trust, and it's not just trust as are they telling the truth. It's trust. Do they really know what they're talking about? And of course, he's paying the price for the fact that he has surrounded himself over time with yes men. They realized that the way you survived in his regime was you told the boss what he wanted to hear.
Yeah.
And then he goes off and does this based on that. And now he's paying a price. And frankly, he's kind of trying to figure out what he's doing. And he may be suffering the effects of ill health all at the same time.
Yeah, let's talk about so many of those topics because you and I will agree on this, that if you're a military commander in the Russian army and you get fired, firing takes on a whole different meaning in the kind of Russian security and military apparatus. I found that to be quite interesting. Also, the kind of NATO equivalent of post-Soviet countries that has formed recently are showing their frustrations with Russia as well, and that united defense bloc may not be as united as it has been in the past, and also how you and I were talking, casualties are reaching and approaching a significant number on the Russian side, according to the Ukrainian side, up to almost 30,000 casualties since the war began. We could hit that by the weekend. All of this has to be simmering. There has to be some type of boiling point where, you know, Putin has to blink.
I think we saw that a few days ago where that retired colonel who's the defense contributor or expert that they use on Russian state television basically laid out Putin, the whole Ukrainian operation, cut through the propaganda, basically said it was propaganda in so many words.
Yeah.
Shocking. Of course, he comes on the next day and somebody had a conversation with him which may or may not have included a gun to his head at some point, and then he walked back a lot of what he said. It was interesting, and it was very clear what had happened behind the scenes, which was somebody had spoke to him about the consequences probably for him and his family, because that's the way it's done in Russia.
Yeah.
All right. Now on the battle damage assessment, it's kind of catching up, but there are reports that almost a brigade, the better part of, not just that battalion that was wiped out on that river crossing with artillery, but most of the brigade was taken out. Right now, the Ukrainians are showing 28,500 killed in action for the Russians. If they keep up on this track, sometimes towards the middle or end of next week, they could be looking at 30,000. And my guess is at this point, despite whatever propaganda Russia puts out, that Putin probably has a second channel where he's getting much more accurate intelligence on their battle damage that they're suffering. And it's probably a lot closer to the Ukrainian estimate. So he knows what this means as well. This is an enormous watershed moment in terms of what's going on. So there's just a lot of a lot of things that he has to face in terms of bad news on the front, and then the other part is they got to figure out what they're doing with these prisoners of war that are taken on Mariupol, because he's getting pressure within Russia to back out of that deal for prisoner exchange. And if they do something draconian, if they try them as war criminals or something like that, first off, they don't meet the international standard for war criminals by any means. And then if they try them as war criminals and they do something like try to do executions or something like that, I think even Putin realizes that the long-term consequences of that could be really horrific for Russia and certainly for him personally, with all the other things that have been going on.
Yeah, and of course, we have been talking so much, not only about Putin's mental health, but physical health as well. I didn't get to bring this up when we spoke, I believe, Friday of last week. There was a report and a secret recording was obtained by an outfit known as New Lines magazine of this call from an oligarch who is close to the Kremlin and close to Putin, that essentially said Putin is very ill with blood cancer, although the media organ did not say what type of cancer was specified, but this was a kind of intercepted recording of some of these comments by an unnamed oligarch who is close to the Kremlin, and you and I have spoken at length about what is ailing Putin. So that was quite interesting in that intercepted phone call obtained by that media organization. Then again, you have to kind of take these reports with a grain of salt.
Well, with one thing that is coming out, and the media certain media organizations, they'll pick it up, but which is really kind of surprised all of us. Communication security and operational security on the Russian side has been really poor. They've been saying things have been picked up by Ukrainian intelligence through what we call signals intelligence, SIGINT, which is intercepted radio, intercepted phone calls, cell phone calls, anything that moves electronically being intercepted. And the Russian encrypted communications capability has been so broken since the beginning of this thing that the Ukrainians had been able to pick up on a lot of things. Now, I was hearing at the very beginning that in Kiev, amongst the hierarchy there, they on the Ukrainian side, that it was widely understood that that Putin had been suffering from leukemia. That was their belief, and there is some credibility because the people involved. Then, of course, you saw the reports that he had thyroid cancer, and they had doctors assigned to him who are experts in thyroid cancer. And then, of course, this latest thing, he has blood cancer. I'm not ruling out that, he may have a problem with cancer, and it may be stage 4 or something. And so we're getting all sorts of reports that aren't necessarily, exclusive, if you will. They could be just talking about something that a situation is getting worse. He looked rather energetic at the Victory Day parade. He was kind of bouncing up those stairs, if you remember, and he did that long walk. That could have been he was pumped up with stuff. That's very possible. The other thing, though, is they went back and re-examined some of the other photos, and what they noticed was when he was sitting in that chair, they had him really covered up tight with blankets, as if there were real problems there. And there were some other little things which indicated that they had taken a number of unusual precautions for his health while he was out there. So he was able to perform in those limited things but there was obviously something else going on. And whatever they did, those images we've had of what look like Parkinson's symptoms, where he can't control the movement of his hands, his feet, his legs, those apparently had diminished. There are drugs that will suppress those things. That may have been the case, but there's obviously a problem there.
Yeah. Hal, let's move on to some more international headlines. We know President Biden, as we speak, is en route to his first overseas trip to the Indo-Pacific. He'll be visiting both South Korea and Japan, no doubt shoring up their support to assist in the West's efforts into Ukraine, no doubt. But I thought it was interesting, too, because in the middle of all of this, you kind of have to talk about North Korea as well on a trip like this. And I want to read in part what Jake Sullivan told reporters on Air Force One about possible overtures or back channels that the Biden administration has been trying to get through to North Korea. They say, Jake Sullivan says, North Korea has refused to talk with the Biden administration, saying that the U.S. has sent messages through various channels. Quote, thus far, North Korea has not displayed any indication of willingness to engage in any meaningful and constructive diplomacy. We also learned a couple days ago Biden has no plans to visit the DMZ when he's in South Korea. This all comes as North Korea is facing a huge COVID outbreak, possibly their first since the pandemic began. And in the last few months, they have tested and tested and tested ICBMs.
And they may test another an ICBM while President Biden is actually in South Korea. There are contingencies in place for messaging and other things that will deal with if they do a test of an ICBM while he's there, which I really can't tell you. I'm not saying it's 50-50, but they are fully prepared for that to happen. Yeah, Kim Jong-un, obviously he's cut the channels. That's been true for a while, that he has not been communicative. You know, it's also right now, it's a little more difficult for us to leverage China as a means, as one of those channels to get through. Our relationship with China is not what it was at one time, and that's also been true for a while. They have this huge COVID outbreak. I think they're having a surge from what I can gather. I am of the opinion that they've always had a problem with COVID. They just kept it very, very quiet. And because it's a hermetic society, if you will, and there's virtually no outside presence that can provide a lot of good information on what's there, they've probably had that. In fact, one of the problems with figuring out how many people are sick is the fact that they don't have testing capability. They don't really have much of a medical capability at all, but they have virtually no testing capability. So the only way that we will ever to be able to figure out how bad it is if we can get some data on excess morbidity of the population. Now they're saying 1.6 million. For all we know, it could be 3 times that many. I just don't know. And then if you look at that, the numbers for the number of people who die of this in the West don't necessarily translate to North Korea, because their medical system was already completely broken before this thing happened. They couldn't do routine stuff there. They would do stuff that just would not be acceptable by Western standards. So their morbidity rate from COVID could be far in excess of what Western numbers are. This is obviously a big concern because he went public with it. Kim Jong-un actually went public and talked about this, and that is very, very much against the way that North Korea does these things, which tells you just how serious it is. You know, there's a report that I think it was 3 or 4 big cargo jets went up to China, and it's not sure what they were taking there and not sure what they were bringing back, but they believe it was all tied to whatever this is. Okay. You know, the other thing too is there's no proof it's COVID. There is a strain of thought it could be something else that's it could be more serious.
Hal, just last point though, back to Biden's trip and how he's garnering even more support amongst Asian nations as kind of a test and a symbol for China to look upon. You know, if those nations are joining the West and assisting Ukraine and the war effort there, that is a symbol about maybe, hey, do not mess with Taiwan. What do you think about that?
I think that's actually a good way to put it. Maybe that should become the bumper sticker. You know, there's a thing over there called the Quad, all right, which is ostensibly Japan, Australia, India, the U.S., but they're talking about South Korea being part of the Quad. And it's an informal thing. It's often sometimes referred to as informal Asian version of NATO. It may get more formalized because all these countries are coming together and seeing common purpose in what they're doing, particularly in opposition to China. And of course, the ongoing threat with North Korea. But just as you've seen with the Ukraine war has galvanized European and North Atlantic unity in opposition to it, you know, triggered two long-standing neutral nations to apply for NATO membership. You're starting to see some of the differences, the long-standing differences between South Korea and Japan seem to be going a little bit further off the radar. There seems to be more bilateral discussion with that. As you know, I was over there for a long time and going back and forth between those two countries. And so I've seen some of that antagonism firsthand. But that seems to be kind of drawn back. And I think President Biden's going to actually be able to come into this in a very different situation than previous presidents and maybe get some things done that previous presidents do it. And I think the more intransigent Kim Jong-un is, the more this pushes unity across the board. So there's a sea change, pardon the expression, considering it's the South China Sea, that's happening over there in terms of relationships. And it's the second, third order effects of Ukraine that are actually kind of pushing that.
Definitely. Well, we'll leave it at that. Hal Kempfer, as always, we appreciate your time. We'll be covering President Biden's overseas trip here on Live Now from Fox for those of you who are interested in following along. And Hal, we'll talk to you again.
All right. Have a good night.
Russia is celebrating the fall of Mariupol and threatening to treat the Ukrainians they captured as terrorists. Right now, Ukraine is trying to negotiate their release, and our political editor, Craig Patrick, is here to show us how it's playing out and where it may be heading. Craig.
Well, it will not be easy for Ukraine to free these troops in Mariupol that had been captured by Russia. Remember that Russia justified its invasion on the false claim that it was going in to free the Ukrainian people from Nazis. Well, now it has captured all of these Ukrainian troops that they are claiming to be the Nazis. The initial reports out of Russia stated they had taken all 260 Ukrainian troops who were holed up in this steel factory. But turns out there were many more apparently still hiding in the tunnels. Now Russia has taken more than 1,000 Ukrainian troops who had defended the city of Mariupol for nearly 3 months. Some of them are seriously injured, and we can see Russia carting them off in stretchers. And Ukraine is desperately trying to free them through a prisoner swap.
The evacuation mission is continuing. It is being supervised by our military and intelligence officers.
But the Kremlin released more statements on Wednesday that suggest it may have no interest in freeing the survivors of the resistance in Mariupol. Russia says it could deprive them of rights by declaring them to be terrorist and war criminals. That reference to war criminals follows Ukraine's first war crime trial of a Russian invader. This 21-year-old Russian sergeant admitted to murdering a 62-year-old civilian who was sitting in his car. He said he did it under orders from Russian command. Ukraine says it's now preparing more than 40 other war crime trials. Meanwhile, Finland and Sweden jointly submitted their applications to join NATO. One NATO member, Turkey, continues to object, specifically citing Sweden harboring Kurdish separatists that Turkey claims are terrorists. But NATO leadership expects to resolve Turkey's concerns.
And we are determined to work through all issues and reach rapid conclusions.
And the Biden administration reiterated that, saying that it is in talks with Turkey as we speak, and they are very optimistic at this point that Turkey will ultimately relent based on some follow-up negotiations yet to come.
All right, Craig Patrick, thank you.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting out of Los Angeles. We are just going on 11 a.m. Pacific time here on the West Coast, and we want to continue our coverage on Russia's invasion of Ukraine, starting with also and going to the Pentagon briefing from earlier this week for an update on what is happening. If you missed this, I'm going to play it in full right now here on Live Now from Fox. Don't forget, you can always watch Live Now on LiveNowFox.com.
As I move the briefing time to 2.
At 1:43.
The Myers disapproval.
You miss me.
Evident as always. Welcome back. Okay, so a couple of things at the top here, if I can get this to work. All right, so far so good. I think you know this morning the Secretary met with the Colombian Minister of National Defense, Diego Molano, and reaffirmed the importance of the strong defense relationship between our two countries. He congratulated Colombia on its recent designation by President Biden as a major non-NATO ally and praised Colombia's progress as a NATO global partner. The leaders discussed their shared interest in deepening cooperation on a range of strategic issues. Secretary Austin expressed his appreciation for Colombia's many contributions to regional and international security based on that strong defense partnership. Switching to other business, later this afternoon, the Secretary will have a chance to speak again with the Ukrainian Minister of Defense Alexei Reznikov, to discuss Ukraine's military requirements in advance of the U.S. hosted the first iteration and the second meeting of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group. That will be held on Monday. It's going to be held virtually. The Secretary will participate from the Pentagon. The Secretary also had a chance to highlight for Minister Reznikov the President's authorization yesterday of that additional $100 million in security assistance to provide Ukraine's armed forces with additional capabilities as they continue the fight in the eastern part of the country. The contact group meeting will include over 40 countries. We'll have a more comprehensive list for you on Monday. We're still working all that out, but more than 40 countries which will be coming together as they did in Ramstein a month ago to provide security assistance to Ukraine and to discuss the future of what that could look like. And again, Secretary is proud to be hosting this, and we'll have more information on that Monday morning. Also this morning, the Secretary had a chance to speak with the French Minister of the Armed Forces, Florence Parly, over the phone. He bid farewell to his colleague, Minister Parly, who is leaving her position now after 5 years in the role. They've had a very, very good relationship in the last 18 months. He thanked Minister Parly for the close cooperation, the collegiality, friendship during their time as counterparts, and of course all the work that our two militaries between the United States and France do together routinely throughout the world. Moving to some upcoming travel. The Deputy Secretary, Dr. Hicks, will depart for an overseas trip on Sunday to meet with senior military and government leaders in Norway, the United Kingdom, as well as the U.S. European Command and U.S. Africa Command leaders in Germany. Throughout her travel, Deputy Secretary Hicks will work to deepen relationships and reinforce the importance of allies and partners to counter strategic competitors like Russia and China, while also countering the threats of transnational terrorism that emanate from the African continent. So busy trip for the deputy. We look forward to seeing her accomplish those objectives. And with that, we'll take questions. I think, Lita, you're up.
Thanks, John. Two really quick things, and then I have one broader question on Ukraine. But has there been any resolution to the flights of the Formula? Is that definitely going to be contract aircraft? And my second very short one is I just wanted to check back again whether or not the U.S. has seen any evidence of any laser weapons used by Russia in Ukraine. And then I have a follow-up.
On the lasers, no, we don't have any indication of the use of lasers, at least weaponized lasers in Ukraine. Nothing to confirm on that. On the Operation Fly Formula, we are, as I think you saw, we put a statement out last night. We're doing the sourcing work and the sourcing right now to arrange for the first flight to get Formula from Zurich, Switzerland to the United States. It'll be going to Plainfield, Indiana, this first flight. So we're working on the sourcing on that. I don't have a specific update for you in terms of exactly what carrier it's going to be and exactly what time and date. But obviously this isn't classified information, and as soon as we have it properly sourced and all the details worked out, we'll get that to you. I would add that we're working this very, very hard, have since last night, and I don't think it's going to be very long before A, there's a sourcing solution, and B, that flight is actually in the air.
My follow-up, just on Ukraine as a whole, Shoigu has said, I think today, that the liberation of Luhansk is nearing completion. Do you have sort of a broad sense about how much of Ukraine Russia now controls and what that says about the state of the war right now?
I don't have a percentage estimate of geography. And I'm not sure that it would be much of a helpful metric anyway, Lita, because literally territory is changing hands every single day. For instance, 2 weeks ago, if you'd asked me about Kharkiv, while we never assessed that the Russians held Kharkiv, they were surrounding, encircling Kharkiv. There was only a small corridor to the southeast of the city that the Ukrainians could continue to supply themselves through. And now they have literally pushed the Russians well away from Kharkiv, all the way up to near the border with Belarus and with Russia, and then even to the east, well into the northern Donbass region. They have pushed the Russians out. In the Donbass region, almost every day, there are hamlets, towns, and villages that are changing hands. The Russians are still well behind where we believe they wanted to be when they started this revitalized effort in the eastern part of the country. And while they have made, and we have been very honest about this, they have made some incremental progress in the Donbass. It is incremental. It is slow. It's uneven, and the Ukrainians continue to push back. So it's a long answer to what was a simple question. I don't have a percentage of land held for you. And again, I don't know that we would consider that a useful metric, given how dynamic the fighting actually is in the east. Okay, Travis.
Thanks. Just to follow up on the baby formula. So the president has invoked the Defense Production Act, and Transcom is working on getting these flights to bring the formula over. Is the military involved in any other way in this kind of baby formula crisis, or for now is that the extent of it?
Right now, the extent of it is using DoD, really transportation commands, contracting vehicles to find commercial aircraft to fly this formula. And as I said yesterday, that's a cheaper and usually more efficient way to do it, because we have we fly contract air every day. Much of the security assistance that goes to Ukraine goes on contract air, quite frankly, not gray tails. I do want to stipulate, I said it yesterday, but I want to make sure I make it clear again today. It is possible that through Operation Fly Formula, that we would determine that the most efficient way to do it would be on a gray tail, a U.S. military aircraft. And so we are working the sourcing right now for this first flight. And I don't have a sourcing solution for you right now, but I don't want to leave you with the impression that it's definitely one or the other. U.S. Transportation Command knows how to do this. In fact, they know how to do it better than anybody in the world. And they understand the tasking. They'll find the right sourcing solution. And then as soon as we have that, I will absolutely make that transparent to everybody. We'll walk you through it.
Thanks. If I could just follow up on a separate issue. The Secretary met yesterday with the Suicide Prevention Committee. Is there any update from that? Is there any impressions that he had, or is there a better timeline for their work?
He was grateful for the opportunity to meet with them. This was their first week sort of as a group. So it was really a chance for him to simply thank them for their service, because this is a public service that they're rendering the department and, frankly, the country. And he wanted to thank them for their willingness to serve on this committee and to devote their valuable time and incredible expertise to the effort. There's no changes to their schedule. I think we've already walked you through what that's going to be. They're going to be working well into 2020. They'll have to report out in the early 2023. Final report due to him at the end of this year. They've got some scheduled installation visits. I think we've made public that's all on track. That's going to go. So I have no changes to the schedule to read out to you. But he's very grateful, and I think really for the biggest purpose for him wanting to talk to them was to thank them and make sure that they heard directly from him, not that they needed to, but that they heard directly from him how seriously he's taken this issue of suicide prevention and treatment and with respect to mental health. I mean, it is clearly an issue we've got to get better at, and we still have these issues of stigma in the military. The can-do attitude that we have, which is so commendable, also can lead to making people feel like they're not able to, will somehow be held to account or punished for seeking mental health, and we want to get our arms around that and reduce that stigma. So a good discussion. The Secretary was very grateful to have it, very grateful for their service, and again, we'll keep you posted as things go forward. Yeah, Court.
On the baby formula thing, I just want to be clear. When you say that there's no sourcing solution, that it's still not determined whether it's going to be a civilian or a military aircraft.
We're still working that out.
Okay. Will the military, once it's...
But I don't think it's going to take very long.
Okay. Is there even like a date set for when it's supposed to leave and or arrive in Indiana?
I would refer you to Transportation Command. I don't have that level of granularity. My understanding is that it's not going to take long. I mean, we're talking days at most.
And then, is the military going to have any role in the distribution once it arrives here?
That's not part of the mandate right now. And I assume you mean like trucking it to no, that's not part of the mandate. The mandate right now is to work with Transportation Command to fly it from Europe to the United States. Then it's going to have to go through, and I want to be careful here because it's outside our lane, but I understand, HHS and FDA have a role here in terms of, making sure that that everything is safe and ready for distribution, and how that gets onto store shelves. That's not a task that the Department of Defense has been given.
So DoD won't have a role in any of the quality control of it or the distribution, as far as you know.
No.
And then finally, is there anything else on the flight that you're expecting other than formula? Is there any other kind of, I don't know.
Well, the flight hasn't been sourced yet, so I don't know. My guess would be, and I should never be guessing from the podium, but my guess would be that that's it. It's just going to be to get formula, and that's all there is.
So, and then also, speaking of guessing from the podium, I guess, is this the podium you're going to continue to guess from, or should we expect you to be guessing from another podium in the near future?
I am very proud to be here, and that's what my focus is on.
That was far from an answer. So, would you say that you're going to be in this job in like a couple of weeks, or are you moving to the White House? What's the deal?
I don't have any. I mean, look, I've seen the stories out there. I don't have any personnel announcements to make, certainly none about me. We all serve at the pleasure of the president. I will tell you that I am just so proud to be able to come back into public service and to be back here with you guys, and I'm focused on that. Tara.
So if you had to guess, do you think you'll be at this podium or maybe another podium?
I think the only guess I'm going to make today is the guess that I made to Courtney, which I probably shouldn't have done in the first place. I'm assuming it's just going to be formula on that plane, but I don't have anything personnel-wise to talk about today.
Following up, though, on a different topic, on the Ukraine contact group, can you talk a little bit about, what will this next discussion be? Is it more formalized on what kind of funds they might send to Ukraine, or is it more weapons? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I think the main focus is going to be, as it was in the first meeting, I think we're going to want to reorient all the leaders on a battlefield update, what's going on the ground, and Minister Reznikov will be a key contributor to that discussion, as you might expect. And then there'll be a discussion up front, and certainly they're going to want to hear from Minister Reznikov about the capabilities they continue to need. And then there'll be a discussion about that among the partners partners is not good, the members of the contact group, about how they can best fill those capabilities. So, we've been very open in just the last 24 hours about additional capabilities that we're sending. We look forward to hearing what other countries might be willing to provide as well. So it'll be, I think, dual purpose battlefield update, get a direct sense from the Ukrainians what their capabilities are that they need, and then a discussion with the members about how we can best fulfill that. Obviously, we're not going to speak for other nations. If, in fact, they have announcements to make, they'll be able to make that on their own.
How many members are there, and has it grown since the last meeting?
We know over 40. RSVPs are still coming in, so I'm going to be a little bit careful here on the numbers, but we'll have a more robust, more accurate list for you Monday morning. But we're still talking to people even today, and I suspect over the course of the weekend.
John, could I just follow on?
Sure, Jim.
So this is a living, growing group, this contact.
That's right.
You expect, I guess you had 30 some odd the last time, you're up to 40
We had more
now?
than 40 last time as well. Okay. Again, I don't want to get ahead of where we are, but there's there are some countries that have shown an interest in participating that weren't in the first meeting. So we'll have an update Monday morning. But there's not a cap on it.
Right.
We would love to have as many. Many countries participate as possible. And what was really noteworthy about the group in its first iteration was you had countries from the Middle East, you had countries from the Indo-Pacific. It wasn't just Europe, and it certainly wasn't just NATO. There was a true global community there of countries that were interested in what's going on in Ukraine. And more than that, as the Secretary said very eloquently, you wouldn't have been there if you didn't care about Ukraine and care about helping Ukraine. And every country has to decide for themselves how they do that. But it was very clear that every member came with ideas and ways that they could contribute. So we're looking forward to a good discussion. This one will be virtual. And then what the Secretary said he wants to do is have one every month. And so we'll see what it looks like in June and July. Barb.
About North Korea, with the president traveling in the region and Jake Sullivan openly now publicly discussing the intelligence that the U.S. has that North Korea could be headed towards an ICBM or even an underground nuclear test. So with that on the table by Jake Sullivan, what is the assessment here about the risk posed by another North Korean ICBM test, possible underground nuclear test? And he said that you had contingencies. Can you talk a little bit about the potential, the risk to the region of another test and what you might be able to do about it?
Every time the regime in Pyongyang tests, whether it's a nuclear test or a missile test, every time they test, they learn. Sometimes the tests are less successful than others, but each one is a learning experience, which means with each test, they are trying to advance their program and their capabilities. And that's worrisome because those capabilities pose a threat, a very real threat to security and stability on the peninsula, let alone the region, and even beyond the region. So we obviously take this very, very seriously. You also heard Mr. Sullivan say more than once that we maintain an open invitation to Pyongyang to sit down with no preconditions, mind you, to sit down and talk about how we get to a denuclearized peninsula and a denuclearized North Korea. And there has been no indication, and quite the contrary, not only no indication that they're willing, but every indication so far that they want to continue to develop this program. These provocations, again, are clearly destabilizing to the region. The ballistic missile tests, they are violations of existing UN Security Council resolutions. And so you also heard Mr. Sullivan say we're going to continue to consult with allies and partners to make sure that absent any kind of diplomatic progress, because we have treaty requirements, certainly with South Korea and also with Japan, that we, the United States, can maintain our readiness to defend ourselves and our interests if need be.
You mentioned risk beyond the region from testing. Can you give us any current view about how close you believe North Korea may be to a missile that could successfully fly beyond the immediate region, that could successfully reach intercontinental range, and can you let that happen?
I'm not going to get into specific intelligence assessments of North Korea's missile capabilities, Barb. I think you can understand why we wouldn't do that. We're obviously watching this very, very closely, and as I said, with every test they learn. What we need to make sure is that we are properly postured, that we have the right capabilities in the region to defend ourselves, to defend our interests, and defend our allies and partners. 5 of our 7 treaty alliances are in the Pacific region. And I think that people forget that. We have real commitments there. And that's one of the reasons the president's going to meet with 2 of our staunchest allies right there in the Indo-Pacific.
Just to press one last time, can the United States can the U.S. military let North Korea have a missile of intercontinental range?
What the U.S. military has to be able to do is defend our interest and our allies and partners in the region. And I think I'll leave it at that. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you confirm the report that the U.S. and the allies caught the indication that the North Korea is now fueling in the ICBM?
I don't have any specific information on that. I would point you back to what Mr. Sullivan said just yesterday, that we do have indications that they are potentially preparing for either another launch or perhaps even a nuclear test. I won't go beyond what the National Security Advisor said publicly in terms of what the indications are.
Okay, one more question is, there have been the aircraft carriers in and out of the Yokosuka harbor in Japan. So are they kind of temporarily moving the development of aircraft carrier in response to the president's visit to the region or the North Korean move?
I would refer you to the Navy to talk to their ship schedules. I don't have visibility on when aircraft carriers or ships in the Pacific Fleet are coming in and out. I would just remind that we routinely operate at sea in international waters in accordance with international law, whether that's training or whether it's steaming exercises or freedom of navigation operations. We are constantly putting to sea and exercising our capabilities, and that's not unusual, that's not atypical. And I would walk you away from connecting any of that activity, which is ongoing, to the president's visit.
One last question is, what do you expect to the presidential meeting with the South Korean President Yoon and Japanese Prime Minister Kishida? In
You're asking
terms
the wrong
of
podium here. I'm going to refer you to my White House colleagues on that. That's not for me to. That's not my place. Not my place. Laura.
Just on Ukraine, can you give us a status update on the maritime situation? There's been a lot of reporting today about Russia's blockade in the Black Sea threatening food supplies, and a Ukrainian official tweeted this morning that the U.S. is preparing a plan to destroy the Black Sea fleet.
Say that last one again.
A Ukrainian official tweeted this morning that the U.S. is preparing a plan to destroy the Black Sea fleet.
Okay, I can tell you definitively that that's not true. Just looking here, no changes that we've observed in the maritime posture in the Black Sea. The Russians still obviously have vessels there, most of them surface vessels, but submarines as well. They continue to, although they are not as close to the coast as they were a few weeks ago, they continue to be able to, from a maritime perspective, blockade major Ukrainian ports like Odessa. So there's still nothing getting in economically. But I don't have any other updates for you in the maritime domain.
Are we going to be sending them anti-ship missiles?
We are talking to the Ukrainians every day, as you know. In fact, today's another one of those days when the Secretary is going to talk to Minister Reznikov we talk to them about their needs and their capabilities. And when we have decisions, we come right out here and we issue a press release and we tell you about that. So I'm not going to get ahead of decisions that haven't been made. We're doing the best we can to meet their capabilities in as near real time as we can. And we keep trying to make those capabilities match what's going on the ground. And what's going on the ground right now is a very artillery-heavy, long-range fire-heavy fight in the Donbass. Yeah, the back there.
Going back to the Pacific questions, President Biden's not meeting with President Xi. Well, when he's over there, China's holding military drills for 4 days exactly over this weekend. How does that affect U.S. relations with China at a military level?
Again, I want to be careful here. It's the president's trip. I'm not in a position to speak for the White House on this, but clearly the president wants to show our deep commitment to two very staunch treaty allies, Japan and South Korea, on this trip, and so he's prioritized those stops. And they're important stops. In fact, the Secretary's first overseas trip was to South Korea and to Japan. So we're grateful for that. Obviously, China and the coercive activities, the illegitimate maritime claims that they're making, and the pressure they're putting on allies and partners will be a backdrop to his visit and visits and to his discussions. There's no doubt about that. I'm not sure it says anything about China's military in particular. What it says is how much we prioritize alliances and partnerships in the Pacific region, in the Indo-Pacific region, and how we're trying to make sure that those alliances and partnerships remain viable and relevant to the myriad of threats that exist in the region. We just talked a few minutes ago about another one coming from North Korea. The other thing that we've been interested in for a long time is not just U.S. bilateral relations with these two treaty allies, but with multilateral cooperation between the United States and our allies in the Indo-Pacific, including encouraging nations like Japan and South Korea to continue to look for ways to work closer together as well. So it's a terrific opportunity for the president to show how much we're prioritizing those two relationships, those two alliances, but also to encourage more multilateral cooperation going forward, all with an eye, of course, to China's coercive and intimidation in the region. Yeah, Nancy.
I wanted to follow up on some comments you made yesterday about the Secretary's visit with his Israeli counterpart. You mentioned that Shireen Abu Akleh's death came up during those conversations. Given that this is an American citizen who's killed potentially by an allied partner using American munitions, can you give us any more details on what precisely was said? Did the Secretary make any requests on behalf of the U.S. government regarding her death?
Nancy, I'm not going to go into more detail today than I did yesterday. The issue came up, and as I said yesterday, the Secretary welcomed the fact that the Israeli government has indicated that they will conduct an investigation on this. And you've heard my colleagues at the State Department talk about our expectations for the thoroughness and transparency of that investigation. But the issue came up. That's as far as I can go. Yeah.
Just one quick follow-up. Did the Secretary offer any military assets or anything to help with the investigation, or any kind of?
There's been no request for U.S. military support to the investigation.
Did he offer it in the meeting?
I'm not going to go any further than what I've done. There's no indication that there's going to be a need for U.S. military participation in this.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah. Okay. Nobody else in the room. Jeff Selden, VOA.
John, thanks very much for doing this. Few questions. Given the very public, very transparent, and ongoing military support by the U.S. for Ukraine, is there still any concern that providing the Ukrainian military with certain weapons systems is going to cause Russia to escalate? And if so, is there any sense of how far Russia realistically would go if it decided to escalate? And then also two quick ones. Any update on Russia's current nuclear posture and the U.S. posture in response, and anything new on Russia's use of mercenary forces or efforts to recruit foreign fighters?
I probably will forget as I get into this half of those questions, so we may have to come back there, Jeff. No update or changes to our strategic nuclear deterrent posture. The Secretary remains comfortable that we can defend the homeland, our allies, and our partners. And we're monitoring this very, very closely. I have no update on use of foreign fighters by the Russians. We know that they have tried to enlist and recruit foreign fighters, but we don't know how successful they've been. They have more than 100 battalion tactical groups in Ukraine right now. And we do know groups like the Wagner Group are still in the Donbass region, and that is a group, a private military contractor, if you will, that we know relies on foreign employees, if you will, but I couldn't tell you what the makeup looks like. I knew I was going to forget the first question. What was it, Jeff?
It was, given the U.S. public support for Ukraine, is there still concern that providing the Ukrainians with specific weapon systems could cause an escalation?
We have been thinking about escalation management since the very beginning, more than 80 days ago when this invasion kicked off, and we've talked about it many, many times here in the briefing room. Nobody wants to see this war go on another day. Certainly nobody wants to see it escalate beyond the incredibly brutal violence it has already visited upon the Ukrainian people. But we also, because we don't want to see that, we don't think escalation would be good for certainly not good for the people of Ukraine, not good for the region, not good for our interests, and certainly not good for the Russian people. So we're constantly monitoring the threat environment with escalation management clearly in mind. It would be irresponsible if we didn't do that. But as we work these packages, these weapons and systems that we're sending to Ukraine, I mean, we're doing it mostly with an eye towards what does Ukraine need in the fight that they're in right now. And the consistent answer that we get back is they need long-range fires, because the terrain in the Donbass region, the kind of fighting that they're doing, is heavily reliant on that. We've seen that play out now in just the last couple of weeks. And so our focus is on making sure that we can advantage Ukraine on the battlefield and therefore hopefully advantage them when it comes to an ultimate peace there in Ukraine. And that's what the focus is. But yes, clearly, look, nobody wants to see this war escalate, and you know, we can do both. We can watch for signs of escalation, at the same time providing Ukraine with the capabilities that they need to defend themselves. Yeah, Louis.
We haven't heard this in quite a while, but the effort to get Soviet-made era weapons to the Ukrainians, I mean, there was so much focus on S-300s and so much focus on tanks and planes. I know that the U.S. was distancing itself from being the intermediary and all that, but I mean, is the U.S. still working around the world to get that kind of weaponry in there? We just haven't heard anything on it.
I don't know that we ever distanced ourselves from being the intermediary. Well, the MiG-29 thing, but that was a different deal. I mean, we have been working closely with allies and partners who have these other systems that the Ukrainians need to help get them there. Right now, Louis, because of what's going on in the Donbass, I think one of the reasons you're not hearing a lot about it is because the Donbass is a long-range fires artillery fight. And so one of the things that we have been talking to allies and partners about are their artillery systems, some of which are more familiar to the Ukrainians. Some of them are not as familiar, like our own M777s. But we're still talking to allies and partners about those kinds of capabilities. The reason you're not hearing about like tanks and airplanes is just because I'm not saying they're not being used, don't get me wrong. It's just that the main need that the Ukrainians continue to stress is for long-range fires. And so we've been working on helping them get, systems that help them with long-range fires. But that's still happening. And tomorrow, Monday's contact group is another good example of a forum now that we've created, we've convened, that will allow us to continue to dip into a process to get Ukraine, or at least to make other nations available and knowledgeable about what Ukraine needs as the fight is ongoing. And that's why the Secretary wants to do these every month, so that there's you're dipping your toe into the stream now every month across the global community. People can hear directly from Ukraine about what they need, and we can adjust fires as we go on.
So another thing we've heard about is that you need this stuff right now on the battlefield, and you need to carry out short-term training so that they can rush back to the battlefield. As this contact troop evolves month to month to month into something more long-term, can this administration now consider requests from the Ukrainians for equipment that may require long-term training, such as potentially these aircraft, the F-16s, that they are requesting?
We're not there yet. And I don't think we're shutting anything off. We're not taking anything off the table. We have been focused on trying to get them systems that they can use as quickly as possible. And the original, as you know, early on, we were really trying to get them exactly the kind of systems that they trained on, which were all ex-Soviet systems. And they're in a fight, and they're losing some of these systems in combat. And so there was a greater need to replenish. And after a while, the ability to replenish out of what exists in Europe of old Soviet stocks is just starting to dwindle. And not just because there's not that much of it left, but because a lot of countries need it for their own defense. So that led us to look at some American-made systems. And so, as we talked about before, we wanted to try to get them the systems that meant the most to them in the fight, but that also wasn't going to require an onerous amount of training or upkeep and supply chain. Now, could that change over time? It's going to depend on where the fight goes and what the needs are. But we haven't closed anything off. We haven't, put an X through something and said, well, that's never going to go. We're working with them in real time. And you've seen us already change our approach, from small arms and ammunition and UASs and javelins and stingers. We're not talking much about javelins and stingers anymore, but we are sure talking about M777s. I've learned more about howitzers now in the last couple of weeks than I ever thought I know, thanks to Mike Glenn. And so it could very well evolve going forward. We'll just have to see. Yeah. Idris.
Hey, John, two quick questions. Just going on Shireen's killing. When you said it came up when Austin talked to his Israeli counterpart, when you say it was discussed, is it like it came up for a minute, or was there actually like a discussion about it which lasted for several minutes? Just like, is it just something that came up in passing, or was it actually an agenda item? And secondly, could you give us an update on Mariupol and sort of where things stand? Do you still believe the Ukrainians are in control of the city?
Idris, the Secretary brought up the issue, and they discussed it, and he welcomed the Israeli government's willingness to investigate, and I'm not going to go beyond that. On Mariupol, you've heard the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense themselves talk about the combat mission ending there, and I wouldn't go any further or dispute the Ukrainian government's assessment of Mariupol. They have said that they have publicly said that their combat mission has ended there. Sylvie, and then I'm going to have to go, guys.
John, I would like to go back to the Ukraine contact group. You said that you are going to discuss, they are going to discuss what the future could look like. So I wanted to know if it means that there is an effort to achieve a consensus on what victory for Ukraine would mean. And I have a follow-up.
Sylvie, the contact group is not about setting diplomatic conditions for the end of the war. The contact group is an extension of the consultative meeting that we had in Ramstein last month, and it is designed to bring together a community of nations who have a shared interest in Ukraine's ability to defend itself and to explore opportunities and capabilities that can be provided to them to that end. That's the goal of the contact group, not to get involved in the geopolitical end states here. Obviously, every nation involved wants to see this war end today, as it should, but that's not the focus of the contact group. What's your follow-up?
The head of the Ukrainian intelligence said that success for Ukraine would be pushing back all the Russians from all the country to the pre-2014 borders. Is it something that U.S. agree with?
We agree that Ukraine should determine for itself what victory is going to look like, and that Ukraine should determine for itself what it means to win this war. What we're focused on is making sure that we give them the tools and the capabilities to better defend themselves and to be successful on the battlefield. That's not for the United States to make a determination of. Yeah, in the back there.
I was wondering if you can confirm, back in the Black Sea region, are the Russians using civilian cargo vessels to resupply their forces there, and would that be a violation, if so, of the Montreal Convention?
I've seen no indication that they're using civilian cargo vessels. In fact, what we've seen clearly is their use of LSTs, basically small amphibious landing ships, to do resupply. That's what we've predominantly seen. I've seen no indication that they're using cargo vessels.
Indication of vessels that were purchased as civilian vessels?
I haven't seen anything in the information that I get that would be able to confirm that. Okay, thanks everybody. Happy Friday to you. We'll see you next week.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver. It was another down week on Wall Street, with the S&P falling more than 3% in the week. Fox 13 Tampa has more.
Well, yesterday we saw a steep drop in the stock market. Both the Dow and the S&P had their worst days in 2 years. The Dow lost more than 1,100 points, or 3.6%, and the S&P fell 165 points. This probably has you wondering what it means for your wallet, right? And what does it say about how consumers are dealing with inflation? Here to help make sense of all of this is our consumer reporter, Sirbani Banerjee. Hi, Sirbani.
Hey, everyone. Yeah, it was certainly a brutal day on Wall Street, right? All because of a few major retailers and their poor quarterly reports. The Federal Reserve is watching all of this closely. This week, Chairman Jerome Powell said the feds will have to consider moving more aggressively if inflation does not start to ease. You know, that big stock sell-off, it came just hours after big box retail earnings were released. The reports were worse than projected, and they indicated inflation is weighing heavily on corporate profits.
So Target suffered one of the biggest drops, right?
Yeah, and a lot of attention is on those big box stores right now because of what we're seeing. Back-to-back quarterly reports from Target and Walmart showed higher fuel costs and then restrained consumer demand, are definitely hurting the bottom line. And this is in the middle of the hottest inflation in decades. Target stock, it dropped nearly 25%. Walmart stock, yeah, 25%. It dropped nearly 7% for Walmart. In fact, the Walton family, which started Walmart, lost nearly $7 billion in their net worth in one day, Linda, one day. So Costco, Dollar Tree, Best Buy, they took big hits as well.
So 4 major retailers, Walmart, Target, Home Depot, and Lowe's, all reported quarterly financial results this week. Any other insight on how consumers are holding up against inflation from that?
Yeah, you know, there were a couple key takeaways from those reports. Walmart said some of its more price-conscious customers, they're starting to trade down to private label brands instead to save money. But Home Depot, they emphasized resiliency among its customer base. But that kind of makes sense with the hot housing market right now because a lot of their base are professional home builders and contractors, right? So these reports, though, they came after Amazon in late April clocked their slowest revenue growth for any quarter since the dot-com bust in 2001. And that had retailers expecting a bleak forecast. But Home Depot, Lowe's, they've seen more strength among their shoppers in recent weeks. The Target Walmart stock hit, that was not expected to be as dramatic as it was. So, you know, this mixed message from these retailers, it's in large part due to the fact that Americans are experiencing economic volatility differently. It really depends on income level, right? How much you're going to really have to change your habits.
All of us, though, should just take a deep breath, right? And don't look at your 401k. Not right now.
No.
Thanks, Sarbani.
And welcome back to Live Now. Now, one of the topics discussed during the White House Pentagon press briefing, was the baby formula shortage, which continues to impact parents and mothers nationwide. And I spoke with an expert at the American Academy of Pediatrics to learn more about this subject. Let's take a look at that conversation. The baby formula shortage is continuing to impact many Americans across the United States, and I am joined by Dr. Cynthia Blanco, a neonatologist in Texas, and also a member of the American Academy of Pediatrics Committee on Nutrition. Thank you for taking the time to talk with me this morning.
You're welcome. Thank you for inviting me.
In full transparency, I am nearly 8 months pregnant, and I'm going to be a first-time mother. So this topic is important to me also on a personal standpoint. Babies are ending up in hospitals over this. Is this becoming very concerning to you as a doctor, and what are you experiencing on your end?
And I believe there's different reasons why some of the babies end up at the hospital. babies that have come back to get hospitalized is because they have a significant intestinal issue or a liver transplant, and they're dependent on specialized formulas that are needed for their intestine to be able to tolerate it, or that have kidney disease, for example. And we had a significant shortage of those very, very specialized formulas over the last several months. But the babies that are born with other, type of needs, like premature babies, or that they have regular formulas, but perhaps have been changed to a low lactose formula or different formulations, there's a lot of different alternatives that you can utilize. And sometimes they have not been able to find the specific formula that they're on, but by calling your pediatrician and discussing all the different options that you could perhaps find, you should be able to be okay. There is a decrease on supply, but we're not over the whole country, right? That supply has decreased for about like 40%, but you still have the other 60% availability. Those is very, very specialized formulas. They were in a bind for a period of time because of the plant that was not producing those formulas, and those formulas were produced, they were literally providing 80% of the very, very specialized formulas for the entire world, not just for our country. So that's why we got in a bind. But the other formula companies had increased their production, but they cannot go from 20% to 100%. So I think for parents, they should know that we have been working very hard as well with the dietitians, with different pediatricians as well, and the American Academy of Pediatrics has formulated some recommendations as well for pediatricians of utilization of different formulas and how to make that change, so then you're not on a bind with one particular formula.
Well, and that's a good point, because I did talk to a mother who is on a specialized formula for her infant and has to travel 3 hours to try to find the formula that she needs. What would you say to these mothers that are anxious?
I would say discuss with your pediatrician, and if they're on that specialized formula, discuss it with the pediatric gastroenterologist and the dietitians, because there is different ways that you can obtain that specialized formula. For example, if you are on PM6040, there's a 1-800 number that the parents can actually call to seek that specialized formula directly from the company. There's also the hospitals that you take your baby to get seen at this specialized areas, like the gastroenterology transplant units, that we can help you directly to bridge that gap while we get additional specialized formula if you do not find it in the stores. That's what we've been doing for our patients in South Texas, that our inpatient and outpatient dietitians and our gastroenterologists, we've been partnering and calling our patients to make sure that they have enough. And if not, then we are able to get it for them in order to bridge them until we get more and more supply.
Now, let's talk about one of the big conversation topics, breast milk versus baby formula. First, can you just talk about what the key differences are between the two?
Yeah, so breast milk, of course, is always the best nutrition for any baby. If you require a very, very specialized formula, is because breast milk has not been able to be tolerated by that particular intestine, or your baby has a specific condition that requires additional changes into that composition. But breast milk has a lot of immunity and immune factors that you need for, like, from where you're a baby, and that will always be the best way to provide nutrients to your baby. The formulas, depending if it's for healthy term babies, the formulas try to mimic as much as they can all of the different nutrients that are very, very well balanced in breast milk. So the differences in some of the brands of like the different formulations for healthy term babies, it's more of a difference in like the amount of lactose, for example, the amount of the carbohydrate that you have, right? Or the amount of some other micronutrients that they tweak a little bit for additional DHA or additional benefits for potentially brain growth, right? But those are for healthy term babies. If you have a healthy term baby, your best choice will always be breast milk. Not all moms are able to produce enough breast milk. Some of them get very, very sick. Some of them have a lot of other problems, or they're taking certain medications, or they have significant other issues that they cannot obtain, or they cannot produce much of mom's milk, right? And the formulas, depending on, if you have an intestinal disease, for example, we break down, or the formulas break down already the protein, so then it's better absorbed or easier to be absorbed by the intestine. And those are something called like a semi-hydrolyzed formulations. And then you have the very, very specialized formulas. Those ones are called elemental formulas, or metabolic formulas, that for certain babies that have a certain condition and they cannot tolerate certain amino acids or certain parts of the proteins, they are broken down completely for you, so then they can get reabsorbed in the intestine. Those ones are the ones that are difficult to switch from one another. So you will always need to consult the pediatrician or the gastroenterologist or the metabolic specialist to be able to switch formulas. But then there's others that are, consider semi-specialized formulas that have, again, that is just for like a sensitive stomach, or that they have a lot of gas and things like that. Those formulations would actually be easy to switch to a different formula. But again, always consult with your pediatrician and say, hey, I cannot find this formula. Can I switch to the generic term formula? In most of the instances, if you're not seeing a gastroenterologist or a specialist for that particular condition, it would be okay for transiently to switch to a generic term formula. And the reason why we have formulas is because it requires a perfect balance of certain minerals, for example, calcium, iron, phosphorus, which cow's milk does not have that perfect balance, right? Cow's milk, if you give your baby that is very small, like a 1 or 2 month old cow's milk, they are going to get a lot of different problems with their electrolytes, like especially the phosphorus, for example, that can get really, really imbalanced. Or if you make your own, right? We're having problems right now that people are like, well, back in the 50s, we used to make our own. Mm-hmm. Well, a lot of babies, you didn't have social media to know that a lot of babies were having trouble with those homemade formulations, because it can get an extra amount of salt, extra amount of calcium, or extra amount of different ingredients that can cause a lot of imbalance in a baby's body and get them hospitalized because, and sometimes even with seizures, because of that imbalance of the salt or the phosphorus or the calcium. So if you think about it, breast milk is so perfect. You should always try to use that first. And formulas try to mimic every single component that breast milk has. And it's been a science that has been developed for so many years that it is very, very good formulation that we have now. And unfortunately, with the shortage right now, people are resorting to other things. But before you do that, I will urge all the viewers to really discuss with your pediatrician. What other formulas can I use? And there should be enough formulas around to be able to bridge you until this crisis improves. We're hoping that this is going to improve in the next several weeks as the plane has been allowed to resume operations by the FDA. And it's a very, very large capacity of that plane. It takes several weeks for this to get better, but we should be getting better in the next several weeks.
Well, and that's a good segue because there is a stigma attached to women that choose to formula feed versus use and breastfeed. What would you say to the mothers that simply either they can't for medical reasons, they somehow can't get that supply that they need, or frankly, they just don't want to because of the emotional or physical impacts? What would you say to the mothers that choose to want to use formula?
I would say, you know, being a parent is very difficult, and you always have to have a balance with your personal choices of what you think is best for yourself and for the baby, right? Even though breast milk is always considered to be the best nutrition for a baby, but if it's affecting the mother's life, if it's affecting the mother's mental health, if it's affecting you as a woman, that is not good for your baby either. So you should always, we always think about the baby and the mother. It's a diet, right? They're together on this. And the mother has to be healthy. The mother has to be able to go through, you know, if they're on medications or they have a disease process, they have to be healthy in order for them to be able to do the best they can for their baby. So it is a choice. And I think that you will always choose whatever is best for you and your family.
And you know, some expectant mothers, they want to breastfeed. They have every intention of breastfeeding, but they do have that anxiety. What if I can't once I do deliver? Do you suggest that anybody stock up on any type of breast milk for that just in case scenario that they do need to use formula versus using breast milk? What would be your response to that?
I would say, you know, I think that in the next several weeks, it's going to get better. I would tell people you can have a couple of cans of formula for the just in case, but we have a lot of lactation consultants and a lot of lactation support in a lot of the different hospitals. So always ask for that lactation support very, very early. As soon as your baby is born, we can help you. It's very difficult even for people like me. I am a pediatrician. I am a neonatologist. This is what I do for a living, right? But when I had my own baby, it is just a different world, right? You need help on how to do it. You can teach it and you can say it, but not until you do it, you know what the difficulties are. So we have experts on that they can help you with your production. They can help you with the way you eat. They can help you on the latching. They can help you also on the pumping. Some people cannot do direct breastfeeding, but they can pump and then they can put it in a bottle and provide it to the babies. So there's many, many different options. But as soon as, even before the baby's born, you can request a consult with the lactation experts, and then they have a special certification for them to be able to teach you how to do it. And being prepared for that, you can never be over prepared. I can tell you that.
And we touched on this earlier, but what is some of the ways if a mother says, I just can't find formula? That's the simple question. I can't find formula. What would be some of your suggestions?
If your baby is less than 6 months of age, my suggestion, if you cannot find any formula anywhere, then my suggestion will be either call your pediatrician, go to the pediatrics office, or call one of the hospitals. We should be able to help you find a can of formula. There is not a parent that we have not been able to help, and all of the different hospitals should be able to help you with that, or your pediatrician. I will suggest for you to not panic. There should be a way. We're trying to help the parents as they go home as well, the ones that are, having issues with providing breast milk, to tell them, hey, these are the different places that have more supply than others. Usually try to go to, larger stores, usually have larger stocks, like, big, like Walmart, Costco, Target, right? The smaller stores that you used to go to that perhaps they always have like a can here and there, they're probably not going to have as much supply, but try different stores in different areas. So far, with all the different parents that I've talked to, they've been able to find it. And also, don't be afraid of the brand that had been recalled. If they're out there and they are for sale, they should be safe. If you are concerned about that powder formula of that particular brand that got recalled, just do what the WHO suggests, to boil water, right? And when it's boiled and hot, then you mix it with your powder formula, and that should take care of any bacteria that could potentially be in there. And that is the safe way of using any powder baby formula. And that's the other thing that I've heard from some of the parents. They're afraid of that particular brand, and they should not be afraid, because if the FDA was able to release the product and the formula and to be out on the shelves, it should be safe to use.
That's great advice. Before I let you go, is there any advice or message and last message that you would like to give mothers and parents right now during this difficult time?
My advice will be to continue to seek out information from the medical team, and do not seek information from social media on how to mix your own formula, how to dilute your own formula, because making those things, even though you may think you're doing the right thing, it's not safe. Even though we did it 50 years ago, or utilizing goat's milk and other products, they're not approved in the United States for a reason. We have 50 years already of scientific evidence that the formulas are as comparable as they can be. They can never beat mom's milk, but they're safe as they can be, and it's impossible for you to make that exact formulation at home in the same safe condition. Seek out your doctors, your pediatricians are there for you, your hospitals, your local hospitals are there for you, and we will be able to go through this time. Do not panic, and try not to, you can get a week's supply. Don't panic that you may not have any next week. You will have some next week. And if you don't, then again, seek out your medical team of experts.
Well, this is certainly an important conversation. Dr. Cynthia Blanco, thank you so much for talking with me today. We really appreciate your time covering this important topic.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too.
Okay, Brooke, thank you. So for weeks now, the baby formula shortage has left many parents out there scrambling, trying to feed their infants, wondering what other safe alternatives exist. Yesterday, new guidelines were released by the American Academy of Pediatrics to help parents struggling to find baby formula. Back with us is Dr. Tanya Altman, a pediatrician and founder of Calabasas Pediatrics. Thank you for sticking around now to talk about this topic. And one of the big things that came out yesterday was this recommendation that if babies are 6 months or older, they can have whole cow's milk. Usually pediatricians say wait until the baby's 1 year old before you introduce cow's milk, but because of the situation we're in, it's okay now to give this, and it's in fact better than diluting formula. Speak to that, please, doctor.
Well, there's a lot to unpack there. I think right now we are all searching for solutions on how to help feed babies in the United States. So the cow milk guidelines were actually just for parents who have those few days where they really don't have formula. We know that cow's milk is not usually appropriate for babies 6 to 12 months of age unless they are eating a wide variety of iron-rich solid foods. In fact, in my practice, in certain cases, I would actually prefer a clean label toddler formula in those cases because we know that it's fortified with iron and other nutrients that are so important during this critical time where babies are growing and developing rapidly. But of course, talk to your own pediatrician because it's going to depend on what your baby is already eating.
Yes, so important to highlight that, yes, this was recommended as a temporary fix. In fact, they said maybe a couple of days or so. This wasn't meant to be something long term. So that is an important point to make. Now let's talk about some other things that parents are struggling with in the sense that many online forums are now trying to say, hey, if I have extra breast milk, for example, stored, maybe I can share some with you. That's nice and everything, but there's also some, this isn't regulated. And so you need to be very careful if this is an avenue you go down.
Yes, you're right. I mean, as a pediatrician, I am a huge advocate for breastfeeding. I do think that breast milk is the best nutrition for babies. And that's why I applaud the Human Milk Bank of North America. They've been working around the clock to help source extra breast milk from moms who have extra that their baby doesn't need. They are testing, they are pasteurizing, and they are turning it around to give to other families. So for moms looking for breast milk as an option that don't have it themselves, or parents, any caregivers, I should say, please look for a valid breast milk bank where the breast milk has been tested as a solution.
So the House is going to vote today to try to tackle the baby formula shortage. One of the things they want to do is step up FDA inspections so they can get some of the products onto store shelves quicker. What are your thoughts on this approach? And shouldn't have this been done like weeks ago?
It's been really interesting, but one of the things that the FDA announced earlier this week, which I definitely applaud them on, is that they are opening the doors now to clean, trusted global manufacturers to help solve this national crisis. So they are taking applications from countries like Australia, where they have clean label formula that has been feeding babies for over 15 years without any issues, where they already meet the Infant Formula Nutrition Act of the United States, where they already have FDA registered facilities. And I think that when the FDA moves on this, it will really help us get more formula to the shelves here in the United States for babies in need.
I was in Costco just the other day, and they were limiting the amount of products that someone could buy. I think it was like 2 formula boxes, if you could even get your hands on it. So yes, this is definitely something so many people are struggling with. What is your advice for a mom who's watching us right now, who's in the thick of it right now and doesn't even know what she's going to do in a couple days from now because she's going to run out of formula?
I know that is so hard, and I get emails and phone calls from parents all day long. So reach out to your pediatrician, because often we have samples in our office, and I know we are prioritizing and giving those to babies in need. In most cases, as long as your baby doesn't have a food allergy or sensitivity or serious issue with a previous formula, you are okay to switch brands. Most of them do have equivalent nutrition, so that's something you can also look at. And I know this is a really tough time time, but I think the FDA is working really hard to solve this issue, and we will see a lot more formula available in the coming weeks.
Okay, Dr. Altman, thank you so much. Appreciate you sticking around to answer all of our questions this morning. Take care.
And a little hi from Michaela, by the way, Dr. Tanya.
You
Always
popped
nice
up, by the way.
I did. Hi, sweetie. Nice to see you.
Too long.
I know it's been a long time since we've caught up. Nice to see you, and thanks for taking care of our mamas, because I know it's a worrisome time for them all.
I'm Stephanie Weaver, and you're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back. Let's get to some other topics from all across the country, starting with the White House press briefing from this week. In fact, Karine Jean-Pierre's first White House press briefing as taking over as press secretary. Let's take a look at that White House press briefing here on Live Now from Fox. And of course, don't forget, you can always watch Live Now on multiple platforms, including LiveNowFox.com.
Let's get started. So before we start the briefing, I want to take a moment to recognize the lives lost and forever changed in Buffalo. Former Buffalo Police Lieutenant Aaron Salter, 55, is a hero, a security guard who engaged the suspect to save lives and was killed in the process. Ruth Whitfield, 86, was mother of Buffalo's retired fire commissioner, Garnell W. Whitfield. Ruth was the rock of the family, devoting her life to taking care of her 4 children and husband. Ruth was visiting the former commissioner's father in a nursing home, as she did each day, and she stopped at the supermarket to buy some groceries. Catherine Massey, 72, was a well-known community figure who wrote for her local newspapers, assisted in elections, and dressed up in costume as Mr. Broccoli to teach local school children to eat right. Pearl Young, 77, was a substitute teacher and a true pillar in the community who volunteered at a church food pantry every Saturday. Hayward Patterson, 68, a driver and church volunteer. Hayward worked as a driver who gave rides to residents to and from the grocery store and would help with their groceries when he was killed. Celestine Cheney, 65, a grandmother to 6. Celestine had been visiting her sister, and they went to the supermarket because she wanted to get strawberries to make shortcakes, which she loved. Celestine prized her role as a grandmother, survived cancer, and was a regular churchgoer. Robert Drury, 32, a resident of the Syracuse area. She was at the supermarket to get food for dinner while in town visiting her brother.
She always was the center of attention and made whole rooms smile and laugh, her sister said. Geraldine Talley, 62, was doing her regular grocery shopping with her fiancé on Saturday when she was shot and killed. According to her niece, Lakeisha Chapman, she was the person who always put our family reunion together and mother of 2 beautiful children. Andra McNeil, 53, Andra was going to the supermarket to get a birthday cake for her son when she was killed. Jahan Smith, McNeil's cousin, said he was a loving father and grandmother who used to check in on everyone. Margus D. Morrison, 52. Margus was a father of 3 and a Buffalo resident. We recognize their lives today and those lost affected by gun violence this weekend in Houston, in Southern California, Milwaukee, and communities across the country. And we honor the bravery of those in law enforcement who responded quickly and with professionalism in Buffalo and who risk their lives every day to protect and serve their communities. Tomorrow, as you all know, the President and the First Lady will travel to Buffalo to meet with families of the victims, first responders, and community leaders. They will comfort the families of the 10 people whose lives were senselessly taken in this horrific shooting, and they will express gratitude for the bravery of members of law enforcement and other first responders who took immediate action to try to protect and save lives. A couple more toppers for you here, items for at the top. In just under an hour, the President will host Prime Minister of Greece and a senior delegation, including their Minister for Foreign Affairs and Minister of National Defense, for a bilateral meeting. The 2 leaders will discuss the U.S.-Greece bilateral relationship, which both our governments agree is at a historical high point. The President and the Prime Minister will discuss our defense partnership efforts to bolster energy security while also combating climate change, our shared commitment to democratic values, and efforts to provide Ukraine with the support it needs to defend itself. The 2 leaders will also discuss ways to further expand the bilateral trade relationship and U.S. investment in Greece, where several U.S. tech and renewable energy companies have made significant investments. The President and the First Lady, Jill Biden, will then host the Prime Minister and his wife for a reception honoring the conclusion of the Greece's bicentennial year of March 25th. Also today, the administration announced an action plan to ease the burden of housing costs, taking a series of actions to address one of the largest items in a typical family's budget and one of the largest drivers of inflation in our economy. As President Biden has said, tackling inflation is his top economic priority. The best thing we can do to ease the burden of housing costs is to boost the supply of quality housing, including building more new homes and preserving existing federal support and market rate affordable housing. Today's action plan includes legislative and administrative actions that will help close America's housing supply shortfalls in 5 years, starting with the creation of preservation of hundreds of thousands of affordable housing units in the next 3 years. This is the most comprehensive all-of-government effort to close the housing supply shortfall in history when aligned with other policies that the President has proposed to reduce housing costs and ensure affordability, such as rental assistance and down payment assistance. Closing the gap will mean more affordable rents and more attainable home ownerships for Americans in every community. Also today, we have a lot. Today marks 6 months since President Biden signed the bipartisan infrastructure law. Since then, the team has hit the ground running to deliver results for communities across the country in 6 months. The bipartisan infrastructure law has already begun helping fight climate change, advancing environmental justice, boosting domestic manufacturing, strengthening critical links in our supply chain, and lowering costs for working families. To date, the Biden-Harris administration has announced over $110 billion to rebuild roads and bridges, modernize ports and airports, replace lead pipes to deliver clean water, and expand high-speed internet. This includes funding for over 4,300 specific projects touching over 3,200 communities across all 50 states. D.C. and Puerto Rico as well. 53 states and territories have appointed state infrastructure coordinators, responding to the call from Infrastructure Coordinator Landrieu to appoint an individual to coordinate efforts in a state along with serving as a single point of contact for the White House infrastructure implementation team. The President, Vice President, and Cabinet have traveled on more than 125 trips to over 40 states, as well as DC and Puerto Rico, to demonstrate how the President is delivering on this once-in-a-generation opportunity. The last thing I promise, and then we'll go to your questions, but before I do that, I just want to say a few words about how honored I am to be here with all of you today in this role, in this room, standing behind this podium. I am obviously acutely aware that my presence at this podium represents a few firsts. I am a Black, gay, immigrant woman, the first of all three of those to hold this position. I would not be here today if it were not for generations of barrier-breaking people before me. I stand on their shoulders. If it were not for generations of barrier-breaking people before me, I would not be here. But I benefit from their sacrifices. I have learned from their excellence, and I am forever grateful to them. Representation does matter. You hear us say this often in this administration, and no one understands this better than President Biden, which is why his administration is not only the most diverse in history, it is filled with barrier-breaking women and men, from the vice president to the cabinet secretaries, to his Supreme Court nominee, to senior staff throughout this administration. When I did my first briefing as principal deputy press secretary last year, almost a year ago, I said at this podium that this podium, this room, this building belong to the American people. We work for them. It's not about me. It's about them. It was true then, and it is very true indeed today. On Jen's first briefing, she made clear that the president's and her priority was to bring truth and transparency back to this briefing room. Jen did a great job at that, and I will work every day to continue to ensure we are meeting the president's high expectation of truth, honesty, and transparency. I also have tremendous respect for the work that you all do, which I know it's not easy. The press plays a vital role in our democracy, and we need a strong and independent press now more than ever. We might not see eye to eye here in this room all the time, which is okay. That give and take is so incredibly healthy, and it's a part of our democracy. And I look forward to engaging with all of you on that. With that, please kick us off.
Thanks, Corinne, and congratulations. While you've been here before, it's your first press secretary, so in that vein, I just want to ask you, do you view your primary role here as speaking for the president and promoting his interests, or are you commit to providing the unvarnished truth to the American people so that they know what their government's doing on their behalf?
I actually think that's hand in hand. I don't think there is any separation to that. As I said at the end of my opening here, the president believes in truth and transparency. That's what he expects from us. Clearly, we are here to talk about his platform and what he is doing to deliver for the American people. But he wants to make sure we're doing this in a transparent way, in a truthful way, in an honest way.
I know the pool has to gather at 3:30 for the event. So I'm hoping you might be able to stay here and take questions for us.
Absolutely.
And then on a substantive note, this weekend's attack in Buffalo, the shooter's professed ideology echoed in some ways the hateful rhetoric espoused by the Charlottesville white supremacist protesters almost 5 years ago that motivated the president to run for this office back then, as he's often talked about. What more does the president believe he has to do and the country has to do to combat that sort of hatred?
So let me just say, we still need to learn more about the motivation for the shooting as law enforcement does their work. But we don't need anything else to state a clear moral truth, right? Which is a racially motivated hate crime is abhorrent to the very fabric of this nation. Hate must not have a safe harbor. This is something that the president says very often, especially in these horrific incidents. that we have seen time and time again. We must do everything in our power to end hate-fueled domestic terrorism, and we must reject hatred and extremism ideologies that seek to divide Americans whenever we find it in our society. It is antithetical to who we are as a country and it fuels violence as well.
Thanks, and congratulations also. In that vein, there's polling that shows 1 in 3 Americans believe in some element of replacement theory. You just spoke in very broad brushstrokes there. Are there specifics that this White House is willing to do, willing to take in order to stop this form of thinking from further seeping out of the fringe and into the mainstream?
So, we're going to continue to call this out. As we have talked about many times, the president at every chance he's had when like this that is as we say with hatred and racially motivated, he calls it out and calls it what it is. So one thing I do want to touch on is like domestic terrorism a little bit, which kind of hopefully touches on your question. We have been working to implement the government-wide national strategy to counter domestic terrorism, which President Biden directed his national security team to develop on his first full day in office, recognizing that that has evolved into the most urgent terrorism threat the United States faces today. That work includes improving information sharing throughout federal, state, and local law enforcement on domestic terrorism threats and analysis, adding resources to prevent domestic terrorism's recruitment and mobilization to violence, including online by increasing information sharing with the technology sector, and increasing our support for federal, state, and local law enforcement in addressing domestic terrorism nationwide, confronting long-term contributors to domestic terrorism, and rooting out hate and bigotry. This weekend's terrible events in Buffalo are just another vivid reminder of the urgency of that work and continuing to move towards that.
But on this notion that immigrants and others are believed to be by some taking over and pushing white people out of positions of authority in this country, which is at the heart of so much of this terror that is being spewed online. Does the White House believe these views are being amplified by Tucker Carlson?
Look, like I said, we are still figuring out the motivation of all of this, and we are very clear. Look, as you all know, watching what happened in Charlottesville was a major factor in the president deciding to run, right? And back in 2017, many of those dark voices still exist today, and the president is determined, as he was back then, and he is determined today, to make sure that we fight back against those forces of hate and evil and violence. So that's what we're going to keep doing. That's what we're going to continue to call out. But we reject hatred and extremism ideologies.
Just in the interest, I apologize, in the interest of time, I know you've got to go, but are there elected officials that this administration views as threatening in this way?
Yeah, it's what we're going to continue to do. Any one person, right? Doesn't matter who they are, who spews this type of hate, hatred. We're going to call out. We're going to condemn that. I'm not going to speak or call out any individual names. I'm saying that this is something that we need to call out. And so this is what the president has been doing and will continue to do that. You saw him say that in his statement over the weekend, and that's, now he's going to go to Buffalo and visit with the victims that were affected by this violence that we saw on Saturday. Go ahead, Jake.
Thanks for bringing it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
President Putin said today
and thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting out of Los Angeles. We will go out to that White House press briefing in just a moment, but I want to bring you this live report. First Lady Jill Biden is making remarks at a children's hospital right now in Costa Rica. Today she is visiting the National Children's Hospital of Costa Rica, which has long-standing ties with the United States. In 1963, President John F. Kennedy became the first sitting U.S. president to visit Costa Rica, and he wrote a personal check to purchase equipment for the hospital. The visit occurred during the tenure of a former U.S. Ambassador, Raymond Tells, the father of current U.S. Ambassador Cynthia. Dr. Biden will give remarks at this event celebrating the recent finalization of a memorandum of understanding between Costa Rica's Public Health Authority and University of Pennsylvania, and an MOU between Costa Rica's Public Health Authority and the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, which combined will help Costa Rican children access a life-saving cancer treatment under a research partnership. Again, Dr. Biden is speaking right now, so I want to get us a listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
World's most valuable resource and its best hope for the future. And he was right. We have an obligation and a responsibility to care for our children. But anyone who has held a tiny life, who has looked into their baby's, big saucer eyes, and felt those strong fingers, how you grab the little pinky finger. We've all done it. Knows that it's so much more than an obligation. It's a joy, it's a gift, the honor of a lifetime. And not just our children, but all children. Because inside each one is a world of possibility and hope, of all the better tomorrows that we pray will come. And I know that together we can give them the future that they deserve. We can give families here in Costa Rica, the United States, and every corner of the globe the treatments and cures that they need to live longer, healthier lives. Together, we can end cancer as we know it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Biden. And now, please, Director Ramos, Dr. Carl June from the University of Pennsylvania, Dr. Stephen Grupp of the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, Dr. Roman Macaya, if you could please join us here. We invite you to come up for the ceremonial signing of this Memorandum of Understanding between your various institutions, if you would.
We go stand.
Yes. Should we go stand? Thank you to each of you for joining us in this very, very special moment. The United States and Costa Rica have had a long history of partnership between our countries, but also deep bonds between our people and our institutions. With today's agreement, this collaboration will bring us even closer together, this time in the fight against cancer. Thank you so much for being here with us. Gracias por acompañarnos.
And thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We are just catching the tail end of this. Dr. Jill Biden was giving remarks at an event celebrating the recent finalization of a memorandum of understanding between Costa Rica's Public Health Authority and the University of Pennsylvania. It appears we lost that shot there, but this MOU between Costa Rica's Public Health Authority and the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia combined will help Costa Rican children access a life-saving cancer treatment under a research partnership. Dr. Biden's visit will highlight U.S.-Costa Rican collaboration on combating cancer. The First Lady's visit was an opportunity to join Costa Rican authorities and representatives of these American institutions as they make the public announcement of their partnership. Attendees included leadership and staff from the Costa Rican Social Security Fund and the National Children's Hospital of Costa Rica, along with the University of Pennsylvania. So once again, First Lady Jill Biden was visiting the National Children's Hospital of Costa Rica, which has long-standing ties with the United States. We are going to go out to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we return, we will go back out and finish out that White House press briefing that I was playing before we went out to this live coverage. Thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver.
Finland and Sweden joining NATO, which seems to be a shift in policy for them. What is the White House's reaction to that, and can you give us an update on U.S. efforts to help bridge the gap between Turkey and Finland and Sweden?
So on the Turkey part, I'll take that first. I know that there was a question about how they were feeling or what the Turkish government said about Finland and Sweden. The Secretary spoke to this again, as I just said yesterday, during his press conference in Berlin, a meeting with his counterparts in NATO. And so what he said is, we are confident we will reach consensus as an alliance on an entry process should they decide to apply. That was what Secretary Blinken said yesterday. I cannot speak for the Kremlin. This we believe we believe in NATO's open door policies and the right of each country to decide its own future, foreign policy and security arrangements. That's what we believe, and so we welcome the recent statements from governments of Finland and Sweden on their intention to seek NATO membership. We will strongly support these applications when they are formally presented in Brussels. Both Finland and Sweden are close and valued defense partners of the United States and of NATO.
When and why did the president decide to have additional troops sent to Somalia?
Yeah, I know that was just announced, I believe earlier today. So the president has approved a request from the Secretary of Defense to reestablish a persistent U.S. military presence in Somalia to enable a more effective fight against al-Shabaab, which has increased in strength and poses a heightened threat. This is a repositioning of forces already in theater who have traveled in and out of Somalia on an episodic basis since the previous administration made the decision to withdraw. That was back in January 2021, as you might recall. As we've emphasized throughout his administration, we're approaching counterterrorism in a manner tailored to the particular terrorist threats that we see emerging from particular countries. Today in Somalia, we face Al-Qaeda's largest and wealthiest global affiliate, and one that holds substantial territorial safe haven. The decision to reintroduce a small but persistent presence was made first and foremost to maximize the safety and effectiveness of our force and enable them to provide better support of our partners. Additionally, our partners can benefit from our more consistent support and engagement in addressing the threat posed by al-Shabaab by having a small but persistent U.S. military presence. And while there is risk, it is manageable. That's the way that we are seeing this approach. DoD is working to elevate local conditions, including those following the Somalia presidential election yesterday, and is engaging partners in the region, including the Somali government, to determine the best way forward.
Thanks, Karine. Two questions for you. Sure. One, there are some elected officials and media figures who are publicly espousing xenophobic, racist, and extremist views that may be helping to spread white nationalism. You just told my colleague here that you don't want to call out any names. Why don't you want to do that? Does that come from the president himself?
No, I think because it doesn't matter who it is. If a person espouses hatred, we need to call that out. I'm not going to get into a back and forth on names and who said what. We're just saying if someone does that, if there's an individual that is espousing hate, xenophobia, has just white supremacy type of extremism, we need to call that out. And this president has done that. He's done that at every unfortunate violent event that we have seen. As we know, Charlottesville, as I just mentioned, was the reason that he decided to jump into this election back in 2019.
Can we just explain for people who are watching?
Yep. For folks who are watching, Pool is departing. The president is getting ready to have his event. No, it's okay. I mean, you know, that would be a great first day. One for the books. The press gets up and walks away.
But they did.
The president is much more important than I am, for sure.
Those of us who stayed will be rewarded. Correct?
I mean, I will. You guys all deserve rewards. How about that? Go ahead, Nancy. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, MJ. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
On a separate topic. The president told my colleague Jeremy Diamond on Friday when he asked if the administration should have acted sooner on baby formula shortage, if we'd been better mind readers, I guess we could have. This doesn't seem like a situation that would have required mind reading. As you know, the recalls date back to February. I believe Politico reported months ago that the FDA was first warned about the suspected bacteria issue as early as September. Are there any specific actions that this administration took, meetings, phone calls, briefings in February or any earlier to begin addressing this potential shortage?
I mean, you've heard us talk about this. You've seen my colleagues on your networks talking about what we have done since February. We've been working on this 24/7. But I do want to give you a little bit of an update of where we are. So getting more safe and fit formula onto shelves across the country is one of the president's top priorities, right? This is something that he is focusing on very acutely. And again, I said 24/7, we have been working on this since we learned about this back in February. It's important to remember this shortage exists because Abbott closed the facility because of safety concerns from the FDA. The FDA is working closely with Abbott to bring the facility back online safely. That's the key here, safely. We want to make sure that this is done in a safe way. We are very close to having a path forward to safely reopening the facility. You can expect an announcement from FDA later today on that will go into more details. We're also moving as quickly as possible to safely bring in additional product from other countries as soon as today as well. We will be able to make an announcement on the expedited process to bring additional safe product to the American store shelves. And throughout the weekend, we've been working closely with manufacturers and retailers to identify transportation and logistical needs to increase the amount and spread of FDA-approved formula being shipped into the country and ensure that formula is quickly moving from factories to retailers. The president understands, he gets this, he gets how stressful it is for parents trying to feed their children, which is why we're leaving no stone unturned to make more safe formula available. If parents need help finding formula, I encourage them to consult their pediatrician or visit hhs.gov/formula. But we have been working on this from February. Our administration has been.
Curious whether there are specific meetings, briefings, phone calls that you could point us to.
I don't have anything specific for you to point to. I'm happy to go back and get that, make sure that we are fully transparent on what we've been doing. But this has been this is an important priority, a top priority for the president. His team has been working overtime to make sure that we get formula back on the shelves, and we want to do this in a safe way. And again, we cannot forget how we got here. Abbott closed the facility because of safety concerns from the FDA. The FDA wanted to make sure that formula was going out in a safe way, and that is the job of the FDA, and that is the job of this administration as well.
And just very quickly on Abbott, Secretary Becerra said today in terms of when things would be back to normal that Abbott is the one that can tell you the timeline. We don't run their plants. Do you know if anyone from the federal government is currently at the plant or has visited the plant to get a sense of where things stand?
I don't have any information about if anyone's on the plant. I can go back to our team and figure that out more specifically, but there are a lot of, what I can say is there are a lot of dates floating around out there, but at the end of the day, the infant formula market is tight because the Michigan Abbott facility is offline currently, which is what we're trying to do. This is the announcement that you guys will hear from FDA later today on how we're helping them to do that. We're taking a range of steps to get more supply onto shelves from domestic and international locations and offering a suite of resources to move supply onto the market. As the Secretary said, Abbott can't speak on it to an exact timeline for reopening, but FDA is and will be prepared to effectively and quickly certify moving out safe products onto shelf as it is obligated to. And so that is going to be our focus. FDA is going to work closely with Abbott and make sure that we get them running again.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Thanks, Corinne. Congratulations.
Thank you, Nancy.
When you talk about importing more product imminently, what is the criteria going to be for which formula can be imported? Will the administration allow formula that was not produced in FDA-approved factories overseas to be imported, or European brands, for example, that aren't currently sold in the U.S.?
Okay. So, as Dr. Califf was on various networks today, the FDA have said that it will release guidance as soon as today on how major formula manufacturers can bring in product that is not currently being produced for the U.S. market, as you're alluding to there, Nancy, and to your question. Companies will need to apply with the FDA, and FDA is prepared to review applications quickly and respond to them rapidly. FDA will prioritize review of applications that are most likely to be successful and will get the most formula to U.S. shelves as quickly as possible. All companies will meet the FDA's gold standard for quality control, and only safe products will come to America's shelves, as the FDA commissioner said and explained in detail this morning. At the White House, our role, what we'll be doing is we will have alerted embassies, retailers, and manufacturers to identify potential companies that would make use of the new FDA importation process. Once FDA has finalized its rules, we will be ready to provide information to the public on using the new system quickly and safely and bring new supply to the market.
And New York Senator Kirsten Gillibrand says the president should be invoking the Defense Production Act to increase supply more quickly. Is the president still considering that? And if not, why not?
I mean, we're pretty much where we were before on the DPA. We're leaving no stone unturned, and every option is on the table, as we have been saying for the past several days. I have no update on the DPA and where we are, but what we're taking action is to make more supplies available as soon as possible, as you've been hearing me say. That is our priority, our main goal. That's happening by increasing imports, as I just laid out how we're going to do that process, and working closely with manufacturers to help them quickly ramp up production. And so that's going to be our focus.
And then finally, when you say that you're offering these retailers and producers more assistance, what kind of assistance are you talking about? What kind of assistance can the White House or the administration provide to get supply to store shelves more quickly?
Yeah, we're talking about logistical needs and any technical help is what we were talking about. But since the president calls on Thursday to manufacturers and retailers, which we read out, the White House has been in close communication to follow up on those conversations. The White House is having ongoing conversations with the 4 major infant formula to work with them to identify transportation, logistical, and supplier hurdles to increasing production of formula at their U.S. and FDA-approved facilities, to expand the amount and speed of FDA-approved formula being shipped into the country, and ensure that formula is quickly moving to retailers from factories. We are also in ongoing communications as we talk about retailers here as well, with Target and Amazon and Walmart and other leading retailers for baby formula to identify parts of the country that may be at risk of critically low supply of infant formula, and have offered to work with manufacturers and retailers to bring more formula to those parts of the country, including the U.S. government transportation and logistical support. Last, we are also contacting suppliers to infant formula manufacturers to inform them that their materials are critical for boosting U.S. infant formula production, and they should prioritize their production and delivery. So essentially, in short, we want them to know we're standing ready to provide the resources or support needed to move safely to get this to the shelves as soon as possible. Go ahead.
Yeah, COVID cases are up 61% in the last 2 weeks. Hospitalizations are up almost 25%. Is the White House concerned that the pandemic has not moved on from us?
I mean, look, you know, Dr. Jha was here not too long ago. I think he very, very early in his tenure, he stopped by and answered all of your questions, and he said this is tricky, right, when it comes to COVID. And the thing that we have to remember, and we keep saying from here, is that people have to get vaccinated, they have to get boosted. That is the way to really start moving forward from COVID, and that's been the president's focus in putting together a comprehensive strategy to make sure that is happening. And that's why you've seen that success of more than 200 million people who have been vaccinated. And so we're going to continue to have that message. Again, COVID is tricky, right? This is a once in a generation pandemic, you know, and so, but what we're going to continue to do is do the job of the federal government and make sure that we keep the American public as safe as possible and communicating on what we need to do to move forward.
In terms of that communication, Dr. Jha did come here, but it was a while ago, and the regular COVID briefings with the CDC director and other health advisors have fallen off a cliff. What is your view on whether these briefings should be happening?
Well, I think they will be happening. I don't have any update for you on that. Dr. Jha is happy to come back. I think he's asked to come back to the briefing to speak directly to you, to all of you. I'm sure that they will be having a briefing pretty soon. I don't have any list in front of me to read out to you, but yes, it is important to continue to communicate to the American public, and we're going to continue to do that. Go ahead.
A couple questions on Buffalo. We understand that the shooter did purchase his guns legally, but he did have a history of mental health issues and was held for an evaluation last year. So does the White House believe he should have been prevented from owning a gun because of that history, and how does the administration propose doing so in the future?
So just give me a second, because I really want to touch on this. It's really important. Our nation is facing a mental health crisis, so it's important to call that. One that is worsened by acts of violence like the one we saw in Buffalo, that can traumatize communities, especially communities of color. And anyone seeking support in the wake of shootings like this should contact Disaster Distress Helpline at 1-800-985-5990. Help is available at 24/7, 365 days a week, day of a year, I should say. For people who are experiencing emotional distress related to any natural or human-caused disaster. We are committed to expanding access to mental health for all Americans. The American Rescue Plan made historic investment in mental health and substance use care, and in his first State of the Union, the President unveiled his vision for transforming mental health in the United States. His comprehensive strategy focuses on building a system that works for everyone by increasing the supply and diversity of the mental health workforce, connecting more people to care by lowering cost and other barriers, and creating environments that help prevent mental health problems and support recovery. While we are committed to this work, I want to also underscore that the overwhelming majority of individuals with mental health problems do not commit acts of violence. And so comments that make this about mental health only further stigmatizing mental health issues and detract from the other issues like gun violence that must be confronted in our society. So just want to make that clear that we are not stigmatizing.
From owning a gun.
I mean, look, this goes back to making sure that we have gun reform, right? This goes back to making sure that the president's going to continue to call on Congress to make that happen. And so, when it comes, I just wanted to make sure when we talk about mental health, we talk about it in its fullness. And like I said, not every not every individual that has a mental health problem commits acts of violence. So I just want to make sure that we don't stigmatize it.
Another one. Would
Sure.
the president support the death penalty for the shooter if he's eventually convicted?
Look, this is being investigated by the Department of Justice. I don't have. It's not my place from here, this podium, to go beyond that.
Yeah, regarding gun violence, does the president plan to use his remarks tomorrow in Buffalo to push for gun control and gun reform? Or will that be a key part of what his message is tomorrow in Buffalo?
So the president, is going to go. He really wanted to go to Buffalo. He made it sure that that he went there before he went to Asia. He wants to go there and comfort the people who went through this violence on Saturday, and wanted to offer some comfort and listen to them, talk to them, see how they're doing. And so that is going to be his priority with the First Lady. I don't want to get ahead of what he's going to say. I will let the President speak for himself when we get there tomorrow.
Use this moment, though, to call on Congress to pass gun reform measures, or is there recognition that that's just not something that's possible right now in Congress? He's obviously pushed for these things here in the past during his first term in office.
No, I think the President, as he's done for this past year, is going to continue to call for gun reform. That is not going to, that's not going to change. That is something that that he has done this past year. Every time we have heard of this gun violence, our country is facing an epidemic on gun violence that is costing lives every day. We saw that in Buffalo, as we're talking about, and in examples every day that might not make the news, but tear up families and communities. This is a top priority for the President, and it's been throughout his career. I do want to say that what we saw in the country this weekend are an urgent reminder of how important it is to have confirmed leadership at AFT. So I want to take that moment to say AFT agents are playing a key role in the investigation in Buffalo, and they are risking their lives every day to combat domestic terrorism and crack down on gun traffickers, to keep our streets safe from violent crime. If the Senate wants to get their back, and they should confirm Steve Dettelbach to lead the agency. Dettelbach is a career prosecutor who was confirmed unanimously last time he was before the Senate. He was the support of former federal prosecution. He has the support of former prosecutors from both parties, including the team that prosecuted the deadly Oklahoma City bombing, domestic terrorism case. He has the backing of major law enforcement groups, including one that represents many of the rank and file ATF agents he's going to lead as ATF director. So that is something that is really important, that we make sure that we get that done, and we're calling on Congress to do that. Thank you.
Corinne, congratulations. It's nice to see you up there.
Thank you.
The President's Twitter account posted the other day, "You want to bring down inflation, let's make sure the wealthiest corporations pay their fair share." Mm-hmm. How does raising taxes on corporations reduce inflation?
Are you talking about a specific tweet?
He tweeted, "You want to bring down inflation, let's make sure the wealthiest corporations pay their fair share."
Look, we have talked about this past year about making sure that the wealthiest among us are paying their fair share. And that is important to do, and that is something that the President has been working on every day when we talk about inflation and lowering costs. And so it's very important that as we're seeing costs rise, as we're talking about how to build an America that's safe, that's equal for everyone and doesn't leave everyone behind, that is an important part of that as well.
But how does raising taxes on corporations lower the cost of gas, the cost of a used car, the cost of food for everyday Americans?
So look, I think we encourage those who have done very well, right, especially those who care about climate change, to support a fair tax code that doesn't charge manufacturers, workers, cops, builders a higher percentage of their earnings, that the most fortunate people in our nation, and not let that stand in the way of reducing energy costs and fighting this existential problem, if you think about that as an example. And to support basic collective bargaining rights as well, right? That's also important. But look, it is, without having a fair tax code, which is what I'm talking about, then like manufacturing workers, cops, it's not fair for them to have to pay higher taxes than the folks who are not paying taxes at all.
But what does that have to do with inflation? The President said, "You want to bring down inflation, let's make sure the wealthiest corporations pay their fair share." Jeff Bezos came out and tweeted about that. He said the newly created Disinformation Board should review this tweet. Would you be okay with that?
Look, it's not a huge mystery why one of the wealthiest individuals on earth, right, opposes an economic agenda that is for the middle class, that cuts some of the biggest costs families face, fights inflation for the long haul, right? And that's what we're talking about. That's why we're talking about lowering inflation here, and adds to the historic deficit reduction the president is achieving by asking the richest taxpayers and corporations to pay their fair share. That is what we're talking about.
Okay, and then just one on the trip tomorrow. How come the president is visiting Buffalo after a senseless tragedy there, but he couldn't visit Waukesha after 6 were killed and 61 injured in an attack on a Christmas parade there?
I mean, he's visited many communities. Buffalo, he's able to go tomorrow to Buffalo before the trip. That is something that was important for him to do. But he has visited many other communities. Buffalo's not the first community, sadly, that he has to go up to because of a violent attack. So, that's not the first one. So he's been to many others. Sadly.
You outlined some steps that the administration is taking related to baby formula.
Yeah.
Do you have any sense of the timeline for the imports that the FDA is considering? Obviously, for parents, this is a hour-by-hour, day-by-day concern. And is the president expressing any worry about how quickly this can be resolved, since parents are dealing with this on an urgent basis?
Yeah, like I said, this is something that this is incredibly important to the president. We want this to happen as soon as possible, as quickly as possible. That is why we're working with manufacturers and retailers, as I just laid out. That's why FDA is working with Abbott to open up that facility. So we want to get this done as quickly as possible. And that's why we've been working 24/7 to make that happen.
Do you have a sense of the timeline when FDA announces? Does that mean the production will be up and running in a matter of days? Do you know when imports would be approved?
Yeah, I don't have a timeline on that. I know, again, we want to make this happen quickly. FDA, again, is going to be working with the Abbott facility. They're going to have an announcement later on how that's going to happen. They're going to work closely with them to make sure that we do it as quickly as possible. We know how urgent and important this is to parents who need to make sure that they have safe formula for their babies and infants.
To the back.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Corinne. 2 questions, please. Does the president see any link between the white supremacist theories, that like the replacement theory, and what he started calling ultra MAGA, or sometimes just refers to as extreme Republican politics? Does he see that as part of it?
Well, look, I think what the president believes and has done is call it out. Right? I think, this is not about politics. This is about people's lives. What we saw on Saturday, and many times, you think about El Paso in Texas, you think about the Tree of Life in Pittsburgh, you think about the Pulse nightclub in Florida, the Mother Emanuel in South Carolina. These are events that are have been led by some dark forces that still exist today. And so it is important to call that out. We understand that there is still a lot of work to do. And so that is, when you talk about people's lives in this way, it's not about politics. It's about making sure that we're doing everything that we can, to uproot this evil that we're seeing, this hatred that we're seeing. And so that's what the president's going to continue to do, to make sure that we're working towards that.
But when he talks about ultra MAGA, as he started to a lot, would he include that in the bundle of what he considers ultra MAGA?
I mean, look, again, this is about the lives of people who were taken in a violent way, in an abhorrent way. And so the focus for the president is to make sure that we call this out. We call out white supremacy. We call out hatred. As I've said before, this is still being investigated. This is still being looked at. But the moralness, right, the moral center of this should be called out, and that's going to be the focus. That's what you're going to see the president do tomorrow. He's going to meet with the victims. He's going to have conversations. He's going to offer them comfort. He's going to listen to them and hear what is it that they want to share with him. And he's going to continue to work with Congress and call on Congress to call folks to work on gun reform, which is really important here as well.
I have a second question, very quick. Is there any updates on whether Cuba, Nicaragua, Venezuela will be invited to the Americas Summit? And generally, when are you going to be announcing invitations?
So I don't have any update for you on that, on invitations or when we're going to announce invitations or who's been invited. As soon as we have that, we'll promise to share. Okay, go ahead.
Hey, congratulations.
Thank you.
Two questions on internal policy review, internal government reviews that have actually fallen out of the headlines. The first is on the investigation of Border Patrol agents that in the, I guess, in September of last year, who were there for the Del Rio arrival of thousands of Haitian migrants. It's been 8 months at this point, and we don't have a conclusion of that review. The president had wanted accountability. He demanded it at the time. Secretary Mayorkas said that there would be a conclusion to that review within weeks. So why is it taking so long, and is there any urgency given the fact that the administration is now preparing for the arrival of potentially new surges of migrants?
No, it's a very good question. I don't have an update on that. Department of Homeland Security, that's where you mentioned Secretary Mayorkas, that's where that review sits. And as soon as we have an update, I promise to share that, or they will share that. That would not come from here. I just don't have an update, but I understand the question.
The second review that hasn't concluded, it appears. The administration said that after the terrorist attack in Fort Worth at a synagogue, they were going to review how an individual who was a British-born citizen who had been on a watch list 10 years prior somehow was able to enter the United States, and that they were going to look at lessons learned. You mentioned how there are increased threats of foreign-born terrorism as well as domestic foreign terrorism. Where is that review? What lessons have been learned, and is that a priority?
So I don't have an update on that. I will have to check in with our team to see if we have something to share on that particular review, and so I'll do that. I'll check in with the team, and you should reach out to us afterwards and see what we can do. Okay. Hey, Jen.
Two on the economy. China's industrial output and consumer spending came in at their worst levels since the pandemic began. Are you worried that this will cause a global recession, including here?
Can you say that again? What came back?
China's industrial output, which of course has an impact on the global economy and the U.S. economy, came in at the worst level since the pandemic began, and I'm wondering if you're worried about a global recession.
So, the one thing I can tell you is that I know that there's always a question about the economic strategy around China. I can give you that update. I have not seen that specific data that you're speaking of, but the United States has strong economic trade ties in the Indo-Pacific, but we agree it is essential for us to step up economically in the region and to do it fast. We need a new model of economic engagement and trade. As we're talking about that region specifically, the past couple of years have highlighted real gaps in global economy, like vulnerable supply chains and corruption and tax havens and lack of innovation and creativity holding us back. The old models did nothing to address these issues that underpin our growth, and will define the coming decades and our ability to deliver for our people. That's why we're working intensely on developing an Indo-Pacific economic framework. We've gotten a lot of interest from countries in the region. We've also spent months engaging Congress and labor. So as it relates to our economic framework, it's going to focus on building agreements with Indo-Pacific partners, and one developing a modern digital economy, including opening the door for small and medium businesses, reducing supply chain vulnerabilities, and diversifying our supply chains to drive investment that will create good jobs for people at home and in Indo-Pacific. 3, treating climate change like the economy issue it is by investing together in the green economy, and also building a fairer economy with tax and anti-corruption competition practices that level in the playing field, not just for workers, but also for businesses too. And that's kind of our strategy, economic strategy in the region. That particular data I have not seen yet, so I would need to check in with our team.
And then one more overall on the economy. The dollar is very strong right now, and all indications are that it's damaging the domestic and global economy. And I'm wondering if you share that view and if it's time for the Biden administration to address this.
So again, that I would just going to have to check with our team. I've not seen that report, but I'll check in with our team on that.
Quickly, the follow-up on the economic strategy in the Indo-Pacific. Is the president expected to lay that out on his trip there?
I don't have anything new to share or preview for you on his trip. As you know, Jake is going to be here. Jake Sullivan, National Security Advisor, the President's National Security Advisor, is going to be here on Wednesday, and he'll talk more and give a little bit more depth on what's happening, what we're going to be doing, the messaging and the goals in Asia. We'll also have calls. As you know, we tend to do these background calls leading up to the trip, and those background calls will give you a little bit more information on Indo-Pacific, kind of, what we're the goals and what we're delivering. I don't have anything specific on that. Go ahead, Stephen.
Probably a good question for Jake, but I'll ask you because it's timely. Yeah. Does the White House have a response to the India move over the weekend to block wheat exports?
I don't have an update. I don't have anything for you on that. Yeah.
Karine, yes. On the several civil rights groups are calling for a forum, a summit on hate crimes. Is that something you all are considering?
Yeah, we've heard of this of the summit. I don't have anything for you to preview or to confirm on if we're going to have that summit here at the White House. Clearly, we're constantly talking to organizations and leaders in the communities and having constant dialogue. But I just don't have anything new on that.
Yeah. This morning, the Supreme Court ruled against a man who immigrated from India, and they ruled that he was deportable essentially because he checked the wrong box on his driver's license application. Is that a case that the Biden administration might try and intervene on, or what do you think of that decision?
My guess is it's going to go to, that would be a Department of Justice to decide, not for us to decide on, and so I would refer you to DOJ.
Go ahead.
Thank you, and congratulations. I was hoping you could offer a little more of an explanation about something you said earlier, where you said that though you did not want to call out by name individuals who have been espousing racist theories that could be fueling violence. I guess my question is, why not? Particularly if they're individuals who have very large platforms and theoretically carry a lot of influence. This would be people accused of doing so include the #3 Republican in the House and the host of the #1 cable news show on television. Why not call them out by name?
I mean, look, what we saw on Saturday was devastating and horrific. It is what we want to do is making sure that we send a very clear message that hate must have no safe harbor. And we must do everything in our power to end hate-fueled domestic terrorism. And we must reject hatred and extreme ideologies that seek to divide Americans wherever we find it in society. It is antithetical to who we are as a country. And that is what we want to make sure that we're doing. It doesn't matter who it is. This is something like morally, the moral truth of this is that it is a racial motivated hate crime and it's abhorrent, and so that's what we need to call out. It doesn't matter who that is, and that's what we're trying to make clear here. We're not going to get into politics here about this. We want to make sure that we're calling out what we're seeing. These are people's lives. At the top of this of the briefing, I talked about 10 people. 10 people who are doing what many of us might be doing on a Saturday. It's going shopping. I know I go to the supermarket with my 7-year-old very often. If it's not on a Saturday, it's on a Sunday before the week starts to get what we need for the week. I mean, this is what happened to everyday people from 20 years old to 86 years old. That's what we saw on Saturday. And so we need to call that out and do everything that we can to really deal with this issue. And we know we have a lot of work to do.
But it matters to some, right? It does matter to some people who it is that's calling it out. And when you don't call out the individual, they feel as if you're backing away from the issue.
No, but
I
we're
think
not.
That's to the point.
No, we're not backing. How are we backing away from the issue?
Because you won't name
Wait,
who it is.
but here's the thing. We're calling out what is happening. We're going to the heart of the issue, the hatred of the issue. Why, but I guess my point is, you know, this is a president, right, who decided to run because of what he saw in Charlottesville, right? And he talked about the soul of the nation. And it was something that propelled him to jump into the 2020 primary because of what this showed, because it was, again, against who we are as a country, as he believed it to be. And so, you know, it is something that is important to remember, and this is a president that calls it out every time we see this horrific violence. And it's not about, once you get into calling out people's names, then you move away from that issue, right? You move away from that issue. So that's why I'm not going to do that from here. I'm going to focus on, as I did when I started, the 10 lives that were murdered, everyday people doing everyday things, and that is why the president's going to Buffalo tomorrow. Go ahead, April.
Corinne, first of all, congratulations. Two polar opposite questions. One, I know.
Oh boy.
One on issue Saturday, but I'm going to take it in another vein that you just mentioned.
Yeah.
The president ran on the issue of the soul of this nation.
Yeah.
Charlottesville. He speaks now of equity and inclusion. He's strengthened civil rights in DOJ. He's strengthened civil rights in other departments in this White House.
Yeah.
But where are the teeth when it comes to changing this hate that has been plaguing this nation since the inception of this nation? Where's the teeth that the president, people are expecting when it comes to these issues? And on the summit issue, is the White House looking at what Bill Clinton did? The precedent of having the race initiative. We brought people from all walks of life together to discuss issues of race, the browning of America. Is the president looking at that as well? And then I have another question.
Oh, okay. Okay, stop there. Okay. You know, this is a president that has been very clear about race in this country, right? When he walked in, he talked about the multiple crises that we're facing us as a country. He talked about COVID, the economy, climate, and where we are with race. And he's called it a crisis. And he made it a point in his administration, what he can do on the federal level to really deal with that in a way that we've not seen before. You know, one of the first things that he signed when he walked into this presidency is an executive order to make sure that there's fairness, equality, and representation in the federal government, in federal agencies. And that is something that Susan Rice and her team, the Domestic Policy Council, has taken on. And they've made that a priority. Look, I know, April, and we all know, there's still so much work to be done. This president is committed to that work, and he has not shied away from it. He has called out the hatred that we have seen, the violence that we have seen when it comes to racially motivated attacks. He's been very, very clear on that. Is there more work to be done? Absolutely. Is the team here looking to see what else we can do? Absolutely. And so we're just going to continue to do that work. But I do want to say, you know, tomorrow, you know, the president wants to go to a community. He wants to grieve with them. And he wants to send a message to the entire country that we stand behind them and with them. And that is so important as well as a president. He will try to bring some comfort to the community, particularly to those who lost loved ones. And you know, we hear him discuss some of things he said Saturday about the hate must have no safe harbor. You heard me say that. It's probably the third time I've said this in this briefing, and it really does. It doesn't in this country. And so any racially motivated hate crime is abhorrent to the very fabric of this nation. And so that's what you're going to see him do, and that is going to be the focus tomorrow.
And the second other opposite question, you're making history.
No. Yeah.
On so many levels. So many communities are so proud of you. We're hearing it on social media everywhere. You're the first. What does that mean for the broader community, particularly Washington? White male dominated still, even though we had the first black president. The broader society that is majority does not look like you. What does this say? Because it's not window dressing. It's more than that.
It's a very good question, April. I'm going to answer it in a kind of a personal way, if that's okay, since you asked it in a personal way. So I have not read a lot of the things that have been written about me because I wanted to focus on the work at hand, and I do believe it's not about me, it's about this place. It's about what the work that I have to do every day, that we all have to do as a team to make sure that we communicate with you and communicate with the broader public. But there was something that moved me, and I think this speaks to what you're asking, which is there was a story about my elementary school. I went to Franklin Middle School, elementary school in Hempstead, New York, and they did a story, and they went to the class, I think I was in 6th grade when I went there. I went for 1 year, and they talked to the students about me and this moment and this administration too, which is very important because I don't think I would be here. Yes, I stood on so many shoulders, but it does matter who sits in the Oval Office as well. That is very, very real. And these kids wrote me a letter, and in the letter, they talked about how they can dream bigger because of me standing behind this podium. And that matters. Like, you know, as I started out in the beginning, representation matters. And not just for girls, but also for boys. And so what I hope is that young people get to dream big and dream bigger than they have before by seeing me stand here and answer all of your questions. You know, and have a healthy dialogue as I discussed. And so I think it is important. And so I appreciate the question. Thank you.
I have to follow that, unfortunately, with some questions about Somalia and Ukraine. Okay. But first, happy first day. Let me just ask you this.
And now?
Yeah, now going on.
Okay, all right.
It's a bit of a hard left, sorry.
No, it's okay. That's what this is all about. It's okay. It's okay.
Has President Biden spoken to Somalia's new leader? Did he or does he plan to congratulate him? And has there been any leader-to-leader discussion about the new troop deployment?
Okay, so I'll say this, and I think I said earlier that you know, having making sure that we're engaging with partners in the region, including the Somali government. So I did say that about the announcement about what you're asking me here. But on the election, I want to get back to that. We congratulate the Somali people and their new president, who was sworn in last evening. As you know, Somalia now has an opportunity to focus on the political, economic, and security reforms necessary to advance the interests of the people of Somalia. We encourage their new president and all the Somalia's leaders to prioritize strengthening democratic governance and institutions, developing security forces to defeat terrorism, enacting economic reforms, and facilitating the delivery of humanitarian aid to the millions of Somalis suffering from devastating drought. We look forward to the timely formation of a new government and to partnering with Somalia's leaders to achieve our shared goal to a peaceful, democratic, and prosperous Somalia.
Before I move on to Ukraine, so have the two presidents spoken yet?
I don't have a conversation or a call to preview for you.
The president said he wants to go to Ukraine for a visit. Any movement on that issue?
I know that, to your point, he wants to visit Ukraine clearly in the future, but there's no plans to go at all at this time, I should say. He sent Secretary Blinken and Secretary Austin to Kiev to demonstrate our unwavering commitment to Ukraine, and the First Lady, as you all know, went for Mother's Day to send an important message that the American people stand with the people of Ukraine. You know, the president, as you guys know, because we've read out some of these calls, speaks to President Zelensky and leaders around the world regularly as we organize the world's response to Russia's invasion.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, guys. I'll see you on Wednesday. Hopefully I'll see some folks in Buffalo, and we'll do this again. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. All right. Thanks, guys.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting from Los Angeles. It is just after 1:30 here on the West Coast, and we are going to now go out to what it was a major weekend last weekend where we covered 3 mass shootings. We covered the mass shooting in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where 17 people were shot, 10 were taken into custody. We also covered the Buffalo, New York shooting where 10 lives were claimed, and we also covered the Laguna Woods, California church shooting where 1 was killed and multiple others injured. And our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft spoke with a law enforcement officer about these mass shootings. Let's take a look at that conversation.
It was a violent weekend in the United States. Of course, that mass shooting that left 10 people dead in Buffalo, New York. We're learning more and more details about the shooter, 18-year-old Peyton Gendron, and the investigation going forward. Joining me now to discuss this first horrible incident is police practices expert Darren Wyatt, a friend of the program. Darren, thanks so much for being with us on really terrible circumstances. When you got the news, when you saw your TV over the weekend as this situation was unfolding, and we learned more and more about the suspect. He came from 200 miles away from a different part of New York State. He had been scoping out this area in Buffalo, this specific grocery store, back in March. We know what happened at his high school as well, where he was detained briefly over a mental health episode. The warning signs were there. The red flags were there. What did law enforcement miss? Just what are your key takeaways from the Buffalo shooting?
Well, I think that's the biggest issue, and I think that's what law enforcement is really going to be looking at is what did they miss? What could they have done differently? What could they have done to prevent this from occurring? A tragic incident, you know, racially motivated, 10 people deceased, including a retired Buffalo police officer who was working at the store as a security officer. And like you said, there were warning signs, but what did the system not do that could have prevented this from happening? And you look at the shooting in Laguna Woods, very similar circumstances, racially motivated suspect who traveled from a great distance away and had targeted this specific location where they carried out the crimes. It's just horrible.
And of course, that is what law enforcement and the wider public are asking for, is why were these red flags not pursued even further? And Darren, we know the suspect, Peyton Gendron, he got the weapon legally. No red flags came up when he was about to purchase the weapon. In your estimation, how do you look into the background of a suspect like this? We know he had a prolific social media presence, an alleged manifesto, and there have been hallmarks that he wrote in that manifesto, hearkening back to the New Zealand mosque shooter in Christchurch. A lot of people are drawing comparisons as well for this shooting to the 2015 Charleston AME church shooting with Dylan Roof. Racially motivated violence targeting black communities. Can law enforcement do anything about that?
Well, you know, I think there's a deeper issue here, and it's really goes back to what are the state laws in prohibiting persons with mental health issues from obtaining firearms legally. That's a big issue. The state of California, they're specifically prohibited if there are mental health issues that have been brought forward. In this case, we know that there was a detention at the school for a potential mental health crisis. So why wasn't it flagged in a system? Why was he able to legally purchase a firearm? But then again, you know, the social media presence, what was reported? How much of this did law enforcement know beforehand, or did most of it come to light afterwards through their investigation? And that's what they're going to be looking at. The prosecution in this case is not going to be difficult, but what they're really going to be looking at is what can we do to prevent something like this from happening in the future? What did we miss? Where did we go wrong? Who did not communicate properly to the right authorities? And how can we stop it in the future?
Yeah, Darren, one of the things that struck out to me on Saturday when I was following all of this, the first press conference authorities held, they issued a motive right away. They knew right away he was going to be charged with a racially motivated hate crime, with domestic terrorism-related charges. the rapidity with which they knew the motive, did that surprise you?
I don't think so in this case. I think that the suspect probably told them fairly quickly what his motivation was because he was proud of it. And we see that from his manifesto. So I think that they probably knew it right away from his own words. And I think that they were proper in making that rather than hiding behind the veil of needing to conduct an investigation. Like I said, I think that the prosecution is going to be fairly easy in this case. And I think that being transparent and letting the public know that yes, this was racially motivated, and yes, it was domestic terrorism, and we're going to handle it that way was the right move.
You know, Darren, the suspect, Peyton Gendron, he had tactical gear on, and law enforcement and that brave security guard, that retired Buffalo police officer, Aaron Salter, who lost his life, engaged with the suspect. It didn't matter, though, because he was wearing tactical gear. How can law enforcement prepare or train for a situation like that? Because you and I have talked so many times, how quick or how quick enough do law enforcement get on the scene to get something like this under control? They were there, and they still couldn't neutralize the suspect because of this tactical gear.
Well, I think that goes down to, like you said, how do you train for that? And we do train for that. We do train for that possibility of a suspect wearing body armor, and we're typically trained to deliver blows to the center of body mass because it's, in a high stress situation, you can't say, okay, I'm going to shoot him in the leg. So you shoot for center mass because it's the best target. But we do train for situations like this, and you may have to shoot in an area that's not covered by body armor. But in a stressful situation like that, and trying to place your shots and moving targets when people are running, when there's chaos going on, even the police officers on scene, highly trained as they are, their brains can be overwhelmed by this situation that they're seeing, and it takes some time for them to kind of gather it and put it where it needs to be.
Darren, any more kind of hallmarks of this specific investigation as it moves forward? We know that the alleged shooter is going to appear in court yet again on Thursday. We know President Biden, Senator Schumer, the First Lady, will be visiting Buffalo tomorrow to pay their respects. What will you be watching out for as this story tragically unfolds?
Well, I would, hope that people can understand that law enforcement is dealing with this, not have situations that we've seen with some of the law enforcement involved shootings where we're seeing people take to the streets and there become riots. That understand that law enforcement recognizes it for what it is. They're doing what they need to do. They're working with the community to try and help the community heal, and to just support it and to recognize the fact that this is one person who did this, and most of America is appalled by it, and we do not want to see these racial tensions. In fact, we want to heal and to build bridges. So hopefully the community will recognize that and we can grow together.
Darren, I want to transition and talk about this other shooting that happened on Sunday, this church shooting in Laguna Hills in California, and this was so interesting to me. We have some aerials as well from the scene, but this was so interesting because you and I have talked about what just everyday citizens who have to look out for the signs, who have to be prepared, who have to see something, say something when they are in the midst of a situation. We saw some brave heroism out of some of these congregants at the church that definitely saved lives. They jumped into action. You really can't train that, can you?
You can't. I think that's an innate quality in some of these people. This Dr. Chang, who rushed the suspect, lost his life, but saved probably dozens of lives in doing so, was able to allow enough time for other people to tackle the suspect, to hogtie until law enforcement could get there. And Sheriff Don Barnes has said that heroic action by all of those people definitely saved lives. And you look at your victims here. All of our victims are ranging from 60 in the mid 60s to 92 years old here. And why? It's just tragic. But yes, the actions of the people that were in the church there, absolutely phenomenal and definitely saved lives.
Yeah, and Darren, this was also similar in that it was so premeditated, much like the Buffalo shooter who drove 200 miles. This alleged shooter, his name, 68-year-old David Chow, he drove from Las Vegas. He sat in the church at this luncheon for some time. He even barred some of the exits with super glue, with chains, making it even harder for police to gain entry. So a lot of planning going into these horrible incidents over the last 48 hours.
Yeah, and the fact that he had been welcomed into the congregation there and sat down and people welcomed his presence there, not knowing who he was or what he had planned, and to see that happen the way it did. But like you said, 200 miles in Buffalo, probably over 200 miles from Las Vegas to South Orange County, a good 5.5 hour drive to specifically target and engage this kind of violence.
Yeah, of course, in this particular situation, because a grocery store and a church, they're very large structures. They have a lot of square footage. A lot of people were in them at the time. These are just everyday places Americans go on their free time. You and I have talked so much about the threats that are out there. These two incidents, though, politically motivated, racially motivated, coincidental nonetheless. But how can officers train for that type of violence when the motivations run so deep?
Well, it's very, very difficult because you have to have the warning signs and people have to, like we've said, say something, see something, say something. But again, I think it's more about preparing our citizenry for these types of events. I know for a fact that in Orange County, California, the Sheriff's Department and many of the local agencies, because I worked for one for many years, have gone to faith-based organizations and talked to them about preparing for active shooter events, et cetera. And I think that I don't know factually, but I think that it's probably likely that this church was one of those that benefited from that training. But we're talking again, and we've said so many times about these soft targets, shopping malls and places where they don't have magnetometer or metal detectors, and there's no security screening of people coming in. And it's just so incumbent upon the people who are there to maintain their situational awareness and be ready and prepared to act should something occur.
All right, Darren Wyatt, as always, we appreciate your time coming on Live Now from Fox to break down these really gruesome, horrific incidents. Final thoughts?
Yeah, Andrew, like we said, horrible events, horrific events where, people have lost their lives. And how do we say it other than, our thoughts and our prayers are with these families and these communities as they try and move forward.
All right, Darren Wyatt, we'll talk to you again. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
You too.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Fox Los Angeles also this week spoke on the shooting in Laguna Woods that claimed the lives of one person and left multiple others injured. Let's take a look at that report here on Live Now from Fox.
The charges the suspect will be facing. Here's Orange County District Attorney Todd Spitzer.
The suspect is eligible for life without the possibility of parole or death. The reason I was there is because at some point in time down the road, I will have to determine as a district attorney whether or not we will be seeking death.
All right, let's now bring in the district attorney himself and, of course, Phil Schuman into this conversation. District Attorney Spitzer, thank you for being with us tonight. What an emotional couple of days it has been. Let's, in fact, start there. The heroism that we saw yesterday unfold. You talked about arriving to the scene yesterday, how gripping, how heart-wrenching that was. What stood out to you the most?
There was a cane on the table that was abandoned, and it signified to me that the individuals in that room, the elderly, were doing everything to flee the premises as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, those doors were all chained closed, and so they had nowhere to go. And they were literally locked down in that room. And but for the fact that Dr. Cheng, he was the youngest individual probably in that room, 40 years old, when he went over to subdue the subject, he was shot. That gun malfunctioned, and because of the malfunction, that was the only ability then the others had to grab onto the suspect. But for the fact that that gun jammed, I know that a lot more people would have died.
You talk about the charges. You mentioned the death penalty. Is there any reason why you wouldn't pursue the death penalty?
The death penalty is the most solemn punishment we have in society. And certainly that's not a judgment I'm going to be rushed into making. This is a very, very serious crime. And I'm looking at both the trauma and the impact to the victims. At the same time, I'm obligated and will consider his age, whether or not he had a criminal background, other mental issues that may have been going on. I mean, that's what you want from your district attorney. I'm responsible for balancing the interests of justice. And then you add on the layer, what do the victims want? What does the widow want? What does the mother, Dr. Cheng's mom, who was there as well, she just lost her son and she's a widow. She just lost her husband. So, you know, she may not want this trauma to go through this kind of proceeding. So I have to take all these factors into consideration.
Phil, out to you.
Well, we may be getting a little bit ahead of ourselves here because the suspect hasn't yet come to court. But when you talk about the death penalty, and I listened closely to what you were saying today, we don't have a death penalty in California. There's a moratorium. We haven't executed anyone in 15 years. So I'm not sure why that was one of the first things you brought up.
Because I wanted people to understand, Phil, that he is eligible. Tomorrow we will be charging him. He will be arraigned. I mean, we're going to charge him with 1 count of murder with the use of a gun, 4 counts of attempted murder on the, 5 counts of attempted murder on the other individuals. The murder with the gun will be while he's lying in wait and plan the murder. That is a special circumstances case, a special circumstances murder. And so he's eligible for life without the possibility of parole or death. This is a death penalty case, Bill. I understand what the governor has done. He won't be the governor forever, but I also understand that the public has voted for to keep the death penalty. Look, I'm not here to argue the death penalty tonight, but tomorrow he will be charged, and we will go through the process of doing what's in the best interest of justice and the desire and take into consideration the victims' concerns and what they would like to see as well.
Something that struck me watching you live today during the noon hour, we did bring that to our viewers live, and there you were side by side with the sheriff of Orange County. You had other people there representing, of course, from other parties. The point of what I'm trying to make here is there was such a unified front, something that you wouldn't necessarily see in Los Angeles County. So when you're working a case like you are, on this one. How important is it to have that unified front?
I'm literally doing this interview right now from Christ Our Redeemer Church in Irvine. We just had a prayer vigil, bipartisan, with pastors of all denominations. Mayor Farah Khan, the Democratic mayor of Irvine, is here. The sheriff is here. I mean, look, this is about a community coming together. This isn't about partisanship. At the end of the day, I've been doing this work of being a government leader for 30 years. Our job is to protect the public and to make sure we're safe. Everybody, irrespective of party or ethnicity or race or sexual orientation, everybody deserves to be safe. And we are grieving tonight because of the loss of Dr. Cheng. We're celebrating the heroism, but I offered a prayer tonight to say, listen, we need to pray for those individuals also who are shot. And we have a lot of people who are going to be going through some very, very serious recovery, and we want to make sure that they heal and get better.
And lastly, if Dr. Cheng hadn't been there, if he hadn't rushed that gunman, how much worse would this situation have been?
Oh, I can tell you, there was at least, I think, 15 magazines fully loaded of 9mm. There were 2 9mm weapons recovered. He had explosive devices. He had locked the doors. He was ready to engage in a war. If that gun had not malfunctioned after he shot Dr. Cheng, I do not believe that he would have been subdued. I believe that he would have overcome everybody with force. His goal, in my opinion, and it's still early in our investigation, but it's my opinion tonight that he would have slaughtered everybody in that room, and then he probably would have set the church on fire.
Wow. Quite something. Thank you very much for taking a few minutes to join us in the midst of that service. And please pass on our love to everybody in Orange County that is mourning tonight. DA Todd Spitzer, thank you.
Thank you so much.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Earlier this week, the Biden administration and White House delivered remarks on infrastructure and its investment. So if you missed this conference, I'm going to play this out now here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you for being with us here on Live Now, where we continue to bring raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the nation, bringing you those breaking news sources when they come in right here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks for being with us.
Made in America, from a supply chain standpoint, that's important. And also, this president truly believes that the days of these blanket waivers where we get everything imported, those days are over. So we're beginning implementation of our Made in America efforts with infrastructure. Third of all, we want to make sure that we do better permitting. These projects are often stalled in the permitting process, and we believe we can speed these projects up while continuing our environmental regulations to ensure that projects are done in an environmentally effective way. So those three things are what OMB are working on, and you'll hear the rest from our agency partners, and I believe I'm turning it over to Secretary Holland.
Thank you, Shalonda. Thank you, Mitch. And hello, everyone. It's nice to see you all today. Grateful to join my colleagues today as we mark 6 months since President Biden signed into law the historic bipartisan infrastructure law. I want to thank President Biden and Vice President Harris for their tremendous leadership and my fellow cabinet colleagues for their partnership in helping to execute this administration's all-of-government approach. Through this milestone law, we are building a better America for working families and communities across the country. The President's bipartisan infrastructure law is an historic down payment on ensuring that future generations, in particular rural and indigenous communities, have clean air, drinkable water, balanced ecosystems, and an overall quality of life that is currently threatened by worsening climate crisis. As climate-fueled extreme weather events continue to worsen through the country, the bipartisan infrastructure law makes historic investments to address wildfires, combat the drought crisis, and strengthen Indian country. As my home state of New Mexico continues to battle devastating wildfires, families are fleeing their homes, businesses are at risk, wildlife are in danger, and we see how critical these investments are. My heart aches for these communities. Much needed funding from the bipartisan infrastructure law will put resources into climate resilience, safeguard local water supplies, and support our wildland firefighting workforce. At the Department of the Interior, we're acutely focused on implementing these measures. Already, the law is working to better prepare communities and ecosystems against the threat of wildland fire by making historic investments in forest restoration, hazardous fuels management, and post-wildfire restoration activities across America's national parks, forests, and grasslands. In the last 6 months, the law has already made significant investments in water and drought management. Water is a sacred resource, and this funding is ensuring that farmers can water their crops, families are fed, wildlife are sustained, and agricultural businesses can thrive as we all deal with the worsening drought conditions, particularly across the West. The law is also making significant investments in tribal communities, putting resources in the hands of tribal nations. In the past 6 months, the department has consulted with tribes across the country as we began dispersing millions of dollars in funding to invest in tribal climate resilience, repairing tribal irrigation and power systems, supporting water sanitation, dam safety, and fulfilling Indian water rights settlements. And the best part is we're just getting started. I look forward to continuing to work with my good friends and as we continue to build a better America for future generations, and I'm proud to turn this over to Secretary Pete Buttigieg.
Thanks very much, Secretary. Good afternoon. We're delighted as we see the 6-month anniversary of the chilly and sunny day when the President signed the infrastructure law to note that infrastructure weeks without results are officially behind us, and an infrastructure decade is very much underway. With regard to the transportation portfolio, that has included in recent weeks and months the launch of the Bridge Formula program, which marks the largest investment in bridges since the interstate highway system was created. The release of formula funds from what is now the largest public transit investment in U.S. history underway to modernize and expand services to connect people to jobs, schools, groceries, hospitals, and more. And major investments going out toward rural communities for modernizing their roads, bridges, transit ports, airports, and more. With regard to safety, having announced and unveiled the National Roadway Safety Strategy to address the national crisis of deaths on our roadways. We are now able to back that up with today's announcement of the Safe Streets and Roads for All program, putting forward $1 billion to help local communities make upgrades and improvements that are going to save lives on their streets and roads. We also know that this work is going to bear on the long-term resilience of our supply chains. Part of what was at stake when we awarded the largest round of port infrastructure development program grants ever, supporting upgrades, new docks and berths, rail lines going onto ports and more, and have designated new marine highways. These have designations that are kind of like the highways we're all familiar with, I-95 or 66. There's an M95 or an M66, which we can support for the movement of goods over water on our river system. We have launched funding to electrify buses and bus facilities, helping people to get to where they need to go without there being fumes and emissions coming from those buses. We've introduced the Carbon Reduction Program, which is principally a formula program allowing states to support and fund their carbon reduction strategies, and announced the electric vehicle formula funding that's going to help states to build out that national network of chargers that we know is so important. So this is just the beginning, but we have already been able to get a lot out the door in these 6 months, and we know that we will be creating good paying jobs along the way. Folks across the country are seeing the summer construction season arrive in terms of the cones, the barrels, the hard hats, and the shovels turning, and there's going to be a lot more where that came from. And with that, it's my pleasure to hand it over to someone we are collaborating very closely with regard to electric vehicles, Secretary of Energy Jennifer Granholm.
Thank you, Secretary Buttigieg. Just to underscore how much is happening in the Department of Energy. The Department of Energy was tasked with $62 billion worth of the funding from the bipartisan infrastructure law, 61 new programs that are competitive, and so much of the funding that we will be sending out is competitively based. However, we have been, and so therefore we require a lot of input from stakeholders around the country. Let me give you a couple of examples of things that have gone out. For example, the Weatherization Assistance Program and an additional over $3 billion to weatherize what will be over 450,000 more families' homes across the country. The President is very concerned about the high price of fuel, and that means home fuel as well. And so weatherization is one way to make sure that homes are buttoned up and people are not spending money on fuel that is going out leaky windows, leaky doors, bad insulation, attics, etc. America's public schools will get $500 million more for energy upgrades in K through 12 schools. Very exciting. We also have been focused as well on supply chain. So we unveiled $3.6 billion to boost America's battery supply chain so that we are not obtaining batteries and the components of batteries from our economic or global competitors, that we're building that at home, and that includes battery recycling, battery manufacturing, battery processing. That's $3.16 billion. And on climate change, we have been seeking input, and we have announced a series of announcements requesting back information on the grid, the electric grid. And so we have a Building a Better Grid initiative. One component of that is called a Transmission Facilitation Program that we rolled out last week to make sure that we are building a grid that is resilient both for cyber attacks as well as for extreme weather events, as well as is able to take on the capacity that we know we have to add for renewable energy. So much going on at the Department of Energy. It's an honor to be part of this team. One of the members of whom is Michael Regan, Administrator of the EPA. I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you. Thank you, Secretary Granholm. I am incredibly proud of the progress we're making at EPA over the past 6 months. You know, just this year alone, we're going to make over $10 billion available for investments in clean water, bringing relief to communities that have been long plagued by pollution, and improving the air for kids riding yellow school buses to and from school every single day. You know, I've traveled the country, and whether it's been talking with parents in Milwaukee whose children have been lead poisoned, or visiting schools in Jackson, Mississippi, where the water pressure was so low, school was canceled, we know that these precious resources are needed, and just this year alone, over $8 billion will be made available for water infrastructure investments. Over $1 billion just this year alone for investing in cleaning up our contaminated lands, those blighted sites that plague many of our communities, old abandoned gas stations and warehouses that could be turned around for economic development opportunities. And yes, over $1 billion we hope to allocate just this year alone in replacing old diesel school buses with electric yellow school buses to carry our most precious cargo, again, to and from school, not only carrying them to and from school, but also improving their lives, reducing school lost days, and also for those school bus drivers, increasing time that they can spend at work and decreasing those lost work days as well. So we're really excited to be part of this transformational team led by the President. And with that, I'll turn it over to my good friend, Secretary Marty Walsh.
Michael. President Biden has been very clear from the very beginning of this that the infrastructure investment must create good jobs, good middle-class jobs, good union jobs. And we've been equally clear about these good jobs must be available on an equitable basis across the entire country, workers in every single community. At the Department of Labor, our mission is to empower workers, all workers. And as I travel around the country, I talk to organizations, I talk to workers, I talk to local officials, employers, looking at the job data and the choices workers are making. The labor dynamics are very clear. Workers want better opportunities. We've seen it every month. And the communities of color and rural communities want access to better jobs and better paying jobs in our country. The infrastructure law is a historic opportunity to use federal investment to raise the bar on job quality and job equity across the board. We created the Good Jobs Initiative at the Department of Labor to make sure that we're doing just that. Good jobs start with middle-class wages and benefits like health care, child care, and paid family leave. They also include pathways into the middle class for workers who have been shut out, marginal workers have been shut out in the past, women, black workers, Latino workers, Native American workers, Asian American workers, veterans, rural workers, workers with disabilities, and formerly incarcerated. So one of the examples I just want to give here quickly is that Secretary Buttigieg and the Department of Transportation, to make sure these first rounds of infrastructure grants require good local jobs, high labor standards, and access to apprenticeship and underrepresented workers. These are billions of dollars that are not only for roads and bridges and train stations and climate resilience, these are investments in people. So when I think about the infrastructure law, I don't just think about all the physical that we're doing, you heard about a minute ago, but it's also about building a whole family and supporting families and communities all across America. These are not just rebuilding our infrastructure, they're rebuilding our middle class. So thank you very much for joining us, and I get a chance now to turn over to Secretary Mayorkas.
Thanks very much, Secretary Walsh. Let me, good afternoon, everybody. Let me first thank Mitchell Andrew for really just exceptionally leading the interagency effort on behalf of the Biden-Harris administration. We in the Department of Homeland Security really have two broad lines of effort. One is, of course, to enhance the safety and security of the American people, and two is to be an engine of economic prosperity by facilitating lawful trade and travel. And I'd like to give you just a few examples. how we're doing so through this infrastructure bill. I'll start with FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. We are distributing on an ongoing basis $60 million to victims of Hurricane Ida so that they can retrofit, elevate, or if needed, relocate their homes. FEMA is announcing today the distribution of $33 million to state and local governments to ensure the safety and strength of water dams, an issue that is of increasing importance with, of course, the rise in climate change. The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA, will be distributing $1 billion in grant funds to ensure that state, local, tribal, territorial governments are strengthening their cybersecurity. We're going to be distributing more than $100 million of those funds this year and distributing the $1 billion over a 5-year term. The United States Coast Guard, modernizing its facilities to ensure that its responsibility to the security of the maritime domain is assured. And lastly, as another example, U.S. Customs and Border Protection and modernizing the land ports of entry as engines of facilitation of lawful trade and travel. We're doing so much with all of us together under the leadership of Mitch Landrieu and the vision of President Biden, Vice President Harris. Thanks so much. I'm going to turn it over to Brian Deese.
Thank you. I have the privilege of closing us out. For those of you keeping score, I will be the 9th speaker, which means we've got a full baseball lineup here today and a full interagency effort against this priority. I just want to close by putting this historic law in the context of President Biden's broader economic strategy to build an economy from the bottom up and the middle out. As you all heard from President Biden last week, the president's top priority is fighting inflation and lowering costs for American families. This bill is integral to that effort in a couple of ways. First, by directly lowering the costs that families are facing right now. Just last week, with the announcement of the Affordable Connectivity Program, making more than 50 million families eligible for lower cost, high-speed internet, and in many cases, high-speed internet for free. You heard Secretary Granholm talk about lowering utility costs, utility bills that American families face by weatherizing homes, and more. Second, this law is going to lower price pressures in our economy across time by enabling goods to move cheaper and more quickly through our transportation infrastructure system. We've learned in this crisis the threat to our economy of brittle supply chains, where when we cannot move goods efficiently from water to our ports, onto trucks, onto rail, and to stores and to families' homes, what we see is supply chains grinding to a halt and prices increasing. The investments that you've heard about today are going to be key to building a more fluid transportation system, which will reduce price pressures. And third, what economists call increasing the productive capacity of our economy. And I'll just use one example, Secretary Pete and others, conditioning grant funding on increasing more affordable housing development as we make transportation investments. By increasing the supply of affordable housing, will not only make homeownership and affordable rentership available for millions of more families, but will help to reduce price pressures in housing and rental as well. And a final point, that this law is key to the president's industrial strategy to build more secure and resilient supply chains, particularly in light of the global threats that we face. And I just leave you with the point that of all of the investments that we're talking about, this year, now, because of this law, for the first year in more than 2 decades, our infrastructure investment is growing faster in the United States than China's. And we're putting ourselves in a position where, for the first time in generations, we can actually build more secure supply chains, whether that's in electric vehicle battery manufacturing, or it's our ports and our airports and our roads and runways. So with that, I will step back and let you all ask some questions.
Start with Justin. Thanks, guys. Senators Manchin and Murkowski sent, I think, a number of you guys a letter today expressing concerns about the delayed implementation of critical mineral provisions of the infrastructure law. it kind of went department by department, but said that there were a number of deadlines that have been missed, and that despite the executive actions that the president has taken on critical minerals, including using the DPA, that there's still a risk that these critical minerals won't be available as we try to do exactly what Brian was just talking about. So I'm wondering why we missed those deadlines and what you would say to the senators about those concerns.
Well, look, I would just say top line, and then maybe Secretary Granholm could talk about the DOA battery provisions. It's a core national security and economic security priority that we build more resilience in key supply chains, and top among those is the critical minerals and materials that go into producing and manufacturing large capacity batteries. We are focused across government in moving and accelerating those efforts, and as you say, the infrastructure law gives us a lot of those tools. We'll be happy to follow up on any of the specific elements, but I think what you've seen over the course of implementation is with the resources at the Department of Energy as well as elsewhere, we are moving out in a way that is historic for the country, and will continue to do so.
Deb's going to follow.
What I'll just say is that the Interagency Work Group for Mining Reform has met, and they're working very expeditiously on ensuring that we can move this issue forward. The mining law hasn't been, it was 150 years old last week, so and it has not had any changes to it since then. So I think working to make sure we're modernizing that piece will certainly help us to move forward with it.
To what degree are you seeing challenges with increased costs in the months since this law was enacted, and any worker either shortages or kind of slow return to work in some of the processing where you have distributed money? How are you seeing those real world hurdles having an impact on how you're implementing?
Yeah, both of these are very real challenges. I was just speaking with a governor today about this, trying to get a sense of what they're seeing on the ground, especially as they're starting to look for the bids that come in and how much they reflect increases in costs. There's a lot of work that's going on to try to forecast and smooth that, and it's something we're going to work closely with project sponsors in, especially if we find that maybe one area in one region of the country, in terms of access to a certain flow of raw materials or something like that, is going in a direction that has more pressure than another. What can we do to help coordinate or rebalance? On the workforce piece, this is one of the reasons why workforce is specifically contemplated in a lot of our programs. So for example, in our bus programming, there's actually a requirement that a certain amount of funding that goes to a transit agency goes specifically to workforce development, and we were just with the community college in Cuyahoga County that has a relationship between the transit authority and the community college in order to create that pipeline. That's going to happen across the transportation space, and I think construction more broadly. It's one of many, many reasons we're looking at things like local hire, broadening the participation of workers, including working parents, women, workers of color who haven't always been included. We're doing that not just because it's the right thing to do in terms of equitable wealth creation. We're also doing it because we won't succeed in delivering if we leave any talent on the table.
Do you think any of the cost issues are threatening any of the projects?
Well, certainly that creates an additional pressure, and it's something that we're going to need to monitor closely and manage. But I'm sure Secretary Walsh has more on the
just
labor
real quick, just add a little bit to what Secretary Boone just said. The people are there. We just need to make sure, as we make investments in job training and workforce development money, that we go out and make sure we train the people for the jobs. And certainly, we've been doing this for a long time, looking at the projects, where they're going to be growing, not just in this infrastructure law, but across construction in different areas. So we've certainly been working hard at the Department of Labor, making sure these investments go to the right communities so we can get people into work.
And just let me add to that. There's going to be a lot of pressure and natural tensions that come with actually implementing this once-in-a-generation opportunity. You haven't seen this kind of money in a long time. I don't see anybody in here as old as Eisenhower. But that's the last time you saw something like this. And wherever there are challenges, there are incredible opportunities. One of the challenges is going to be on workforce development. All of you know already, because we've said this many times, that governors and mayors are going to build 90% of these projects, which is one of the reasons why, on behalf of the President, we've asked each state to appoint an infrastructure coordinator, which 53 of the states and the territories have done, and we're in touch with all of the governors now to make sure that as these opportunities come, we see the challenges, and then we be able to push down to the ground how actually to alleviate those challenges, because you're building a team. And the team is not just across all these incredible agencies. We just had our 12th meeting to talk about how each one of these agencies are coordinating. And you saw an example just today with Senator Granholm and Secretary Granholm and Secretary Buttigieg talk about the coordination they have between their agencies on just the EV charging stations. We also have to coordinate with all 50 states, and all of the 50 states also have to coordinate with the governors. And we're pushing that team together so there can be one table. One of the issues that we're going to face, which is an incredible challenge because, as the Secretary of Labor said, there are lots of people that are available that need high-paying jobs, is to link them up, get the workforce process in place, and make sure that everybody's benefiting from this infrastructure investment.
Can you speak, Brian, while you're here, can we get you please address the infant formula supply chain issues there? Are you expecting a consent decree coming out of the FDA today, and how quickly do you expect the Abbott plant to be able to get its production back online?
Yeah, I would just say we anticipate news on that forthcoming, but I'll let the FDA speak specifically to the consent decree when they're prepared. But we anticipate that. I think you heard that from Director Califf this morning. The other piece that is in process today is the guidance around the FDA guidance around importation from outside the United States. I would expect additional information on that as well. And we're over the course of the weekend and continuing through to this morning in direct contact out of the White House with every major manufacturer, existing manufacturer, the three big manufacturers of infant formula, every major retailer of infant formula, as well as the manufacturers of the input components that are necessary to produce formula, and have made clear to all of them that federal resources, including transportation and logistics resources, are available and on call, and we are prepared to move assets in coordination with them as and when we identify any need to do so.
I'm wondering if you guys have an estimate of how many jobs have been created in the first 6 months of this law, and if you have a forward estimate for the next 6 months. And then Secretary Mayorkas, since you're here, I'm wondering if you could comment on whether you believe yesterday's attack in Boston qualifies as an act of domestic terrorism, and whether you think that more steps need to be taken either by the administration or by Congress to combat domestic violent extremism.
On the job front, a lot of these programs, this money has just gone out. So I mean, I think it's still a little too early. And over the last month or so, a lot of these jobs gone out. We're not going to see that data there'll be a couple-month lag there. But I can tell you this: there's been an awful lot of job training going on in workforce development through the agencies Mitch talked about, state boards all across the country. We're in constant contact with them on a weekly basis from the Department of Labor.
4,300 grants have gone out to 3,200 counties in all 50 states.
And let me just underscore that, and also to Kelly's point, that while there are real challenges, to the point that the Secretary made, that the people are there, the opportunities are there, and in the last 3 or 4 months, we've seen a historic pace of job creation for this point in the recovery, and a lot of that has been in construction and manufacturing and other sectors where you can draw a direct line to people getting prepared for what is to come. So we're seeing the impact already in the economy.
But real quick,
Thank you. So if I may, with respect to the tragic events of this past Saturday, it is being investigated, as the FBI articulated, as a hate crime. The term domestic terrorism is a legal term, and because the investigation is ongoing, I won't employ that term. But let me share with you some of the things that we are doing to battle domestic violent extremism, which we have identified since last year as one of the most significant terrorism-related threats to the security of the homeland. We in the Department of Homeland Security, in partnership with the FBI, have issued an unprecedented number of information bulletins and alerts to state, local, tribal, territorial officials who are on the front lines to equip them to identify when an individual is descending into violence by reason of an ideology of hate or false narrative. We have dedicated grant funds, additional grant funds for the first time in our grant programs, identifying domestic violent extremism as a national priority area. We have distributed those funds at an increased level in an unprecedented way. We created the Center for Prevention Programs and Partnership to equip and empower local communities to address the threat within their respective jurisdictions. This is a high priority area, and we're executing on the President's national strategy to battle domestic violent extremism.
Thanks very much. First, for Mitch, for a law that has this much money, there's always the potential of fraud. And given what may be the outcome of the November elections, you may have a Congress next year that is looking at doing more investigations into that. Can you just give us a sense of what you're doing to prevent that and prepare for that? And then a follow-up question for Secretary Buttigieg on baby formula.
First of all, it's a great question. One of the first things the President told me is that he wanted to make sure there was no waste, fraud, and abuse, and reminded me of the work that he had done with all of the inspectors general when he was the Vice President overseeing a program. One of the first things that we did was begin to engage with them, with the director of OMB, Shalonda, and her team with Jason Miller, organize them with Gene Sperling, who had done some extensive work with them. So our team from day one had been in touch with the inspectors general. As you may recall, just a couple of weeks ago, I think it was 2 Fridays ago, we actually brought all of the inspectors generals together, and the President was at that meeting to make sure that they, without getting in the way of their independence, have been able to talk to each one of the secretaries about what the design of their programs can look like and should look like, so that we've learned from past mistakes. And each one of these secretaries has been directed by the President, and all of them obviously have said yes to work very closely with the inspectors general on the design of the program and the implementation thereof. It was the President's first priority that he mentioned to me when we got here. We feel very good about where we are. We know that there are going to be some contentions from time to time between inspectors generals and secretaries. That's what it's supposed to be for. But early intervention, early design helps make sure that the American taxpayers have open books and transparency, and that we deliver the results where we're supposed to.
All right, thank you all. I had one follow-up for Secretary. Have you seen any politicization of the permit process? It's real quick. Will the Department of Transportation waive the hours of service rules for truck drivers to deliver formula?
So we looked at that, and we do believe that would be covered. We can reiterate that determination as needed. Look, the more we see, this is principally an issue of production more than goods movement, but anytime we see an indication that goods movement is becoming a limiting factor, we'll do anything we can to tear down obstacles.
Pilot shortage?
One from a business channel? No? You just about permitting? Yeah, I just wanted to know.
And we are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we return, our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft spoke with an expert about earlier this week the congressional hearing on UFOs. You don't want to miss that. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
What were your key takeaways? A hearing like this in front of members of Congress has not happened in about 50 years. They really went over that report that kind of outlined those 144 sightings, if you will, and even outlined many, many more that have been witnessed, that have been encountered since that report was released. Did you watch today? I'm sure you did. What were your key takeaways?
Yes, I was watching, and what a historic day. I mean, I think the most important thing about today was not any single thing that was said, but that the hearing was held in the first place. This is finally Congress waking up and saying, yes, there is something going on in our airspace. We are not going to be kind of fobbed off with all the usual platitudes about little green men and things. This is a defense and national security issue, and we now want some hard answers from the DoD.
You know, there seems to be this kind of partnership underway, or at least this relationship that is getting better between the intelligence community and the Pentagon, kind of teaming up to bring more of this out into fuller view rather than, you know, shroud it in secrecy. That was really what I thought was the main takeaway today, was that they want to get rid of the stigma of secrecy around this particular topic, get it more out into the open. But then again, we were hearing from some of the officials who were testifying, members of Congress asked them questions, and they said maybe that's better for a classified setting. So there was still a lot of that today.
Yes, and I understand that that is obviously going to start a whole bunch of conspiracy theories, but I think you're right. I think one of the key takeaways from today was this sense that we need a more integrated response across government from this. And I was encouraged, actually, when I heard the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security say, look, it's not just DoD. There are other players here. There's NASA. There's the Space Force, there's the scientific community, and the idea that we will get, hopefully, particularly if Congress keeps pushing for accountability here, we'll get this more joined up response. I think that was encouraging.
You know, Nick, other than some of the new video and photos that were unclassified today, declassified rather, did you learn anything that you didn't know today from the testimony?
Frankly, I'll be honest with you, no. I think those of us who've been following this closely, this was all things that we'd seen before. But I think we weren't the audience. Those of us who've looked at this from within government, we weren't the audience. The audience today was other parts of Congress, was the media, and was the American people who are asking and demanding, rightly, answers on this. And I think they're closer than before to getting them.
You know, other than the kind of sci-fi element that everyone associates unidentified aerial phenomena with, there's also a national security element that goes alongside this. What are these unidentified flying objects? Could they be from, you know, a foreign actor, an enemy that the U.S. just doesn't know about this technology that could be out there? So there's that element too. Which do you think was mostly centered on at the hearing today? Was it one or the other or both?
Well, it seemed to flip-flop between the two. I think we started off with a sort of almost theoretical discussion about the possibilities of the existence of extraterrestrial life. Then some of the other representatives brought it back to, you know, could this be adversary drones from China? And we don't know. We don't know where we are with this. But I think that's the great thing. Whatever one believes, whether you're a skeptic, whether you're a believer, you know, we have Mulders and Scullys out there, both in the general public but within the government too. And I think we saw some of that today.
Okay, so Nick, now this hearing has happened. It was the first of its kind in 50 years. The fact that they just had a hearing, a huge move. What happens next? What will you be looking for next in this debate, in this discussion?
Well, today is not the end. Today's the beginning. In the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2022 were multiple provisions on UFOs. Congress is saying in the Senate and the House, in the intelligence committees, the armed services committees. We want regular briefings on this, and as and when you know more, we want to hold you to account for this. So there are going to be more briefings. Some of them will be public, some of them will be private, classified ones. But this is, I think we've gotten beyond the stigma. We've gotten beyond the sort of rolling of the eyes and this is all just science fiction and conspiracy theories. And now, rightly, we are treating this as the defense and national security issue that it is.
Nick Pope, as always, we appreciate your insight into this. We know you follow this so closely, and we'll speak to you again.
Thank you.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. This week, Fox Los Angeles also spoke with NASA aboard the International Space Station live on air. Let's take a look at that conversation.
As is this, terribly exciting for us this morning on Good Day LA, linking up with the International Space Station, which is orbiting some 250 miles above the Earth. We're about to talk to one of the astronauts, Jessica Watkins. This is Michaela Pereira. Do you copy?
I have you loud and clear. Good morning.
Good morning to you. I know we have a long delay, but this is such a treasure for us, a culmination for you, a lifelong dream, something you've wanted from a very long time since you were a child. What was it that first fascinated you, Jessica, about space?
Yeah, I think I have always had an interest in space and what's going on out there in the unknown. But I think the first time that I really realized that you could explore the cosmos as a career was when I was a young child at Resnick Elementary School. I think I came home and asked my parents about Judy Resnick's story and who she was, and that was the first time that I learned what an astronaut was and decided then that I wanted to be one.
Talk about the moment when you first blasted off in April. Share that experience of what it was like for you.
Launch was absolutely awesome. For me, this is my first time flying in space, so my first space launch, and it was more than I could have ever imagined. It's just a very visceral experience, all of the sounds and sensations and feelings, and just this overwhelming feeling of joy and excitement that this moment had really come.
And add to that, and I know this is not lost on you, you're very conscious of the history you're making as the first black woman on an extended mission on the ISS. Talk about the significance of that for you, for our community, for little girls watching everywhere.
Yeah, I think it certainly is a milestone for our agency and for our country, but for me it is just an honor to be a small part of the long legacy of black astronauts, black women astronauts that came before me and laid the foundation, paved the path for me, as well as a tribute to an exciting future ahead of us. NASA is moving towards the moon and eventually to Mars with the Artemis missions, and I'm just excited to be a small part of that.
Some LA boasting rights in your story. We understand you got your doctorate in geology at UCLA, just 4 miles down the road from where I sit right now. A question for you. Have you done the 8 clap in outer space?
I haven't yet, but that's a good idea. Go Bruins.
We did something special for you today. We talked to our viewers and got them to submit some questions because we knew that you are about letting that next generation of young people know that this is a possibility for them. So this one was submitted by Vanessa Seitz. Her daughter, Raina, wants to know, how does one become an astronaut?
It's a great question, and thank you so much for soliciting some questions from our younger viewers. Yes, so the way to become an astronaut is simply to apply. So as a young person, finding opportunities and ways to pursue what you're passionate about, find something that really gets you out of bed in the morning and continue to do that. And as you continue to put one step in front of the other, one foot in front of the other, eventually those footprints will lead you down a path towards your dreams.
Okay, here's a question from Javier Avila, who sent in this question. This is fascinating to me. In pictures, the shuttles look upside down. Is there an up and down in space?
So that's a great question. The answer is kind of yes. We have kind of established our directions within the station, as well as in our launch vehicles. We launched on a SpaceX Dragon. So there are defined directions. However, we are able to defy those directions, if you will. We're able to climb on the ceilings like Spider-Man in any orientation that we want. And so that's been one of the coolest parts about being up here, is getting to live and work in 3 dimensions.
Here's a question from little Michaela Pereira. I'm kidding, this question's from me. Is it possible to get a good night's rest aboard the International Space Station?
It's an important question, but luckily the answer is definitely yes. We have sleeping bags in our crew quarters that we can kind of curl up into and then just float inside of. There are options to strap ourselves down to the wall a little bit if we prefer that, but I enjoy just floating, and I have no problem sleeping up here.
I'm glad to hear that. Liz, you're a fascinating person to begin with. Your history, your doctorate in geology, the fact that you played rugby internationally, but you're also an aquanaut. You were aboard the world's only undersea laboratory, Aquarius, and I want to know how that compares to what you're doing now.
That was an amazing experience that I'm so lucky and grateful to have had the opportunity to do. And one of the interesting facts about that NEMO mission, the NASA Extreme Environments Mission Operations, was that I had the pleasure of completing that mission with my now crewmate, Samantha Cristoforetti. So we are super excited about the opportunity to do another mission together, this time in space. But that was an awesome experience, getting to live and work underwater, about 60 feet underwater in this habitat, and getting to do lots of operations and science inside, as well as some extravehicular activities outside of the habitat, very similar to what we do up here.
It's so fascinating. You certainly are a person that is always looking for the next challenge. You referenced Artemis. You know you are one of the Artemis astronauts, the potential of being able to fly to the moon, to land on the moon. What excites you about that beyond the obvious?
For me, I think one of the most exciting things about NASA going back to the moon and going to the moon to stay is, for me as a planetary geologist, that is my background prior to becoming an astronaut, the idea of being able to translate what I have studied and looked at from images and other orbital data to be able to put that together with actually having on the ground, boots on the ground field data just really excites the nerd in me. So I'm really excited about all of the science that we're going to be able to accomplish by going back to the moon with the Artemis missions.
God bless you with the nerd. I have a nerd inside of me too. I want to ask you about the emotional experience of seeing the world from afar. What has moved you the most about being this far removed from Earth?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a whirlwind the past couple of weeks, kind of getting used to that notion that it really is just us up here. But it definitely gives you an appreciation for, how large the Earth is physically, but of course also how small it is in the more of the emotional sense, and how we all have this one shared home. Even up here on the ISS, with ourselves, our American astronauts, as well as I mentioned Samantha Cristoforetti is an Italian ESA astronaut, as well as our cosmonauts. So even up here, we are one family and in one shared space, and the Earth is much the same. And I think there's a lot to learn about international cooperation, bringing out the best in all of us.
Amen, sis. And last but not least, before we leave you, I'm sure you have your day fairly regimented. What is on the schedule for the next 24 hours for you?
Yes, so our schedules are often packed with lots of science and maintenance activities, very different every day. We get a new challenge, a new fun thing to take on each day. So today, for me, I think after this, I have some science. I'm working on a project called Vascular Aging that is looking into how the long-term effects of spaceflight and microgravity on the human body. We also have, we're working on a project called X-Roots, which is looking at plant root growth and ways that we can optimize that, looking to the future in terms of our longer duration, further out into the solar system missions. So we have a lot to do here with lots of applications for the future, and it's super exciting.
Before we let you get back to all those jobs you have on task today, is there anybody you want to say hello to while you're on our air? Maybe they'll get a chance to see it. Send a message home.
I will absolutely say hello to everyone in LA. I have lots of friends and family still out there, and just super grateful for all of the support and encouragement from the LA community, and just hope to represent you well.
You are representing us well, and we can't wait to get a chance to talk to you about the whole experience when you're back here on Earth and visiting LA or spending time here. Jessica Watkins, astronaut, NASA mission specialist, it's been a complete joy to spend time with you here on Earth while you're there aboard the ISS. You take care, and we'll talk soon, I hope.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It is 3 p.m. Pacific time here on the West Coast. And now we're going to go out to a press briefing from earlier this week. State Department spokesperson Ned Price held a press conference. So if you missed this, I'm playing it up next here on Live Now from Fox.
Provides in its first article that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. Regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, or sex characteristics, everyone deserves to live with respect, dignity, and safety. The United States commits to doing our part to promote and advance the human rights of LGBTQI plus persons globally and to end discrimination and violence against LGBTQI plus persons. We will capitalize on commitments made during President Biden's Summit for Democracy and the Year of Action to encourage positive reforms. Together with inclusive democracies, multilateral institutions, and civil society organizations around the world, we will continue to work toward a world where no one lives in fear because of who they are or whom they love. This week, we mark the occasion of Vesak Day, joining Buddhists around the world in celebration of a day honoring the life, legacy, and teachings of Buddha. This occasion also provides us with an opportunity to acknowledge the contributions of Buddhist communities around the world, communities that have helped to build a better world for people of all faith traditions. Let us all recommit ourselves to upholding the timeless values of tolerance, compassion, and respect that are imbued in the Buddhist faith. Happy Buddha Purnima. Next, the international community has witnessed horrific atrocities perpetrated by Russia's forces since President Putin launched his devastating and unjustifiable war of choice against Ukraine. We are working through partnerships with U.S. academia and the private sector to assist current and future quests for justice following months of fighting and mounting evidence of these widespread, large-scale atrocities that have been committed. To ensure that crimes committed by Russia's forces are documented and perpetrators are held accountable, today we have launched a new conflict observatory for Ukraine. The program will capture, analyze, and make publicly available open-source information and evidence of atrocities, human rights abuses, and harm to civilian infrastructure, including Ukraine's cultural heritage. Forthcoming reports will be posted on the program's website, conflictobservatory.org. The information collected by the Conflict Observatory will be a resource for the world to see the deplorable and brutal actions of Russia's forces against the Ukrainian people. It will shine a light on atrocities and is intended to contribute to eventual prosecutions in Ukraine's domestic courts, courts in third-party countries, U.S. courts, and other relevant tribunals. It will provide information to refute Russia's disinformation campaigns and expand the range of our and our partners' accountability mechanisms. However long it takes, we are committed to seeing that justice is served. In Guatemala yesterday, President Giammattei chose to reappoint Maria Consuelo Porras, Argueta de Porras, as Attorney General despite her record of facilitating corruption. This is a step backward for Guatemalan democracy, transparency, and rule of law, a step that will hurt the people of Guatemala. During her tenure, Attorney General Porras has worked to dismantle Guatemala's justice sector, protect corrupt actors, and perpetuate impunity. She has a documented record of obstructing and undermining anti-corruption investigations in Guatemala to protect her allies and gain undue favor. Porras' pattern of obstruction includes reportedly ordering prosecutors in Guatemala's public ministry to ignore cases based on personal or political considerations and firing prosecutors who investigate cases involving acts of corruption. This corruption weakens the Guatemalan government's ability to reduce violence and stop narco-traffickers. It also slows down economic growth and scares away investments, robbing Guatemalans of jobs and opportunity, all of which are primary factors driving migration. Yesterday, as a result, we announced the public designation of the Attorney General under Section 7013C of the Department of State Foreign Operations and Related Programs Appropriation Act of 2022. This designation renders the Attorney General and her immediate family members ineligible for entry into the United States. We'll have more announcements about consequences for the bilateral relationship of this decision at the appropriate time, and we'll continue to robustly use our counter-corruption tools going forward. The United States is determined to stand with all Guatemalans in support of democracy and the rule of law and against those who would undermine these principles for personal gain. We call on the government of Guatemala to take serious, concrete steps to reverse democratic backsliding. And finally, on Monday, May 23rd, the United States will welcome the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, Secretary General His Excellency Hussein Brahim Taha, and the OIC delegation to Washington, D.C. for the inaugural U.S.-OIC Strategic Dialogue. The United States and the OIC have been close partners for decades, and we share enduring economic, social, cultural, and person-to-person ties with the organization and its 57 members. The launching of this dialogue is an important affirmation of our growing ties. The dialogue will be led on our side by our Bureau of Near Eastern Affairs Assistant Secretary Yael Limpert and other senior department officials. On Wednesday, May 25th, Secretary Blinken will meet with the OIC Secretary General. We'll discuss shared challenges and opportunities in the fight against climate change, our support for greater respect for human rights the world over, mutual goals regarding women's empowerment and health issues, and our commitment to countering violent extremism. The strategic dialogue with the OIC is also part of our commitment to working closely with multilateral organizations, and it shows the depth and breadth of our shared interests. Through our sustained engagement, we'll further this important partnership and enable greater joint efforts to address shared challenges. So, having said all that, there may be time for a final question or two.
Thank you. Let me see, I got a couple very brief logistical ones, but they'll only be brief if you keep your answers brief.
Okay.
So let me make that appeal.
Okay.
Just one on this Ukraine observatory.
Yes.
I'm not quite, what exactly is new about, I mean, aren't you guys already doing this?
Well, it's a new mechanism, and essentially we are providing millions of dollars worth of funding to our partners on the outside.
Already providing millions of dollars of funding?
Well, yes, to partners to work with the Ukrainian Prosecutor General, but this is a new mechanism, and it's a new mechanism that will encompass the efforts of some of our key partners, including Yale, including ESRI, Planetscape AI, the Smithsonian Cultural Rescue Initiative.
And these institutions or groups weren't involved before?
You would have to ask them about their level of involvement before, but this is the first time we've launched a portal like this that will not only be a mechanism by which the department can work with these outside organizations to collect, to analyze, to document, but also importantly to share the findings that together we're able to uncover. And just as I said, they will be shared publicly on the website.
Well, I think you've said almost the exact same thing as it relates to the collection of war crimes evidence in the past. So anyway, it's fine that you have a new mechanism. I just want to know if there's fundamentally you're still doing the same thing, right?
We have been engaged in the work through a variety of mechanisms and efforts to collect, to document, to analyze, to share evidence of potential atrocities, potential war crimes with relevant prosecutors, with relevant state entities, with relevant organizations. But this is the first time that these partners will have come together and to share those findings so that not only the public can see it, to shine a spotlight on what Russia's forces are doing in Ukraine, but so that relevant authorities in areas of appropriate jurisdiction, including within Ukraine, potentially including within the United States, so that prosecutors can potentially even build criminal cases based on the material that is published online.
On the Afghan embassy and consulates thing, did I point it out to you earlier?
We will get you updated information on that.
Do you know why, off the top of your head, the Afghan mission to the UN is not included?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
The Afghan mission to the UN is not one of the facilities that is being quote unquote seized, taken control.
I don't have any more details to share, but if we do, we'll let you know.
On the Secretary's meeting tomorrow with the Turkish Foreign Minister, are you guys more, less, or the same concerned about what President Erdogan's position is on Finland and Sweden?
Well, you heard the Secretary speak to this over the weekend in Berlin. And the Secretary was in Berlin to meet with his counterparts in the context of a NATO ministerial. He had an opportunity to meet with Foreign Minister Çavuşoğlu there, to speak with him. Other NATO members did as well. The Secretary, as you alluded to, Matt, will have an opportunity to see the Foreign Minister Çavuşoğlu, on the sidelines of the UN event tomorrow in New York City. What the Secretary said is that he, of course, and we, of course, won't characterize private conversations, but there was over the weekend, and there has been, a strong consensus for bringing Finland and Sweden into the alliance if they so choose. The Secretary made the point that we are confident that we will be able to preserve that consensus should Finland, should Sweden formally apply for NATO membership. Of course, that has not yet happened. I know there's a perception that it may be a foregone conclusion, but precedent, protocol, procedure, all those P words are very important, especially in the world of diplomacy. So we'll reserve further comments until we hear additional.
Well, but there seem to be, at best, conflicting, if not absolutely contradictory positions coming from the President and then President Erdogan, and then apparently the people who the Secretary and NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg have been, and the other foreign ministers have been talking to, because Erdogan's comments yesterday were very clear in raising opposition. So are you still seeking clarification of the Turkish position?
It is not for us to speak for the Turkish government, of course. It is for us to speak as a member of the NATO alliance. And Secretary Blinken, who had the opportunity to sit in on the foreign ministerial discussions in Berlin over the weekend, came away with the same sense of confidence that there was strong consensus for admitting Finland and Sweden into the alliance if they so choose to join, and we're confident we'll be able to preserve that consensus. Daphne.
I mean, Erdogan said yesterday that Swedish and Finnish delegations should not bother coming to Ankara to convince it to approve their NATO bid. I mean, I just don't understand how you're reconciling that there's this consensus when Turkey's telling them not even to bother coming.
Again, it is not for me to speak for the Turkish government or to characterize their position. What we can do is characterize what we heard inside the NATO ministerial, what we have heard in bilateral and multilateral, including in conversations as an alliance with our fellow NATO allies. There is strong consensus, there has been strong consensus for admitting Finland and Sweden if they so choose to join. And again, as you heard from the Secretary, we are confident we'll be able to preserve that consensus.
Has Turkey asked for anything from the U.S. in exchange for supporting their bids?
Again, we're not going to read out private conversations. The Secretary did have a chance to see the Foreign Minister, Çavuşoğlu, in Berlin. He will have a chance to see him in New York City, and I'm certain these conversations will continue. Francesco.
Just to follow up on that, you just keep referring to the confidence that emerged from the meeting over the weekend, and we're referring to what President Erdogan said yesterday. So is that confidence still there, and what explains your confidence as the President Erdogan said the contrary publicly?
I am explaining our confidence in the context of discussions that we have had bilaterally, multilaterally, and together as an alliance. Again, it is not for me to characterize the Turkish government's position. It is for us to characterize our position. You know where we stand. Should Finland and Sweden opt to apply for NATO membership, you have heard from a range of other NATO allies of their positions on this. Some have been quite explicit. I'm sure more will be if and when we hear that Finland and or Sweden are formally applying for the alliance. But all of the conversations we have had to date lend us that sense of confidence that we will be able to preserve that strong consensus for admitting Finland and Sweden if they so choose to apply.
And so today, after President Erdogan spoke yesterday, you are confident that Turkey will not be a roadblock on the way on that path?
Our assessment of the sentiment among our NATO allies and within the NATO alliance has not changed.
Can I follow up?
Kyla?
Yeah. So I'm just, you refused to answer the question if Turkey's asking the United States for anything to allow Sweden and Finland to join. You said that was private discussions. But if Turkey does leverage this moment to get something that it wants from NATO members in return for green-lighting these two countries joining, doesn't that set a dangerous precedent? Can you speak to efforts underway to make sure that precedent isn't set?
Your question entails a hypothetical that's on top of a hypothetical. Neither country have yet put forward an application for membership. Turkey, of course, has not made any specific asks or requests, so I will respectfully dodge the question on those two grounds. But again, we are having these conversations among allies bilaterally and as an alliance with the 30 existing NATO allies. Those conversations will continue. Secretary Blinken, again, will have an opportunity to speak to Foreign Minister Çavuşoğlu. Other conversations are ongoing between and among current NATO allies and with potential aspirant countries.
And just one more question. Are you confident that Turkey's concerns will be in the rearview mirror by the time the leaders of Sweden and Finland come to the White House later this week?
We are confident that we will be able to preserve the consensus within the alliance of strong support for a potential application of Finland and Sweden. Yes. Stay on the same topic, sure.
Based on your response, is it fair for us to assume that you still don't have clear understanding of what Turkey wants?
The Turkish officials have made public statements. I would refer you to those public statements, including some statements that have been referenced here already.
Well, yeah. But that doesn't clear up anything, because the statements that
again, it is
we
not.
Get you telling us that in Berlin the Turks were all on board, and then the president of the country comes out yesterday and says he's not on board.
It is not up to me to characterize what the Turkish government's position is.
That's not the question. Is do you understand what the Turkish position is?
I will leave it to the Turkish government to articulate.
Is it clear to you?
To articulate their position.
Is it clear to the United States government?
Two major issues. So one is media freedom in Georgia, and the second one will be about the rights of the LGBTQI community in Georgia as well. So yesterday, the director of Tabari channel, Nika Baramia, was imprisoned for 3.5 years. Based on the verdict by the Georgian City Court, the U.S. ambassador to Georgia issued the statement on this that reads, and I'm quoting, "The disturbing pattern of selective investigations and prosecution targeting those in opposition to the current government undermines the public's confidence in the police, prosecution, the courts, and the government itself. The ranking member of the Senate's Foreign Relations Committee, Jim Risch, tweeted as well, and I'm quoting, "Silencing political opposition will send Georgia in a very troubling direction." That's the channel that I work for. I don't know if I have a job next week or not. That's the same concern that my team in Tbilisi has. So, taking into account how much U.S. government values and cherish the importance of free media worldwide, what do you have to say about that?
We've been quite clear, quite candid with our Georgian partners about the continued need to strengthen the pillars of democracy that we want to see bolstered in Georgia, that we want to see bolstered around the world. That includes democratic institutions, it includes the rule of law as well. And we'll continue to partner with the people of Georgia as they pursue a democratic, prosperous, peaceful, and Euro-Atlantic future. When it comes to media freedom, you have heard us consistently speak to the indispensability of a free, of an independent media the world over. Secretary Blinken just a couple weeks ago spoke to this in extended remarks at the Foreign Press Center here in Washington, D.C., where he extolled the virtue and really the necessity of a free and independent media, noting that over the past year, too many journalists have been repressed, too much of their work has been suppressed, and too many, tragically, have been wounded or even killed in the line of duty. And of course, their duty is to do nothing more than to report the truth, to spread the truth the world over, using nothing more than a pen and perhaps a keyboard. So we'll continue to stand resolutely behind independent media, whether it's in Georgia, whether it is anywhere around the world.
And on the LGBTQI rights in Georgia, that community still cannot enjoy their constitutional rights to a peaceful assembly and the freedom of expression, because Georgian Orthodox Church and pro-Russian ultra-nationalists persecute them and threaten to, beat and kill anyone who tries to rally in the streets. So Georgian government and the law enforcement do not guarantee their safety. The Prime Minister last year called for not holding the peaceful rally because the police was unable to protect them from the violent mob. How much of a support should the members of the LGBTQI community in Georgia expect from the United States?
LGBTQI communities around the world have the support of the United States. That is not only a rhetorical position, it's a policy position. In February of 2021, President Biden issued an executive order calling for, once again, the policy of the United States, of our foreign affairs departments and agencies, to protect and to promote the rights of LGBTQI plus persons around the world. We do that in a number of ways. We, of course, do it rhetorically, but we also do it through programmatic funding for supporting the important work of advocacy organizations, for calling out abuses, repression, intimidation, violence against LGBTQI communities around the world. And of course, whether the community is the community of LGBTQI plus individuals or any other community, including marginalized communities, we always call for universal rights to be protected and to be enshrined in democratic institutions. And of course, the right to peaceful assembly, the right to freedom of expression, two of those important rights.
And very lastly, when you look at the media free speech in Georgia, we just previewed that. And when you look at the human rights record of the country, I know you don't preview any sanctions or speak about the hypotheticals, but still, I just want to gather your thoughts on the general idea where the U.S. government stands on that. When you look at those two venues of a country that is declared to be a partner of the United States, what is your major concern? How do you see the detrimental effect of the Georgia-U.S. relations when you look at those two avenues, and that's the least?
Well, we do consider Georgia a strategic partner, and as a strategic partner, the United States is well positioned to encourage Georgia down the path of reform, to encourage Georgia to take on some of the improvements, some of the steps that we have talked about here. Of course, Georgia's aspirations don't occur overnight. They're impossible to realize over the course of a single year or even a single decade. It takes hard work, it takes patience, it takes significant resources to realize. Part of our task is to continue to partner with Georgia, to continue to support them down that path, to do that with resources, with guidance, with direct support in many cases, and that is an area where we will continue to cooperate closely with our Georgian partners. Yes?
Just going back to something last week, President Zelensky told Chatham House in London that he'd be open to start discussing things normally with the Russians if the Russian military pulled back to their position that they were at on February 23rd. He said something similar to Margaret Brennan on CBS News at the beginning of April. He mentioned the date February 24th. What does this administration understand that to mean? Does that mean the Russians need to pull out of the country or pull back to where their forces were already operating in parts of the Donbass? And then does that mean that Zelensky would be open to giving up parts of the Donbass to discuss with the Russians to move negotiations forwards?
The important point here is that it is not for us to define the objectives that our Ukrainian partners seek to achieve. It is the task of the Ukrainian government, which is in turn expressing the will of the Ukrainian people. It's a democratically elected government, a representative government, and it is up to that government on behalf of the Ukrainian people to define what their objectives in pushing back on Russian aggression should be. It is our task to support our Ukrainian partners in every appropriate way we can, to strengthen their hand at the negotiating table, recognizing that at the moment there are not high-level negotiations to speak of. We have heard very clearly from our Ukrainian partners that there has been no significant progress, that the Russian Federation has remained intractable in its positions. And so, of course, what we are doing now is two things. One, as I said before, supporting and strengthening the hand of our partners in Kiev. And two, simultaneously, is imposing the massive costs and consequences that we have warned the Kremlin about since late last year. And in doing so, it is our hope to generate the conditions where dialogue, where good faith diplomacy can take place. And of course, more so than the process, we are most concerned about the outcome, seeing to it that our Ukrainian partners are successful in seeing their objectives through. To do that, we will continue to provide them with security assistance. We will continue to provide them with economic assistance. We will continue to provide our Ukrainian partners, the Ukrainian people, with what they need with humanitarian assistance in the meantime as well. Yes?
Just to follow to that, if your job is not to define their objectives, but it is to support your Ukrainian partners, at what point does that stop for those objectives and that support? Is there a limit to what the U.S. is willing to back?
The U.S. wants what the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian government wants. It is a Ukraine that is democratic, a Ukraine that is independent, a Ukraine that is sovereign, a Ukraine that is free. Now, the contours of that, the specific objectives, will have to be defined by the Ukrainian government. What those objectives are to them, how they want to pursue those at the negotiating table. Those are not questions for us. Those are questions for our Ukrainian partners to sort through. Yes, Michael? Yes, in the back.
Yeah, thanks. So recently on this topic, the French President Macron implied that we should learn lessons from World War I and not punish Russia too severely. I was wondering if you could speak on the topic of whether the U.S. and its European allies support the same in-game scenario in Ukraine, and then more broadly, if you could choose your most ideal, realistic in-game in Ukraine, what would that be?
So I think your second question is just a clever way of asking the last question that was asked to me. It is not up to us to choose our ideal endgame. It is up to our Ukrainian partners to determine how they would like to see this conflict end. What we know is that they would, just like the United States, just like NATO, just like the international community, we would profoundly like to see this conflict end. We would like to see a cessation of the violence, a cessation of the bloodshed, a cessation of the atrocities. that have inflicted the country of Ukraine over the past 82 days, owing to the brutality that Russia's forces are perpetrating against Ukraine's people, its state, and its government as well. Your first question...
Possible fissures between the Europeans' idea of what an endgame scenario would be like and what the United States endgame is?
We have any number of fora in which to discuss with our European partners and our European allies the long-term course of all of this. And I think there is no daylight between the United States and our European partners in the G7 and our European partners in the Quad, the European Quad, our European partners in the European Quint, our European partners at the EU, and our European partners more broadly, that we would like to see, and we know the Ukrainian people and government would like to see, and will see, a Ukraine that at the end of this conflict is free, it is independent, it is sovereign, and democratic. Yes. Sure.
Thank you, Nate. Crisis in North Korea. It was reported that 3 North Korean cargo planes were carrying corona treatment medicine from China yesterday. Do you know that North Korea likes Chinese vaccines? What if North Korea requested assistance through COVAX? Will the United States agree with North Korea's, if North Korea wants assistance through COVAX?
Your question is, what has North Korea requested?
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, to date, the DPRK has refused all vaccine donations from COVAX. I say it is unfortunate because we are deeply concerned about the apparent COVID outbreak within the DPRK, how it might affect the North Korean people, and the United States continues to support the provision of vaccines to the DPRK. We would like to see humanitarian, including medical relief, provided to the people of the DPRK. To that end, we strongly support and encourage the efforts of U.S. and international aid and health organizations in seeking to prevent and, as necessary, to contain the outbreak, the spread of COVID-19 in the DPRK, and to provide other forms of humanitarian assistance to the North Korean people. It is COVAX that determines allocations for the Pfizer vaccines. We have donated. Those are the brunt of the vaccines that we have donated. Should COVAX allocate doses to the DPRK, we would be supportive of that, as we would to any member of the grouping and to the African Union as well. As I said before, however, it is the DPRK that has consistently refused all vaccine donations. We don't currently have bilateral plans to share vaccines with the DPRK, but we continue to support, as I said before, those international efforts aimed at the provision of critical humanitarian aid to the most vulnerable within North Korea. There's another great irony, or perhaps it's even a tragedy, in that even as the DPRK continues to refuse the donation of apparently much needed COVID vaccines, they continue to invest untold sums in ballistic missile and nuclear weapons programs that do nothing to alleviate the humanitarian plight of the North Korean people. The DPRK leadership continues to enrich themselves, to take care of their cronies, while the people of the DPRK suffer apparently now with the added burden of COVID.
There was previously that South Korean director of intelligence service said that there is a secret papers. He announced that the U.S. and South Korea previously suggested this through the COVAX, but Kim Jong-un refuses to help. Is that true?
We've discussed with our Republic of Korea allies, with our Japanese allies, and with others, ways that we might mitigate the humanitarian plight of the North Korean people. Unfortunately, it is the North Korean leadership that has prevented many of those steps from proceeding.
Lastly,
Sure.
do you think North Korea are likely to put on hold nuclear test due to coronavirus?
We have never seen the DPRK regime prioritize the humanitarian concerns of their own people over these destabilizing programs that pose a threat to peace and security in the Indo-Pacific and beyond. So I do not think there is any expectation of that. Yes, Nazira?
Thank you. Two questions, Mr. Price. One is about Akani's recent interview in CNN, and he said the United States is not our enemy. So good things. If United States not your enemy, United States has expectation to reopen girls' school, number one. Do you have the same, United States has the same position, establish friendship, new friendship with Akani Network, the leader of the Taliban?
It is our position that the women and girls of Afghanistan, including those girls who have been denied the opportunity to attend post-secondary education for weeks now, it is our strong position. It is the position of countries around the world, as you may have seen in a statement that came out from the G7 and other multilateral statements as well, that these girls should have the opportunity to attend school, to build skills, to develop the capacity to improve their own lives, to improve the lives of their families, and ultimately the welfare and the livelihood of their communities and their country. We've made the point before that any society that seeks to suppress, to hold back half of its population is not a society that can be thriving, is not even a society that can succeed. So, of course, we've seen the remarks from Siraj Haqqani. I think you will understand that we have developed a well-earned skepticism of these sorts of comments. We've heard these types of comments before. What we care much more about, rather than rhetoric, is action. And we await the Taliban acting on these positive signals and reopening schools at all levels across the country, which itself would be a very welcome development.
Okay, the second question, Mr. Price, can you update U.S. on Afghan funds frozen by the New York courts?
You may recall that several months ago now there was an executive order that came forth from the White House that spoke to the disposition of these $7 billion, approximately $7 billion in frozen assets. It provided for a sum, an element, a part of these assets to be used for the humanitarian needs of the Afghan people. So that is something that we continue to work closely with our colleagues throughout the administration, including in the Department of Justice. But as you know, Nazira, we have continued to be the world's leader in terms of our humanitarian support to the people of Afghanistan, contributing hundreds of millions of dollars for education, for health care, for shelter, for food, for clean water, for sanitation, and for winterization projects at the appropriate time. We will continue to do that going forward using the humanitarian funding that we currently have available to us.
Thank
yes.
you.
Definitely.
Taiwan has been trying to secure an invitation to the World Health Assembly, and 13 member states made a proposal for it to join. Was the U.S. one of the 13, and what is the U.S. doing to try to get Taiwan access to the WHO beyond public statements?
Well, we strongly advocate for the WHO to invite Taiwan to participate as an observer and lend its expertise to the solution-seeking discussions at the 75th World Health Assembly scheduled for this month. We believe that inviting Taiwan to participate as an observer would exemplify the WHO's commitment, stated commitment, to an inclusive approach to international health cooperation and quote-unquote health for all. Taiwan, in that regard, is a highly capable, engaged, responsible member of the global health community with unique expertise and approaches that can benefit the world. We've made this point before, that Taiwan has much to share with the world in different realms, including in the realm of public health. And of course, Taiwan's absence from the WHO in recent years is something that we have sought to rectify. The WHO broke years of precedent at the 70th World Health Assembly in 2017 when it failed to invite a Taiwanese delegation to observe. Taiwan's inclusion, unfortunately, has continued every year since 2017. As we continue to battle a pandemic, as we continue to confront other public health threats, Taiwan's isolation from the world's preeminent global health forum, it's unwarranted. It represents itself a serious health concern. We believe that its significant public health expertise, its technical and technological capabilities, its democratic governance, its resilience in the face of COVID-19, and its robust economy offer considerable resources to inform the WHA's deliberations, and we believe there is no reasonable justification to exclude its participation.
Was the U.S. one of the 13 that made the proposal?
We have supported Taiwan's participation as an observer at the World Health Assembly. Nick.
Just back to Afghanistan quickly. There was some reporting that the Afghans during the NEO who didn't pass vet and were being held at Camp Bondsteel in Kosovo, there are about some 16 of them, that the State Department is making a final determination of what to do with these 16 or more. Has a final determination been made on what to do with them? And if so, where are they going?
So I don't have anything to share in terms of specific cases, but as you know, every individual who was transported out of Afghanistan underwent and has undergone, in most cases, vetting throughout by the interagency, by our partners within law enforcement, within the intelligence community, within the Department of Homeland Security as well. In some cases, there have been individuals who have required additional vetting. They have undergone that additional vetting at Camp Bondsteel. In many cases, that remains ongoing, but I just don't have anything to offer in terms of disposition. Yes.
One follow-up, is there a time limit on how long they can be held at Camp Bondsteel?
Again, the vetting usually can take place fairly quickly. There will be limited cases that require a longer vetting period. Our goal always is to see to it that we can complete the process as quickly as possible. Yeah.
Just one question. Can you definitively say that they won't be sent back to Afghanistan?
I can definitively say that we will comply with all regulations and guidelines when it comes to international humanitarian law and the principle of non-refoulement.
Can we go to Iran?
Sure.
Okay. Israeli Defense Minister said, I think yesterday, that Iran is currently trying to complete the production and installation of 1,000 advanced IR-6 centrifuges, including at a new underground facility being built near Natanz. Is that the U.S. understanding of what is currently occurring by the Iranians?
I'm not going to detail what our understanding is. As you might gather, much of this, some of this, may be derived from elements that we typically don't speak to in public. But of course, we do share information routinely with our Israeli partners. We have a common understanding across many fronts, and we share a common strategic interest, and that is seeing to it that Iran is never able to acquire a nuclear weapon. So, of course, our Israeli partners are not the only ones to have expressed concern about the progress that Iran's nuclear program has been in position to make since the previous administration left the Iran nuclear deal in 2018. We too have expressed our own profound concerns about the pace at which Iran's nuclear program has been in a position to gallop forward since 2018. That is precisely why we are continuing to test whether we will be able to secure a mutual return to compliance with the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, because doing so remains profoundly in our interest. It would put back in a box the nuclear program, a nuclear program that has not been subject to the same limits, to the same transparency, to the same verification and monitoring that Iran's nuclear program was prior to 2018, when the nuclear agreement was in full force, when it was verifiably and demonstrably, according to international weapons inspectors, according to this building, and according to our intelligence community, working to prevent Iran from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon.
On this topic, U.S. Central Command Chief lands in Israel tonight to coordinate a joint Iran strike exercise. Is the military option on the table now since the Vienna talks stalled?
We believe that diplomacy and dialogue affords an opportunity to sustainably and durably and permanently put an end to Iran's ability to produce or otherwise acquire a nuclear weapon. Yes, Geeta.
You're aware that Enrique Mora left Iran on Friday, so I think it's safe to assume that by now he has briefed Rob Malley on his talks with the Iranian officials. The Iranians are saying that they have presented several proposals. You have said that you don't negotiate in public, but can you confirm that?
Well, we don't negotiate in public. What I will say is that we and our partners are ready. We have been for some time. We believe it is now up to Iran to demonstrate its seriousness. As you've heard from us before, there are a small number of outstanding issues. We believe the small number of outstanding issues pertaining to Iran's nuclear program could be bridged and closed quite quickly and effectively if Iran were to make the decision to do so. We are grateful, as always, for Enrique Mora and his team's efforts, and we look forward to more detailed conversations with them in the days ahead. But, as you've heard from us before, at this point, a deal remains far from certain. Iran needs to decide, as I alluded to before, whether it insists on conditions that are extraneous to the JCPOA or whether it is ready, willing, and able to conclude the JCPOA, a mutual return to compliance with it, quickly. We know that it would serve America's national security interests. We believe that it in turn would serve all sides' interests.
Well, they're saying the same thing, that it's now up to the U.S. to make the decision, and that if it does so, if it does answer, that you could get back to the talks again.
There are a number of parties involved in this negotiation. I think if you talk to the parties, they will tell you that the United States has negotiated indirectly, in the case of Iran, earnestly, in good faith, seeking to arrive at a mutual return to compliance. And unfortunately, the same cannot always be said of the Iranian side.
One last one on
Sure.
this. There are reports that Iran has set up a drone factory in Tajikistan. Are you aware, is the United States aware of this? Because the Israeli defense minister thinks that the drone program also is part of their program to send drones to Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank.
We've expressed our concerns about Iranian UAV technology. We've taken action using appropriate authorities against proliferators of Iranian UAV technology. I just don't have anything to add on a possible drone factory in Tajikistan. Gordon.
Couple on Russia.
Okay. Iran, go ahead.
Last week we heard that Iran arrested 2 Europeans. Today we got to know they are French, we know their name, and Iran is labeling them with security accusation, like always, familiar pattern. That is a matter related to France foreign minister. So my question for you is about the negotiations you were having in Vienna about the hostages, dual nationalities, foreign citizens. Those negotiations, are they still going on? Are they tied to the nuclear talks? Can you give us an update? And as a country who has at least 5 citizens in Iran in jail, how do you react to that behavior?
Well, let me first start with the arrest of the 2 French nationals. We, of course, are aware of these reports. We echo what you've heard from our French allies, the condemnation of these arrests. We similarly call on Iran to immediately release these 2 French nationals. As you alluded to, Iran has a long history of unjustly imprisoning foreign nationals in an attempt to use them as political leverage. It continues to engage in a range of human rights abuses, which include arbitrary and large-scale detention of individuals, some of whom have faced torture and execution after trials that have lacked due process. These practices are outrageous. We have continued to speak out against them together with our allies and partners. When it comes to the Americans, the U.S. citizens who were held unjustly inside Iran and who have been for years, as we often say, we have no higher priority than the safety and security of Americans everywhere, and of course that includes Americans who are unjustly detained in places around the world. We have been careful not to tie the fate of these individuals, their freedom, I should say, to a potential mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA. And we've been careful not to do that for precisely what I said just a moment ago. Mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA is far from certain. We want to see the return of our unjustly detained American citizens as a certainty. Now, it is true, as you have heard others say, that we are treating this as an utmost priority. The Iranians, we have made quite clear to them the priority we attach to this, and it is something that we will continue to do regardless of what happens with the JCPOA. Yes.
I have another one about a phone call between Secretary Blinken and the Qatari Foreign Minister al-Thani. He thanked him for the mediating role he played between Iran and America. My question is that, can you give us detail about what sort of a role Qatar played and what exactly al-Thani achieved from his trip to Iran?
So I will have to refer you to the Qatari authorities to speak to the Emir's visit to Iran. What I can say is that we're grateful for the constructive role that Qatar has played in our efforts to achieve diplomatic resolutions to some of the important and difficult issues between the U.S. and Iran. And that includes what you referred to just a moment ago, the unjust detention of several U.S. citizens and our efforts to achieve mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA. Courtney.
Defense Secretary Austin spoke on Friday with his Russian counterpart, and I'm just curious if there are plans for Secretary Blinken and Foreign Minister Lavrov to speak. They haven't done so since February 12th. And just if there are additional lines of communication beyond Ambassador Sullivan and officials in Moscow.
You are correct that the Secretary has not spoken to his Russian counterpart since February. And this goes back to something I noted just a moment ago in terms of where we are, and more precisely where we are not with the diplomacy. The Russian Federation has not afforded us any reason to believe that a conversation at that level between Secretary Blinken and Foreign Minister Lavrov would be constructive in the current environment. We have demonstrated many times that we have no bones about picking up the phone if doing so, having a conversation, having a meeting, has the potential to lead to a more constructive outcome. Everything we have heard from our Ukrainian partners, everything we have heard publicly from the Russians gives us no indication that a conversation at this time would be a useful exercise. There are lines of communication between the United States and Russia. As you know, we have an embassy that is limited in terms of its ability to function fully, given some of the restrictions that the Russians have unjustly and unfairly imposed on our mission community in Moscow. But Ambassador Sullivan continues, as he did last week, to meet with and to speak with his MFA counterparts. Our Bureau of European and Eurasian Affairs here in Washington continues to have occasional contact with Russian officials who are based here. We have spoken previously of the National Security Advisor's contact with his Russian counterpart, Mr. Patrushev, and as the Pentagon read out, Secretary Austin did have an opportunity to speak with his Russian counterpart. There are issues that the Defense Department deals with, including issues of deconfliction that are more tactical, that are different from the types of strategic conversations that Secretary Blinken has had in the past with Foreign Minister Lavrov. And if the conditions present themselves, and if we make the judgment that a conversation between them could advance the cause of a diminution of violence or easing the humanitarian plight of the Ukrainian people that they may have going forward.
And can you just give us an update on the case of Brittany Griner? There's